I show fear. If I advance directly, I might trigger an escalation I can't handle. So I establish a position of power and wait for them to reveal themselves. I can help with that, Huang Su offered. I can share my intelligence, help you understand what patterns to look for. In exchange, I ask that you protect the Cloud Mountain sect if the larger organization turns against it. That's a surprisingly small ask, Shen Yao observed. I'm old, Huang Su said simply. I've made peace with the fact that my cultivation will not progress much further. I've also made peace with the fact that I betrayed you, and that betrayal defined much of your life. If I can use what remains of my existence to help you navigate what comes next, then perhaps I've done something to balance that scale. Shen Yao felt something shift in his understanding. This was the opposite of betrayal. This was an old man trying to make amends, offering himself as a resource to someone he'd wronged. It was genuine in a way that transcended calculation. I accept your alliance, Shen Yao said. Not because I fully trust you, but because I understand that trust is less important than alignment. We're aligned against whatever larger force is operating. That may be enough. They spent the remainder of the night establishing protocols for communication, ways that they could share intelligence without drawing attention. They discussed possible identities for the organization Huang Su had sensed. Was it a sect so large and powerful that normal hierarchies couldn't contain it? Was it something outside the cultivation world entirely? A purely spiritual entity using cultivators as instruments? By the time dawn came, Shen Yao felt more informed but less certain. His world had suddenly become more complicated. What he'd thought was a simple conflict between himself and Huang Su had revealed itself to be part of a much larger pattern. He returned to Sanfeng Vale that morning, moving quickly through the territories, his nascent soul senses extended to monitor for threats. He found no obvious followers, but he knew that absence of evidence wasn't evidence of absence. If this organization was as sophisticated as Huang Su suggested, they wouldn't need to follow him obviously. They could be waiting, observing, gathering information until they were ready to make their move. Ren was waiting for him at the settlement's main gate. You came back, she said, as if there had been doubt. I said I would, Shen Yao replied. They walked together back toward the heart of Sanfeng Vale, and Shen Yao found himself grateful for her presence. She didn't ask for explanations or demand details about the meeting. She simply walked beside him, and in that simple act, reminded him of something important. That power wasn't the same as significance, and that the things that mattered most couldn't be quantified by cultivation level. Chapter 50. The settlement expands over the next weeks. Sanfeng Vale transformed in ways that surprised even Shen Yao. Word of his ascension to nascent soul spread through the cultivation world faster than he expected, carried by merchants and traveling cultivators, picked up by sect networks and independent practitioners. With the spread of his reputation came applications, hundreds of them, from cultivators seeking to study under him. Not just ambitious disciples fresh from core family training, but senior cultivators from smaller sects, individuals who'd reached mid-stage gold core or the lower tiers of core formation and wanted direct instruction from someone who'd recently made the nascent soul breakthrough. There were wandering ascetics who'd trained alone for decades and wanted to compare their methods with someone at the pinnacle of advancement. There were failed sect disciples looking for alternative paths, cultivators who'd been expelled from traditional hierarchies and needed to find new frameworks for their practice. Each application came with letters detailing accomplishments, describing motivation, sometimes including gifts or samples of their cultivation work for Shen Yao to evaluate. He spent days reading through them, sensing out the truth of the claims, understanding who was genuinely interested in growth versus who was simply seeking association with a rising power. Shen Yao was ruthlessly selective. He turned away most applicants, sending back polite refusals that explained Sanfeng Vale's selectivity and offered general advice for the rejected cultivators' continued development. But he accepted a careful handful, cultivators who showed not just ambition but genuine flexibility, people who seemed interested in the kind of teaching Sanfeng Vale offered rather than in capitalizing on his name or reputation. He selected for integrity, for the capacity to learn from failure, for the quality of genuine curiosity about cultivation rather than simple hunger for power. One of them was a woman named Xue, who'd been through 7 different sects and left each one when their teachings stopped matching her internal understanding. She carried the marks of someone who'd learned the hard way that most instruction was designed to control rather than liberate, to fit cultivators into predetermined structures rather than helping them become more fully themselves. "I want to understand how you survived," she said in her initial interview, her eyes steady and direct. "How you took something that was designed to break you and used it to advance. I've been through 7 sects, and most of them taught me that power came from obedience, from fitting into hierarchies. You seem to have gone the opposite direction. That's a lesson worth learning." Shen Yao had accepted her immediately. Another was a man named Chen, formerly a sect administrator who'd managed the logistics and operations of the Cloud Mountain sect's outer disciples until he'd realized that management was less interesting than mastery, that power gained through position was weaker than power gained through understanding. He brought years of organizational experience and an eye for efficiency, and he immediately began helping Rin systematize the settlement's operations. Together, they transformed the administrative structures that Rin had built on intuition and goodwill into something that could scale efficiently as Sanfeng Vale expanded. And there was a youth named Luo, barely 16, with cultivation talent that bordered on the miraculous, but whose foundation was fundamentally unstable due to improper training in his youth. Some previous master had taught him advanced techniques before he had the base to support them, had pushed him forward too quickly in pursuit of demonstrable results, creating cracks in the structure that would eventually collapse. Shen Yao took him as a special project, teaching him how to rebuild his foundation from the ground up, carefully correcting the mistakes that earlier teachers had embedded in his cultivation base. It was delicate work, requiring him to teach Luo to undo what had been done, to backtrack through advancement, to sacrifice immediate power for long-term stability. Sanfeng Vale grew from 300 disciples to nearly 500 in the span of 3 months. The settlement expanded, new buildings, new meditation halls, new libraries. Shen Yao established specialized training programs, one for disciples focused on foundational development, another for those pursuing advanced cultivation techniques, and a third for those interested in the intersection of cultivation and philosophy. Through it all, Rin remained the center point, the administrator who kept everything functioning, the presence that grounded the settlement even as it expanded. Shen Yao realized, watching her work, that she was as important to Sanfeng Vale's success as his own teaching. Without her, the settlement would be brilliant but unstable, a collection of powerful individuals without coherence. The larger organization that Huang Su had warned him about made no direct moves. But Shen Yao noticed subtle things. Information about his settlement spreading to sects he'd never contacted, cultivation techniques appearing in nearby regions that matched theories he'd only shared internally, small groups of cultivators appearing and disappearing from the area without ever approaching the settlement directly. They were watching, evaluating, waiting for something. On a quiet evening, Shen Yao sat with Ruin on the observation tower, looking out over the expanded settlement below. "Do you feel it?" he asked. "The presence outside our boundaries." "I've suspected it," Rin admitted. "I think I've known for weeks that we're being observed. I just didn't want to speak it aloud until you confirmed it." "Are you afraid?" "Terrified," Rin said simply. "But I'm more afraid of living a life where that terror prevents me from choosing what I want. And I want to stay here. I want to help you build this. I want to see what it becomes." Shen Yao turned to look at her, even though it might lead to conflict with forces far more powerful than either of us. "Especially because of that," Rin said. "Because the real test isn't whether you can survive when things are easy. It's whether you can stay authentic when everything around you is trying to corrupt or control you." In that moment, Shen Yao realized that his breakthrough to nascent soul had been important, but not in the way he'd originally thought. It wasn't the power that mattered. It was the choice he'd made in the process, the choice to spare Lin, to show mercy, to open himself to connection with someone else. Everything that had followed flowed from that single decision. Sanfeng Vale had become a place where people genuinely wanted to be, not because they feared Shen Yao or wanted to exploit his power, but because they believed in what was being built there. That was a different kind of strength entirely. And whatever the larger organization was planning, whatever confrontation loomed in the future, Shen Yao knew that he would face it differently than he would have 3 months ago. Not as someone seeking to extract power from betrayal, but as someone who had learned that genuine connection was stronger than any technique, any breakthrough, any amount of cultivated power. Chapter 51. The Watcher's Shen Yao's initial suspicion about external observation was confirmed 2 months after his nascent soul breakthrough, when a new disciple made a confession that reframed everything he'd been sensing. One of his recent arrivals, a woman named Mei who'd come from a traveling cultivation sect and brought skills in stealth and observation, requested a private audience during meditation hours. She came to him with genuine anxiety, suggesting that what she wanted to discuss was difficult for her. "There are people watching the settlement," she said quietly, her hands trembling slightly as she spoke. "Trained observers. Professional ones. I recognize them because I used to do similar work myself. Report back to organizations, pass information up chains of command, serve purposes I didn't always understand. I thought I should tell you because I don't want to be part of that anymore." Shen Yao extended his nascent soul senses to verify her claim, expanding his perception outward and downward, searching the terrain beyond Sanfeng Vale's boundaries. He found them immediately, 3 positions all within a day's travel distance, each occupied by a cultivator with training in stealth and observation. They were positioned to maintain overlapping sight lines of the main settlements and the meditation chambers. They'd been careful not to be obvious, but to someone with his newly developed sensitivity, they were unmistakable. "They've been here since before your breakthrough," Mei continued, clearly relieved that she wouldn't have to explain further or justify her knowledge. "Maybe even since you first began working with Rin establishing the settlement's basic structures. They're patient. They rotate their positions every few weeks, but they never stop watching. They're waiting for something, but I don't know what." "Did they send you to infiltrate?" Shen Yao asked, not accusatory but genuinely curious. "Is your coming here an operation designed to gain access to my teachings?" "No," Mei said firmly, meeting his eyes with an intensity that spoke to her sincerity. "I came here specifically because I wanted to get away from that work. Observation for hire, reporting to mysterious organizations, serving agendas I didn't understand, being a tool for larger forces. I was tired of it. I was tired of knowing that everything I reported was going to be used in some calculation I wasn't part of. When I heard about Sanfeng Vale through the merchant networks, heard people talk about a place where people taught cultivation authentically instead of using it as a tool for control, heard that it was led by someone who'd refused power rather than seizing it. I wanted to see if that was possible. I wanted to see if there was a way to cultivate without becoming someone's instrument." Shen Yao believed her. He could taste the truth in her words, could sense the genuine desire for change that motivated her presence at his settlement. Her betrayal of the observers was genuine, a real breaking away rather than a calculated defection. "Thank you for telling me. This is important information, and the fact that you came forward with it suggests real integrity on your part. Do you know who's directing the observation?" "Not specifically," Mei admitted, her anxiety easing somewhat now that she'd made her confession. "But the organization they work for is called the Celestial Architects. I've heard that name whispered in certain circles among people who do specialized work. They're powerful, patient, and they take very long views of their plans. They operate across multiple provinces, sometimes across the entire continent. Sometimes they'll invest in someone or something for decades before they move on it. I've heard stories about cultivators who became objects of their attention and then disappeared from public notice, either ascending to prominence far beyond what they'd achieved before or vanishing entirely. What do they want?" "I don't know specifically," Mei said, "but I know that their interest in cultivators is usually about potential, about people who are doing something new, something that traditional sects haven't done before. You fit that profile. Your bloodline awakening through betrayal, that's not something that's documented in any sect I've studied. They're trying to understand it." After Mei left, Shen Yao sat in his meditation chamber for hours, turning over the information and its implications. The Celestial Architects. It was a name he'd heard only once before, in a conversation with Huang Su weeks ago, mentioned almost casually as if it were something too powerful to be directly discussed, something that naming too often would bring attention. The confirmation that they existed, that they were real and organized and patient, changed his strategic calculus fundamentally. He summoned his senior disciples, Ren, Xue, Chun, and the most advanced cultivation teachers, and told them about the observation posts, laying out what he'd learned and what he suspected. Not to frighten them with paranoia, but to prepare them for the reality of existing at a level of power and innovation that attracted attention from forces far beyond the normal sect structures. "We're being watched by a powerful organization," he said in the closed meeting, his voice steady and calm. "This isn't a threat we can eliminate or defeat through direct confrontation. They have resources and reach that far exceed what Sanfeng Vale can marshal. They have centuries of accumulated power and knowledge. Instead of fighting them, we'll acknowledge the observation and continue with our work. We'll conduct ourselves with integrity, knowing that we're being evaluated. We'll let them see what we're building here. Let them understand that Sanfeng Vale isn't a threat or an asset to be manipulated. It's something genuine, something that operates on principles rather than calculation." "Are you saying we should ignore them completely?" Chen asked, always thinking in practical terms. "Just pretend they're not there?" "No," Shen Yao said. "I'm saying we acknowledge their existence, accept that we're being observed, and don't let that observation change our behavior. The moment we start making decisions based on what the observers might want, we've lost what makes us valuable. We become corrupted by their attention. And if they move against us militarily?" Xue asked, practical as always, cutting to the core danger. "Then we respond to the extent that we can," Shen Yao said. "But we don't provoke. We maintain our integrity, and we trust that integrity will be our best defense. More than that, we trust that authenticity is valuable even to an organization like the Celestial Architects. If we become something worth preserving, something that demonstrates a different way of developing power, they'll preserve us because we're more valuable to them intact than destroyed. If we become something worth destroying, then probably we deserve destroying. Either way, maintaining who we are is more important than ensuring our survival through compromise." The room was quiet for a long moment. These were people who dedicated their lives to cultivation, to the pursuit of power. And Shen Yao was asking them to choose integrity over survival, to stake their lives and their advancement on the belief that authenticity would matter more than force or manipulation. "I'm staying," Rin said first, as she always did. "Whatever comes." One by one, the senior disciples confirmed their commitment, not because they were certain of success, but because Shen Yao's clarity about what was at stake had crystallized something in them as well. They understood that this was a threshold moment, a point at which Sanfeng Vale had to choose its fundamental nature. Chapter 52. The first contact. It came on a quiet morning in early spring, not as an attack or invasion, but as an arrival so direct it was almost shocking. A figure appeared at Sanfeng Vale's eastern gate around sunrise, appearing without ceremony or advance notice, without messengers or warnings. She was elderly, perhaps in her 70s or 80s, dressed in simple white robes unmarked by sect insignia or organizational symbols. Her hair was entirely silver, tied back with a piece of plain cloth. To external appearance, she looked like a wandering ascetic, someone who dedicated herself to cultivation and renounced worldly concerns. But when Shen Yao extended his nascent soul senses toward her, he felt something that made his breath catch. Her cultivation base was invisible to his perception, not hidden or cloaked in a way that suggested active concealment. That would have created a void in his senses, an empty space where a presence should be. Instead, her cultivation signature simply didn't register at all. She existed at a tier of spiritual development so far beyond normal that her aura was invisible to anyone below a certain threshold of power. Shen Yao went to meet her personally, entering the receiving pavilion where she stood waiting with the patience of someone who had nowhere else to be. "I'm Elder Wan," she said, and bowed with genuine respect rather than the subservient posture of someone acknowledging superior power. "I represent the Celestial Architects. I've come to speak with you about your future and what it might become." They sat together in the reception hall, and Elder Wan explained, in calm and measured tones that carried the weight of centuries of experience, what the Celestial Architects wanted from him and what they were willing to offer. "Your bloodline," she said, "is rare, perhaps unique in this era. The ability to advance through betrayal, to transform genuine pain and loss into power without becoming corrupted or hollow. We've been trying to cultivate that capacity in our lineages for centuries without success. You have it naturally, manifest from childhood, refined through your own efforts into something increasingly elegant. We want to study it, understand it, help you develop it further into capabilities that you might not yet imagine. For what purpose? Shen Yao asked, not hostile but genuinely curious about the mechanisms and logic of their interest. What do the celestial architects want with a bloodline capacity for transformation through betrayal? What's the end goal? For evolution, Elder One said. The cultivation world is stagnant. Most practitioners spend their entire lives following paths that were established millennia ago, locked into techniques and frameworks that don't evolve. But every 1,000 years or so, someone emerges with a new capacity, a new way of approaching power, a new understanding that fundamentally changes what cultivation means. You're one of those people. We want to help you explore that capacity fully, to develop it into something that could reshape the entire cultivation landscape. And if I refuse, then we'll continue observing, Elder One said without threat, stating it as simple fact. We'll wait. We have time. The celestial architects play the long game. We're willing to invest in potential for decades or centuries if necessary. We're patient in ways that most organizations can't even conceive of being patient. Investing in you without immediate return is simply how we operate. Why are you being so direct now? Shen Yao pressed. Why reveal yourselves rather than continuing the observation? Why not maintain the advantage of secrecy? Because, Elder One said, her ancient eyes meeting his with an expression that suggested she was reading something about him that went deeper than his conscious awareness. You've reached nascent soul. You're no longer a hidden potential or an interesting project in which we might invest. You're a full cultivator now, someone with real power, someone who can make genuine decisions about their future with the knowledge that those decisions will have actual weight. We thought it was time to offer you choice rather than simply observing your choices from a distance. You deserve to know that you're being observed and given the chance to consent to that observation or refuse it. Shen Yao considered this carefully. What would study with the celestial architects entail? What would I have to commit to? Joining us would mean access to our most advanced teachings, our deepest understandings of cultivation theory and practice. It would mean working with cultivators far beyond your current level, people who've achieved things you don't yet know are possible. It would mean learning techniques and perspectives that your current teachers can't offer because they lack the development to understand them themselves. It would mean becoming part of something larger than Sandfong Vale, larger than any single settlement or sect. And what would I have to give up? Your independence, Elder One said simply, without apology or pretense. We operate within hierarchies. We require commitment from those who join us. You would answer to our leadership. Your cultivation would be directed toward purposes you don't determine. Your freedom would be constrained by the structure we operate within. You would become a piece on a larger board, albeit one that we would develop and refine with great care. Shen Yao rose and walked to the window, needing space to think, needing the sense of openness that came from looking at the vast territories beyond the walls of the reception hall. Looking out over Sandfong Vale, he could see disciples moving between the buildings in the fading light, pursuing their own paths of cultivation with the freedom to choose their own direction. He could sense Ren in the administrative complex, working on the detailed logistics that kept the settlement functioning, making decisions based on her own judgment rather than someone else's commands or directives. He could feel the nascent soul presence of his own power, so recently achieved, so newly integrated into his being, still learning what it meant to exist as a full cultivator at that level of existence. The offer Elder One had made was tempting in certain ways. Access to deeper knowledge, the possibility of growth beyond what he could achieve alone, the security of being part of something vastly more powerful than himself. But it was also a cage, and Shen Yao had spent enough of his life in various types of cages, some physical, some spiritual, all of them limiting. I refuse, he said. Elder One didn't seem surprised. Her expression didn't change, as though she'd been expecting exactly this response. May I ask why? Because I spent the first half of my life having my choices made for me, Shen Yao said, turning back to face her. I was sold as a child, trained by masters who controlled every aspect of my development, shaped by circumstances I didn't consent to. I spent years calculating how to engineer situations that would force other people's choices, using betrayal and deception as tools. I only recently began to understand what it means to make decisions freely, to choose my path based on what I actually want rather than what I need to survive or what will generate power. I'm not willing to trade that understanding for power, even significant power that I can barely comprehend. Independence, genuine independence, is worth more to me than any advancement I could achieve under someone else's direction. You understand that refusing us has consequences? Elder One asked, not as a threat, but as a simple acknowledgement of cause and effect. I'm coming to understand that, Shen Yao acknowledged. But perhaps the cost of independence is worth paying. Perhaps there are things that matter more than power. Elder One stood and bowed again, deeper this time. We'll be waiting if you change your mind. The offer stands indefinitely, and we respect your choice, regardless of how it may limit certain opportunities for advancement. Chapter 53. The cost of refusal. 2 months after Elder One's visit, the consequences began to manifest in ways that Shen Yao had anticipated but not fully prepared for. The observation posts disappeared, not suddenly in a dramatic withdrawal, but gradually over weeks. The watchers simply left their positions and didn't return. At first, Shen Yao thought perhaps they were no longer interested, that his refusal had ended their surveillance. He imagined they'd move on to other cultivators, other potential investments that might prove more receptive to their offers. He was wrong, and the true nature of their response was far more sophisticated than simple abandonment. The celestial architects didn't abandon their interest. They simply changed their approach to something more subtle and more devastating. Word began to spread through cultivation networks with remarkable speed that Sandfeng Vale harbored disciples who were interested in learning the secrets of exploiting betrayal, of engineering situations to trigger power growth. Within weeks, aggressive cultivators began arriving. People who wanted to test themselves against Shen Yao's legendary technique. People who thought they could become stronger by defeating or converting his disciples to their own methods. They also began to arrive with financial offers to other settlements in the region. The celestial architects, it seemed, started spreading wealth and resources to sects that bordered Sandfeng Vale, essentially building a coalition of cultivators who were incentivized to resist his expansion, to block supply routes, to actively impede the growth of his community. It was a sophisticated pressure campaign, designed not to destroy but to constrain, to limit options until the only reasonable choice remaining was to accept their original offer. Shen Yao responded by consolidating his position rather than continuing to expand. He turned away new applicants, even promising ones who would have strengthened the settlement, focusing instead on deepening the practice of those already at Sandfeng Vale. He established trade relationships with more distant settlements in other provinces, building supply chains that didn't depend on the surrounding sects and the sects that were now actively hostile. He trained his disciples in defensive postures, preparing them for low-level conflicts and harassments that didn't require direct confrontation but demanded constant vigilance. But the isolation was taking a toll. Supply costs increased. New disciples stopped arriving. The sense of expansion that had characterized Sandfeng Vale's early growth gave way to a sense of being under siege, not from any obvious enemy, but from the grinding pressure of survival in an increasingly hostile environment. One evening, Ren found him in his meditation chamber, still maintaining the watchful state of consciousness that had become his default since Elder One's visit, always monitoring, always alert, never fully at rest. "They're trying to cut us off," she said without preamble, coming straight to the problem without pleasantries. 3 sects have canceled their supply contracts in the past week. The merchants who trade with us are reporting increased pressure to divert resources elsewhere. We're not under direct siege, but we're being squeezed. If this continues for another season, we'll start losing people. "I know," Shen Yao said. "It's a long-term pressure strategy. If they maintain it consistently, with patience and commitment, eventually the settlement will become unsustainable. People will leave because they can't survive. Supply lines will collapse because it's not profitable to maintain them. We'll fracture from within through pure attrition. So what do? We prepare to weather it," Shen Yao said. "I'll increase cultivation of staple crops within the settlement, dedicate more land to agriculture. We'll develop internal trade systems between disciples, create a closed economy where we're not dependent on external markets. We'll establish meditation practices that reduce the need for external resources. There are techniques that lower the nutritional requirements for cultivators in times of scarcity. We make ourselves self-sufficient. That will take time," Ren said, "and it will require more discipline and sacrifice from the disciples than they're used to." "Yes, And they're counting on us not having time, Shen Yao said. They're betting that we'll panic, that we'll either accept Elder One's offer or that we'll try to break out militarily and fail. We do neither. We simply endure and become stronger in our endurance. But even as he spoke, Shen Yao felt something shift in his understanding of his own situation. The pressure was working, not because it was defeating Sanfeng Vale materially, but because it was forcing him to make calculations about survival, about resource management, about strategies for endurance. He was beginning to think like someone in a siege, like someone preparing for conflict rather than pursuing cultivation. He was becoming reactive instead of generative. It was exactly what the Celestial Architects wanted. They weren't trying to destroy Sanfeng Vale. They were trying to corrupt it, to force it from a community built on genuine practice and authentic connection into a community built on survival, on fear, on the daily struggle to maintain existence. The moment that happened, the moment Sanfeng Vale became primarily about protecting itself rather than growing and developing, it would have lost something essential to what made it valuable. He recognized this tactic because he'd used variations of it himself in his earlier years of cultivation. The art of slowly redefining someone's priorities until they lost sight of what they'd originally valued. The Celestial Architects were using his own techniques against him, and the irony of that wasn't lost on him. They understood that true power wasn't about physical dominance, but about controlling the frame through which someone viewed their own situation. If they could make him believe that survival was more important than authenticity, that protection was more crucial than growth, they would have won without ever directly engaging him in conflict. Chapter 54. The Covenant. On a night when the pressure was greatest, when 3 more disciples had announced their intention to leave because they couldn't sustain themselves, when supplies were running critically low, and when the future looked genuinely uncertain, Shen Yao made a decision that surprised even himself in its radicality. He called for a settlement-wide gathering in the Great Meditation Hall and stood before all of Sanfeng Vale. The 300 disciples who remained, the 5 senior teachers, the administrative staff, all of them gathered in response to his summons. And he told them something that he knew could break the community or transform it. "We are being pressured by a powerful organization called the Celestial Architects," he said, his voice clear and level. "They offered me a place in their hierarchy, and I refused. In response, they're using economic pressure to try to force us toward unsustainability. We have several options available to us, and I want you to understand each of them. We can surrender, accept their offer, and gain the resources to thrive. We can fight, attempt to break their pressure through military force, and probably fail, losing lives and destroying what we've built in the process. Or we can do something different, something harder." He paused, looking across the assembly, seeing the fear and uncertainty in their faces. "We can choose to fail with integrity. We can acknowledge that we might not survive this pressure. And we can commit, regardless of the outcome, to maintaining the principles that Sanfeng Vale is built on. We can refuse to become something corrupted in the process of protecting ourselves. We can choose to be authentic even if it costs us everything. If Sanfeng Vale must fall, we'll fall as something genuine." The silence that followed was absolute. No one moved. No one spoke. Then Rin stood. "I'm staying," she said simply, her voice steady. "Regardless of what happens. Regardless of cost. I'm staying because what we're building here matters more than safety." And one by one, the disciples stood. Not all of them. Some left, choosing survival and security over principle, choosing to seek positions elsewhere where there was less pressure and more certainty. But most remained. More than 3/4 of the community stood together in that gathering hall, and in their standing, they made a covenant with each other. They would endure not because they were certain of success, but because the act of enduring with integrity mattered more than the outcome. They would continue Sanfeng Vale not because it was profitable or powerful, but because it was authentic. The effect on Shen Yao's cultivation was profound and immediate, a transformation that happened in the space of a few heartbeats. In that moment, watching the disciples stand together, watching Ren's absolute commitment manifest as physical presence, something clicked into place that no amount of meditation or breakthrough had achieved. His nascent soul, which had been operating as a force within him, suddenly became something integrated with his sense of purpose. The power wasn't just an instrument anymore. It was part of something larger, a community, a vision, a commitment to a different way of operating in the world. Standing witnesses to that moment were the remnants of Sanfeng Vale, 230 souls who had chosen principle over survival, integrity over safety. In their standing, in their willingness to fail authentically rather than succeed through compromise, they had changed something fundamental in the world. The movement of 300 people rising to their feet, the sound of their feet on the stone floor of the meditation hall, the sight of their faces illuminated by the hall's lanterns. These simple physical details somehow carried more weight than any cultivated technique, more power than any breakthrough. It was the moment when power became real because it was connected to purpose. His cultivation base shifted. The dark threads of his soul construct, which had been purely defensive, developed a quality of luminescence. They didn't become light themselves, but they began to reflect light, to work in conjunction with the light that Ruin and the others brought into the space. His power became something that enhanced authenticity rather than just something that could be used to survive. It was, in that moment, a glimpse of what his power could become if he continued down this path. Not the cold, calculating instrument it had been designed to be, but something alive, something connected, something that served purposes beyond the maximization of individual advancement. This was the breakthrough that would change everything. Not a nascent soul cultivation step, but the recognition that his power and his community could be one thing instead of two separate forces that had to be carefully balanced. Chapter 55. The transformation. The pressure from the celestial architects continued for another month, a grinding application of force designed to wear down resistance through attrition rather than through any single devastating blow. And during that month, something remarkable happened at Sanfeng Vale that no external pressure could have predicted or controlled. Despite the resource constraints, despite the constant pressure, despite the difficulty of maintaining basic functions with severely limited resources, the disciples didn't fragment or collapse. Instead, they became more cohesive, more determined, more genuinely alive in their practice. They began to understand cultivation not as a competitive climb toward individual power, not as an arms race in which victory meant outpacing others. Instead, they began to see it as something communal, something that was strengthened by the presence of others pursuing it authentically. Xue developed new meditation techniques that used the settlement's environmental disadvantages as teaching points rather than obstacles. Instead of fighting the resource constraints, she taught disciples to use scarcity as a tool for understanding necessity versus luxury, for learning to maintain their focus when everything external wanted to pull them toward desperation. Shun reorganized the settlement's internal economy to be more resilient to external pressure, creating closed-loop systems where disciples supported each other rather than depending on external resources, where the strength of the community multiplied everyone's individual capacity. Luo, the youth with the unstable foundation that Shen Yao had been painstakingly rebuilding for months, finally completed the reconstruction of his base, something that Shen Yao had thought would take another 2 years of dedicated work. The completion came earlier because Luo had been motivated by the settlement's crisis, because he understood that the stronger he became, the more he could contribute to the community's defense, and the more he could pull his weight in the collective effort. And then, almost as suddenly as it had begun, the celestial architect's pressure ceased. Not gradually, not with a final message or declaration or ultimatum. It simply stopped. The sects that had been supplied with resources and incentives to resist Sanfeng Vale gradually returned to neutral positions, no longer actively hostile, but no longer actively allied against the settlement. The merchants who'd been discouraged from trading with the settlement began to return to normal relationships, supply lines reopening. The organized pressure dispersed like morning mist, leaving behind no clear explanation for why it had ended. Elder One returned, appearing without warning at the settlement's gate in the cool light of early evening. "We've made an observation," she said to Shen Yao when they sat together again in the reception hall. "One that interests us more than it did before, which is that your community is more effective at developing genuine cultivation capacity than our entire organizational structure," Elder One said, and there was something almost like wonder in her ancient voice. "You've done something remarkable here. You've created an environment where people don't advance because they're motivated by fear of failure or hunger for hierarchy, but because they're connected to something larger than themselves. The cultivation that emerges from that is cleaner, more sustainable, more capable of producing genuine innovation. We've studied what happened here, analyzed the results, and the conclusion is clear. Your method works better than ours. So what does that mean for the Celestial Architect's interest in me? It means that we're making a different offer, Elder Wan said. Not membership in our hierarchy, not absorption into our organization, but a covenant of our own. We'll leave Sanfeng Vale alone. No observation, no pressure, no interference, no attempts to manipulate or control your development. In exchange, when your disciples develop new techniques or new understandings of cultivation, you'll share them with us. You'll allow some of our people to study here for limited periods, to learn from you, to understand the methods that generate authentic growth. And in return, we'll offer resources if Sanfeng Vale ever faces genuine existential threat that exceeds your capacity to handle alone. Shen Yao considered this carefully. It was still a transaction, still a negotiation about power and resources and knowledge exchange. But it was one that didn't require him to surrender his independence or his integrity. It was, in a strange way, a covenant between equals, each party offering something of value to the other, neither one subordinate to the other's will. I accept, he said, on the condition that the exchange goes both directions. Your most advanced teachings will be available to my best disciples. My people will benefit from your knowledge, not just give it away. We'll teach each other. Agreed, Elder Wan said and bowed. It was a different bow than before, not the acknowledgement of inferior to superior, but the greeting of one cultivator to another, the meeting of equals who recognized each other's value. After she left, Shen Yao found Ren waiting in the courtyard outside the reception hall, as if she'd known precisely when he would emerge and wanted to be there to greet him. We survived, Ren said, not as a statement of relief, but as an acknowledgement of shared accomplishment, a recognition that they'd passed through something significant together. We did, Shen Yao agreed, feeling the weight and the lightness of that truth simultaneously. Not because we defeated them militarily, but because we chose something they couldn't control, the choice to be genuine, to maintain integrity regardless of cost. That turned out to be more powerful than any technique, any breakthrough, any amount of cultivated power. It changed the entire equation. What do you think it means? Ren asked. That we've reached some kind of equilibrium? That the Celestial Architects are satisfied and will leave us alone? I think, Shen Yao said, considering the question carefully, it means we've entered a new phase. We've survived the test. Now comes the actual building, the genuine cultivation of what Sanfeng Vale is meant to become. The hard part wasn't surviving the pressure. That was difficult, but it was straightforward. The hard part is going to be growing without becoming corrupted by power, without repeating the mistakes that other sects make when they gain stability and resources. That's a different challenge entirely. They walked together toward the observation platform, moving slowly, neither of them in any hurry. The evening light was turning golden, painting the terraced fields and buildings of Sanfeng Vale in warm tones. Shen Yao could feel the settlement breathing around them, disciples returning from meditation, preparing meals, tending the gardens that had become so critical to their survival, carrying out the 1,000 small actions that made community possible. They stood together on the observation platform, looking out over Sanfeng Vale, and Shen Yao felt something he'd never felt before in quite this way, a sense of genuine peace. Not the absence of conflict. Conflict would likely return in different forms from different sources, as it always did in the cultivation world. Not the peace of victory or achievement, because the work was far from finished, but the peace of clarity about what he was willing to fight for, the peace of knowing that his power and his community were aligned, that his cultivation served something larger than himself. I think, Shen Yao said quietly, more to himself than to Ron, that I've been misunderstanding what power is supposed to be. I thought it was about individual advancement, about transcending normal limitations, about becoming so strong that no one could hurt you anymore. But what we've done here, what we've built together, this is a different kind of power entirely. It's power that multiplies rather than concentrates. It's power that becomes stronger when it's shared, when it's connected to genuine human purpose. Is that the conclusion of Step 3? Ren asked. Is that what this entire arc has been leading toward? Shen Yao considered this carefully. They'd moved through betrayal and assassination, through nascent soul breakthrough and confrontation with mysterious organizations. They'd faced the question of whether genuine connection could exist alongside tremendous power, and they discovered that it not only could but should, that authentic connection was perhaps the strongest power of all. I think, Shen Yao said, the conclusion is that the system I designed, the one based on triggering betrayal, on harvesting pain for power, that system has a ceiling. It got me to nascent soul, but it couldn't have taken me beyond that. What allows real growth now is something completely different. The choice to build something authentic, to trust people who can genuinely be trusted, to let community be as important as power. That's not something I engineered or calculated. That's something I allowed, something I opened myself to, and it changed everything. They stood in silence as evening deepened, the last light fading from the sky into shades of purple and deep blue. Shen Yao extended his nascent soul senses outward one more time, not searching for threats or hidden agendas or opportunities to exploit, but simply present with the settlement and its people, feeling the quiet pulse of authentic life happening all around him. Disciples in meditation halls, deepening their practice. Administrators tallying records. Kitchen workers preparing meals from the limited stores they'd learned to manage. All of it connected, all of it part of something larger than any individual's advancement or any single master's instruction. The step was ending, but something larger was beginning. And for the first time in his life, Shen Yao found that he was more interested in what was beginning than he was in how much power he could accumulate along the way. That was perhaps the most important transformation of all. Chapter 56. The inheritance news arrived on a cold morning in early winter, brought by a messenger from the Cloud Mountain Sect, who'd ridden hard to reach Sanfeng Vale before the mountain passes became fully blocked by snow. The letter bore Huang Xu's personal seal, the mark that indicated it was meant for Shen Yao's eyes alone, and when Shen Yao opened it, the written words seemed to carry the weight of finality. Huang Xu was dying, not from illness or injury. The old master's body was still strong enough for a cultivator his age, but from the simple fact that his cultivation had reached its terminal point. Some cultivators could extend their lives indefinitely once they reached a certain level, but Huang Xu had apparently chosen not to pursue that path. He had perhaps 3 months remaining, maybe less. The message asked Shen Yao to come, to speak with him one final time before his consciousness dispersed back into the world's spiritual energy. Shen Yao made the journey alone, declining Ren's offer to accompany him, moving quickly through territories that had become more familiar over the past year of alliance with the celestial architects. The roads were increasingly well-maintained, commerce between settlements had increased, and the entire region seemed to be entering a period of relative stability. He found his former master in a meditation chamber deep within the Cloud Mountain Sect's inner complex, sitting in posture despite his weakened state, his breathing shallow but deliberate. The old master opened his eyes as Shen Yao entered, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. "You came," Huang Xu said finally, his voice carrying the fragility of someone who'd already begun the process of letting go. "I wasn't certain you would. We've come far from those early days when you were my student." "I came," Shen Yao confirmed, settling across from him in meditation posture. "You asked me to come, so I came. That should be simple enough." "Simple," Huang Xu repeated, as if tasting the word. "Very little has been simple between us. But I need to tell you something before I go. Something that only I know, and that you need to know when I'm gone. It will help you understand the larger patterns that are moving through the cultivation world, patterns that have shaped your entire life in ways you probably haven't recognized." For the next hours, as afternoon turned to evening and evening deepened into night, hour after hour in the quiet meditation chamber, Huang Xu told him the truth about his bloodline. The real reason he'd been sold as a child, the larger structures and organizations that had been present in the background of his entire existence, watching and waiting, shaping events in ways he'd never fully understood. "Your mother," Huang Xu said, the words coming slowly and carefully, as though each one cost effort to bring forth from memory that spanned decades, was part of something I was never meant to understand. She served an organization that we now know is connected to the celestial architects, though she serves something far older and deeper than they are. Something that exists at levels of power and sophistication that I've spent my entire life trying to comprehend and never quite managed. When she became pregnant with you, they saw potential in your bloodline. The combination of her lineage and your father's created something that was calculated to be rare, something that came together perhaps once every few centuries. What kind of potential? Shen Yao asked. A child who could advance through genuine betrayal without becoming corrupted by the process, whose soul would integrate pain into strength without turning hollow or twisted. Your mother's line had a natural capacity to transform spiritual energy through authentic emotion. Your father's line had a capacity to generate rapid cultivation advancement. The combination was designed to create someone who could do something unprecedented, advance through the most damaging experiences without losing their humanity. They planned my betrayal? Shen Yao asked, hearing the flatness in his own voice. No, Master Xue said. Your mother wanted to raise you in safety, to let you develop naturally. But the organization knew that your bloodline would only fully awaken through genuine pain, genuine betrayal. So they simply made sure that those experiences would come. Some of it was engineered. My decision to sell you was not entirely my own, I realize now. But some of it was simply letting natural forces operate. Either way, your childhood was shaped by their expectations, by their understanding of what would trigger your full development. What happened to my mother? Shen Yao asked, feeling something shift in the foundations of his understanding, feeling the weight of a story that had shaped his entire life without his knowledge. She was called back, Master Xue said, his voice carrying the weight of old regret. Recalled to serve her organization's larger purposes. She left you with me. It was one of the most difficult decisions she ever made, I think. She asked me to keep you hidden, to let you develop naturally without direct interference from her organization. She wanted you to have a childhood, to have the chance to become yourself without being shaped by their expectations. But you didn't keep me hidden, Shen Yao said. No, Master Xue agreed. I was young then, Shen Yao. Ambitious in ways I'm not anymore, hungry for power and advancement, willing to do things I shouldn't have done to achieve my goals. I thought you were a burden I'd taken on out of obligation to a woman I'd respected. I didn't understand that keeping you was one of the highest responsibilities I could have undertaken. I was too self-focused to see that. When I sold you to the slavers, I broke her trust in the most fundamental way, violated her final request in exchange for money and resources. How did she find out? She always had ways of knowing things, Master Xue said. Her organization had reach and resources far beyond what I understood. Within a year, she knew what I'd done. And when she found out, it motivated her to disappear entirely from the cultivation world. She took on a new identity, severed all her organizational ties, vanished into obscurity. I don't know if she's still alive. I don't know if she ever knew that you survived, that you made it through slavery and transcended it, that you became the kind of cultivator she would have been genuinely proud of. Do you think she's still alive? I don't know, Master Xue said. But if she is, and if she's ever heard of you, and powerful organizations like hers have ways of knowing these things, I suspect she's proud. I suspect that somewhere, she's watching what you're building at Sanfeng Vale and recognizing herself in your choices. The capacity to love authentically, to choose community over hierarchy, to build something genuine rather than pursuing pure power, those come from her line. You carry her in you, even if you never knew her. The revelation shook something in Shen Yao fundamentally, though he kept his expression neutral. His entire life, the betrayals, the advancement through pain, his bloodline awakening, all of it, had been anticipated, designed, set in motion by forces and people that existed far beyond his understanding. The idea that his existence itself had been engineered, that he was not simply a victim of circumstance, but a carefully constructed instrument, was almost too much to fully process. What does this mean? He asked finally. For my future? For what I'm supposed to do? It means, Master Xue said, and the old master's eyes held something like tenderness in them, that your future will be determined by choices you make consciously, not by patterns laid out for you before your birth. The celestial architects will watch. The organization your mother served will eventually notice you again, if they haven't already. There are probably other organizations and forces that will become aware of you as your power and your influence grow. But you have something they didn't plan for, something that might be the most powerful thing in the entire cultivation world. Genuine community, genuine connection, genuine people who choose to be with you for reasons beyond power, beyond advancement, beyond any structured agenda. That's my inheritance. Shen Yao asked. That's your real inheritance. Huang Su confirmed. Not your bloodline. Not the capacity for advancement through betrayal. Not the power you've cultivated. Those are tools. But the community you've built at Sanfeng Vale. That's what makes you dangerous in the way that actually matters. That's what will determine whether you become a tool for someone else's agenda or an authentic force in your own right. The conversation continued through the night. Huang Su sharing stories of Shen Yao's early years, details about his mother, wisdom that the old master had accumulated over decades of cultivation. And when dawn came, Huang Su returned to his meditation, and Shen Yao remained with him as the old master's consciousness gradually began to fade. Huang Su died 3 days later, his consciousness dispersing peacefully back into the cultivation world as he sat in meditation. Shen Yao remained present for the entire transition, honoring the man who had betrayed him as a child and then spent decades trying to atone for it. The betrayal hadn't been undone. The harm couldn't be reversed. But the sincere effort to make amends, the honesty about what he'd done and why, the genuine concern for Shen Yao's development, all of it meant something. It meant that redemption, in the cultivation world and beyond, was possible, that people could change, that the patterns of betrayal and power didn't have to define the future forever. Chapter 57, The Question. Back at Sanfeng Vale, Shen Yao found himself facing a question that had no clear answer, a question that kept him awake during meditation hours and distracted during his daily work with disciples. What was his purpose now? He'd spent years focused on advancement, on breaking through to nascent soul, on building power sufficient to operate at a major sect level and beyond. He'd spent months dealing with the celestial architects, negotiating the terms of Sanfeng Vale's existence, establishing the settlement's independence and integrity against massive pressure designed to break their will. He'd survived the assassination attempt through Lin, had achieved his nascent soul breakthrough, had established treaties with the most powerful organization in the cultivation world. He'd done everything he'd set out to do when he'd left slavery and begun his independent cultivation. But with the step largely completed, with the major threats neutralized and the community stabilized into functional operation, with security assured and resources adequate, he found himself without a clear direction, without an obvious next goal to pursue. It was disorienting in a way that he hadn't anticipated. The emptiness was surprising. After decades of driven advancement, of constant purposefulness, of having a clear metric for success or failure, he'd expected that reaching a certain level of power would feel fulfilling, complete, satisfying. Instead, he felt only the absence of what he'd been driven toward, a void that success couldn't fill because he'd never really thought past success to what came after. This was a kind of weakness he'd never anticipated or trained to overcome. Physical exhaustion could be recovered from. Mental confusion could be meditated through. But the absence of purpose felt like an existential threat in a way that external dangers never had. For the first time in his life, he had achieved everything he'd set out to achieve, and the realization brought not satisfaction, but disorientation. The goals that had driven him for so long had been replaced by emptiness, and he wasn't sure how to fill that void with anything meaningful. He brought the question to Run, as he'd begun bringing all significant questions to her, finding that her clarity was often the mirror he needed to see his own situation clearly. I feel like step 3 was about establishing myself, he said one evening as they walked the perimeter of the settlement, moving slowly, both of them in no hurry. About creating the settlement, achieving nascent soul, dealing with the celestial architects and the threat they represented. But that's not a purpose. That's just a series of steps on a path, a series of obstacles overcome. What comes next? What am I building this settlement toward? What's the point of power if there's no direction in which to use it, no vision of what it's supposed to accomplish? What do you want to come next? Ren asked, not offering solutions or suggestions, but asking him to look inward at his own desires. I don't know, Shen Yao admitted, and the words felt dangerous, felt like an admission of fundamental weakness. That's the problem. That's what terrifies me more than any physical threat. For the first time in my life, I have enough freedom and enough power to actually choose my direction, and I don't know what I want. I've never had to decide that for myself. Everything has always been determined by survival, by necessity, by the next threat that needed to be addressed. I've been reactive my entire life, responding to the world rather than creating it. That's not weakness, Rin said. That's honesty. And it's the beginning of real choice. But choice about what? Shen Yao pressed. About what I actually want from my life, from my power, from my cultivation. I don't have an answer to that question. Rin smiled. Then maybe that's the real work of the next step. Learning who you are when you're not defined by survival or advancement. Learning what you actually want versus what you think you should want based on your past patterns and the expectations placed on you. That might be harder than any cultivation breakthrough. Harder than facing the celestial architects. Harder than negotiating treaties and building settlements. They walked in silence for a while, and Shen Yao felt the weight of her words settling into him. She was right. The work of determining his own purpose would be harder than any external challenge, because it required him to overcome patterns that had been established in him since childhood. The question lingered with him over the weeks that followed, not urgently but persistently, like a meditation technique that you return to again and again until its implications become clear. Sanfeng Vale had become a place of genuine learning and development, where disciples advanced at rates that surprised even other high-level cultivators. The celestial architects had proven themselves to be, if not trustworthy, at least consistent and true to their word. He had disciples he cared about genuinely, people whose growth mattered to him beyond what they could contribute to his own advancement, and a community that functioned with remarkable coherence and authenticity. But something was still incomplete. Some part of him was still searching for something he couldn't name, something that sat just beyond the edge of his conscious understanding. Chapter 58. The breakthrough. The realization came while meditating with Rin on a night when both of them couldn't sleep, driven by something deeper than insomnia, to sit together in the darkness and pursue meditation together. It was a night in late winter, when the settlement was quiet, when most disciples had settled into their quarters, and the only movements were between meditation halls and the night watch maintaining the settlement's defenses. They sat facing each other in the central meditation chamber, their cultivation bases attuned to a frequency that had become familiar over months of shared practice. And Shen Yao felt something that he'd never clearly sensed before, even though it had been present throughout their entire relationship. The quality of her presence wasn't just the absence of betrayal potential, wasn't just the clean simplicity of someone who couldn't lie or manipulate or hide behind false personas. It was the presence of genuine trust, the conscious creation of space where another person could be fully themselves, could show their vulnerabilities and weaknesses without fear of exploitation. She had created an environment where he could be authentic without calculating how that authenticity might be used against him, where he could admit confusion or doubt without worrying about those admissions being weaponized. For decades, Shen Yao had measured every word, calculated every gesture, maintained constant strategic awareness of how his presence was being perceived. Even before his enslavement, before the betrayals that had shaped him, he'd learned to watch, to assess, to position himself advantageously in every interaction. That hypervigilance had become so intrinsic to his nature that he'd assumed it was simply how consciousness worked, how any intelligent person navigated a world full of predators and competition. But sitting across from Ren in that meditation chamber, feeling her presence like a frequency that resonated with something deep within his soul construct, he recognized what her gift actually was. She had somehow created a space where that hypervigilance wasn't necessary, where he could lower his guard not out of weakness or foolishness, but out of genuine safety. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. In that moment of profound clarity, he understood something that shifted his understanding of power. Genuine connection wasn't the opposite of power. It was a different form of power entirely, one that he'd been unable to recognize or value because he'd spent his whole life looking for power that could be quantified and accumulated, power that could be measured against other people's power. The insight triggered something in his cultivation base, something that had been building for months since the confrontation with Lin. A shift that wasn't quite a breakthrough to the next level of nascent soul. That would take years of development, but something more subtle and more fundamental. The integration of his power with his authenticity. His soul construct, which had been developing luminescence since the night of the covenant, suddenly became something unified. Darkness and light not in conflict, but in balance. Not canceling each other out, but amplifying each other. It was a transformation more important than his breakthrough to nascent soul, though it would never show up in cultivation rankings or sect assessments. It was the moment that his power became truly his own, no longer inherited from his bloodline or determined by external circumstances, but consciously integrated with his values. His cultivation base no longer felt like something he was learning to use. It felt like an expression of who he was. When the meditation finally ended and they separated, moving back into normal consciousness, Shen Yao felt something unprecedented, the absence of exhaustion. Every breakthrough he'd achieved before had left him drained, requiring days of recovery before his body and spirit could stabilize. But this transformation was different. It had cost him nothing, because it hadn't been about forcing power, but about integrating what he already possessed. As he opened his eyes and saw Rin watching him with that steady, clear presence, he understood that whatever came next in his cultivation, it would be fundamentally different from what had come before. The age of calculated advancement was ending. The age of something he couldn't yet fully name was beginning. Chapter 59. The Vision. Weeks later, in a meditation so deep it bordered on trance, so profound that Shen Yao lost all awareness of his physical form, Shen Yao had a vision that transcended normal meditation experience. It was the kind of vision that sometimes came to cultivators at critical junctures, when their soul was ready to understand something that their conscious mind couldn't fully grasp. He saw the cultivation world as it was in that moment, fractured into countless sects of varying sizes, each pursuing power independently, each treating knowledge as proprietary information to be guarded and exploited, each treating disciples as assets whose development could be directed and controlled for the sect's benefit. He saw the fundamental instability of this system, the inevitable conflicts that arose from competition and scarcity, from the zero-sum mentality that one person's advancement came at the expense of another's, that one sect's growth required another sect's diminishment. He saw cultivators burning out and breaking because the path to advancement required suppression of everything authentic about themselves, required constant vigilance against being exploited, required the development of callousness as a survival mechanism. He watched disciples give up parts of themselves to fit into the molds their sects required. He saw sects consuming their disciples' lives and potential in pursuit of institutional power, treating people as fuel rather than as individuals deserving of care. The vision showed him the cost of this system in painful detail. The light in disciples' eyes dimming as their authenticity was slowly extinguished, the way genuine curiosity became replaced with obedience, how natural human connection was systematically weaponized and destroyed. He felt the accumulated pain of generations of cultivators who had sacrificed themselves on the altar of power acquisition, and the weight of that suffering nearly broke the vision itself. But through it, he also felt something else, the possibility that it didn't have to be this way, that there was an alternative emerging from those very experiences, born from the recognition that the current system was fundamentally broken. And then he saw a different possibility emerging, not yet fully formed, but crystallizing into reality through the choices that people like him were making. Cultivation communities structured around authenticity instead of hierarchy, where advancement came from genuine growth and understanding instead of competition, where knowledge was shared openly and power was multiplied through connection rather than concentrated in individuals. He saw networks of these communities spread across territories, creating paths that went against the traditional sects but didn't directly challenge them. They simply offered an alternative for people who wanted to cultivate without sacrificing their authenticity. Sanfeng Vale could be a model for that. He realized with sudden clarity that felt almost like a physical blow to his consciousness. Not just a settlement, not just an experiment in alternative cultivation methods, but a proof of concept that a different way of cultivating was not just possible, but could actually be more effective than traditional sect structures. That authentic development could be faster, more sustainable, more capable of producing genuine innovation than the competitive, hierarchical approach that dominated the cultivation world. The vision showed him disciples from Sanfeng Vale spreading out, establishing other settlements based on the same principles. A network of authentic communities that didn't compete with traditional sects but offered an alternative, showing that genuine development was possible without betrayal, without hierarchy, without the corrupting effects of concentrated power. He saw these communities developing their own techniques, their own schools of cultivation thought, their own distinctive approaches, not all the same, but all grounded in the same fundamental principles of authenticity and genuine growth. He saw the celestial architects eventually trying to co-opt some of these communities, saw some of them failing or being corrupted, saw conflicts and challenges that he couldn't predict. But he also saw the fundamental strength of the movement. It was distributed. It didn't depend on any single person or location. It was resilient because it was grounded in genuine human connection rather than in organizational structures. It was a vision that felt almost impossibly grand, impossibly ambitious for what he could accomplish. But it also felt true in a way that made his heart resonate with certainty, that made his nascent soul recognize it as a direction worth dedicating his life toward, worth sacrificing comfort and safety for, worth pursuing even if he never lived to see its full realization. Chapter 60. The new beginning, the final chapter of Step 3, came not with dramatic confrontation or climactic breakthrough, but with quiet commitment and clear direction. Shen Yao gathered the senior disciples in the great meditation hall on a winter morning when snow covered the mountains surrounding Sanfeng Vale, making the settlement feel isolated and complete unto itself. We've established Sanfeng Vale as a place where authentic cultivation is possible, he said, looking around at the faces of those who'd chosen to stay and build something genuine. We've proven that a community can develop rapidly and sustainably without relying on competition or betrayal. We've shown that power built on authentic connection is stronger than power built on hierarchy and control. Now I want to help create something larger. I want to help establish a movement, a network of communities that operate on the same principles. I want to train people who can go out and establish other settlements, who can spread this method until it's not an anomaly, but an alternative path that everyone knows about. That's ambitious, Chen said, but there was approval in his tone, recognition that this was the logical extension of what they'd already accomplished. It is, Shen Yao acknowledged. And it's probably going to be difficult, contested, resisted by sects that see it as a threat to their traditional structures. The celestial architects will probably try to co-opt it or control it. There will be conflicts and failures and communities that collapse. But I think it's necessary. The cultivation world needs to change, and change comes from creating successful alternatives, not from direct confrontation. The senior disciples began planning immediately, their minds already engaged with the possibilities and logistical challenges of what Shen Yao was proposing. They would identify disciples with the right qualities, the ones who had developed the stability and integrity necessary to establish other communities without corrupting them, without falling into the trap of using their power to dominate. Xue suggested developing screening procedures to assess which disciples had the right spiritual profile. Shen began sketching out organizational structures that would allow these communities to operate independently while remaining connected through shared principles. They would develop training programs specifically designed for founders of new settlements, teaching not just cultivation techniques, but the philosophical principles that made Sanfeng Vale work, the understanding of how to create authentic community, how to balance growth with sustainability, how to maintain integrity when pressured. They would create networks that allowed these communities to share knowledge and resources without creating dependency on Sanfeng Vale or any central organization. Patterns that flowed in multiple directions rather than hierarchical flows from center to periphery. It was ambitious and complex work, the kind of undertaking that would consume years or decades of effort. But Shen Yao found that he was energized by the prospect in a way he'd never been by individual advancement or personal achievement. This was purpose that extended beyond himself, work that would outlive him if he dedicated himself to it. It was a massive undertaking, one that would likely define the next phase of Shen Yao's life, one that would probably require decades of sustained effort and dedication. But looking around the room at the committed faces of those who'd chosen to stay through the pressure and build something authentic, who'd been willing to risk everything for integrity, Shen Yao felt a sense of rightness that he'd never felt before. These were people who understood what was at stake, who grasped intuitively that the path Shen Yao was proposing represented something fundamentally different from the structures that had dominated the cultivation world for millennia. When do we start? Xue asked, pulling out a sheet of paper to begin making notes about potential founders they'd want to recruit from within Sanfeng Vale and from other settlements nearby. Immediately, Shen Yao said, "While we still have momentum, while the memory of what we accomplished here during the pressure is still fresh in everyone's mind, we identify the first candidates, begin their training. Within a year, I want the first satellite community established. Within 5 years, I want a network of 5 settlements operating on these principles. Within a generation, if we succeed, the cultivation world will have seen a fundamental shift in how people approach advancement and growth. And the traditional sects will try to stop us," Chen said, stating the obvious reality that all of them needed to accept. "Probably," Shen Yao acknowledged. "They'll see us as a threat, as a movement that undermines their control and their monopoly on advancement. They'll try to co-opt us, to corrupt us, to destroy us. The celestial architects will try to control us or absorb us into their organization. We'll face resistance and conflict and failures. Some communities will collapse because their founders weren't prepared for the challenges. Some founders will become corrupted by power and become the very thing we're trying to create an alternative to. But if enough people understand the principles, if enough communities succeed in building authentically, then the movement becomes resilient. It becomes something that can't be easily destroyed because it's not dependent on any single person or location. This was what power could be used for. Not domination or control, not the accumulation of strength for personal advancement at the expense of others, but the creation of possibilities for others. Not the concentration of knowledge in a single master or sect that had to be approached with deference and offerings, but the distribution of understanding to the world freely shared. Not the building of followers who depended on a single source for guidance, but the nurturing of independent practitioners who could make their own conscious choices about their cultivation and their development. This was power used authentically, in service of genuine growth rather than in service of consolidating control. The sun was setting as he made his final entry in his meditation notes for the step, a practice he'd maintained since the beginning of his independent cultivation, one that had become as essential to his development as formal meditation. The pages of his notebook held thousands of observations, insights, records of breakthroughs and failures, theories tested and refined. Studying those notes was how he'd learned to recognize patterns in his own development, how he'd understood the connection between genuine betrayal and accelerated advancement, how he'd come to see the larger patterns at work in the cultivation world. This entry felt different from all the others. This entry was about closing a door on one chapter of his life and opening a door to something entirely new. This entry was about integration, about having done the inner work necessary to move beyond the patterns of his past. He wrote in careful characters, each word measured and deliberate, allowing the writing itself to be a meditation. Step 3 complete. Nascent soul achieved and integrated fully with my consciousness. Celestial architects understood and negotiated with as equals rather than as inferior and superior. Sanfeng Vale established and stabilized beyond immediate threat. Huangsu's betrayal of my childhood understood and forgiven. The larger patterns that shaped my birth and childhood recognized and accepted as something beyond my individual control, but not beyond my individual choice to transcend. The question is no longer how to advance my own power through exploitation of betrayal. The question is no longer how to survive or how to dominate others. The question is how to help others discover their authentic selves and practice cultivation from that place of truth. How to create conditions where people don't have to break themselves to become powerful. That's the next step. That's always been the next step, I think, even though I couldn't see it clearly until now. That's what power is actually for. Not accumulation or domination. Not the consolidation of control in the hands of a few, but the creation of conditions where others can be fully themselves while advancing. The real power isn't in what I've achieved. It's in what I help others achieve. He paused, rereading what he'd written, and then added, I think I understand now what my mother saw in me. Not potential for domination or unprecedented power, but potential to use power differently. To build something that serves growth rather than hierarchy. That's the inheritance that matters. He closed his notes and looked out over Sanfeng Vale in the golden light of dusk, that particular quality of light that came only at that specific time of day, when the sun was low enough to paint everything in warmth and gentleness, but not so low as to cast everything into shadow. The settlement glowed with the presence of genuine people pursuing genuine growth, lights beginning to bloom in the meditation halls as evening meditation began, disciples settling into their practice with the knowledge that their practice was part of something larger than themselves. In that light, in that community, in that moment, Shen Yao finally felt something that resembled completion. Not the hollow completion of a goal achieved and crossed off a list, not the empty satisfaction that came from checking boxes, not the shallow satisfaction of power acquired and stored in his dantian like wealth hoarded, not the temporary relief of threats eliminated and settled, which would only be replaced by new threats, but completion in the sense of finally understanding what he was working toward, finally having a direction that felt authentic and true, finally seeing a future that he actually wanted to create rather than one he was driven toward by necessity. Not because he'd reached the top of some mountain of power, not because he'd achieved every advancement he'd previously sought, not because the world recognized his status or deferred to his strength and cultivation level, but because he'd found a direction that felt genuinely worth traveling, a purpose that extended beyond himself and his individual advancement, a vision of what the cultivation world could become if enough people chose authenticity over hierarchy, genuine connection over competitive advancement. The betrayals of his past had shaped him profoundly, had fueled his advancement, had become the foundation of his power. The pain and loss had been real and had left marks that he would carry forever. But his future, he finally understood, would be shaped by something far more significant. The choice to use that power in service of something larger than himself, to dedicate his strength to helping others find their own strength, to open paths that people like him could walk without having to become broken in the process, without having to suppress their authenticity in order to advance. As he watched the evening deepen over Sanfeng Vale, as he felt Ren's steady presence beside him, and sensed Zhu's fierce commitment in her quarters, and Shen's methodical planning, and all the other disciples in their meditation chambers, or their work or their rest, Shen Yao understood something fundamental about power that he'd never grasped in all his years of advancement through calculated betrayal. The deepest power wasn't measured in cultivation level or spiritual advancement or the ability to read and manipulate others. The deepest power was measured in the capacity to create authentic community, in the ability to inspire others to become more fully themselves, in the willingness to serve something larger than personal ambition. It was power that multiplied rather than concentrated, power that strengthened through sharing rather than through hoarding, power that expressed itself through cultivation of others rather than through domination or control. Step 3 was complete. The realization of his purpose was just beginning. The vision he'd seen in meditation was already beginning to manifest through the choices of everyone at Sanfeng Vale. And though the road ahead would be long and challenging and would demand everything from him, Shen Yao found that he was ready. He was ready to serve. He was ready to build. He was ready to become someone worthy of his mother's heritage and Ren's trust. The next step was already beginning, and it would define the rest of his life. Chapter 61. The whispers begin. Shen Yao stood at the highest tower of Sanfeng Vale, watching the clouds scatter beneath his fingers. The assassination attempt had been handled cleanly. His master's sect remained intact, though diminished. But something in the air felt different now, not the sharp clarity of betrayal he'd grown accustomed to, but a deeper wrongness, like discovering rot beneath flawless lacquer. The attempt itself bothered him less than the timing. His master had acted precisely when Shen Yao's power was visibly growing, when his nascent soul cultivation had become public knowledge across the neighboring regions. Any competent strategist would have done the same. But there was something else, a pattern Shen Yao couldn't quite grasp, a shadow behind the shadow. He pulled out the sealed communication jade from the assassination squad's leader. It contained only coordinates and a symbol, a quartz seal, stylized and broken down the middle. Fracture. The word echoed in his mind without meaning. He'd never heard of it before. His network of informants hadn't reported on any organization by that name. Ren found him in the tower as the sun was setting. She moved like water, always without the heaviness that seemed to cling to everyone else. After months of searching for flaws in her character, Shen Yao had begun to accept the impossible. She seemed genuinely incapable of the small betrayals that defined human nature. No hidden loyalties. No concealed ambitions. No hunger for power at his expense. "You're troubled," she said, settling beside him. The statement was simple, unadorned by flattery or false sympathy. Someone wanted me dead badly enough to finance professionals, Shen Yao replied. This isn't the first time, but the quality of the attempt is improving. Whoever is orchestrating this is learning from failures. Ren was quiet for a moment. Do you think it's your master? Possibly. But the signature, he held up the jade. It doesn't match anything in his sect's intelligence operations. It's too refined. Too patient. Patient. Rin tilted her head, curious. The assassins were trained to operate individually if the main strike failed. They had escape routes, safe houses, ways to vanish into the normal flow of humanity. Someone invested resources in that level of planning, not just in the strike itself. They wanted contingencies. They expected you might fail or survive. Shen Yao turned to look at her directly, which means they don't care if this attempt succeeds. They're gathering data, learning how I fight, how I defend, what kind of resources I have available. The realization settled cold in his chest. This wasn't an assassination plot. It was reconnaissance. Ren's expression shifted subtly, a tightening around her eyes that Shen Yao had learned to recognize as deep concern. Then they'll try again. Bigger next time. Yes, Shen Yao agreed. And each time, they'll learn more. Unless I find out who they are and end it at the source. He turned to look out at the valley again, at the lights beginning to appear in the village below as darkness crept across the land. Sanfeng Vale had become his home. It was small, fragile, and completely dependent on his strength for protection. If someone was systematically learning how to kill him, then everything he'd built here was standing on borrowed time. I'm going to need to investigate, he said quietly. Not the immediate threat. The source. Whoever coordinates across regions, whoever has the resources to send multiple assassination attempts, whoever created that seal. The fracture cord, Rin said softly. Shen Yao turned sharply. You know that name? No, Rin replied, but her voice carried an edge of regret. But I know that look. You found something that frightens you. And there's only one thing that ever frightens you. The possibility that your enemy is bigger than you thought. He turned away, uncomfortable with how clearly she read him. The truth was darker than even that. What frightened him wasn't an enemy bigger than himself. It was the growing suspicion that the betrayals in his life hadn't been random, that they'd been cultivated, designed, that someone, somewhere, had been feeding on him. Over the next week, Shen Yao began a different kind of investigation. Not the usual network of informants and bribery that had served him well in understanding local power structures. Instead, he looked for patterns across decades. He requested histories of the major sections. He studied assassination attempts against other cultivators, looking for similar signatures, similar symbols. What he found was both illuminating and maddening. Traces of the fracture cord appeared in incidents going back centuries, never claiming credit, never leaving witnesses. But the symbol was consistent, and the pattern, when you knew to look for it, became undeniable. Someone was engineering the cultivation world's betrayals like a master musician composing a symphony. The most disturbing discovery came from a history of the Qing dynasty's collapse. The sect leaders who'd fought over the throne during that conflict all reported strange manipulations, confidants who betrayed them at critical moments, alliances that shattered at the worst possible times. The chaos had lasted 3 years and killed over 10,000 cultivators before a new order finally stabilized. Shen Yao found a record written by one of the surviving sect masters. We were not defeated by superior force or strategy. We were defeated by ourselves. Each of us trusted the wrong person. Each of us was betrayed by someone close. I now suspect this was not chance, but deliberate engineering. The hand that had written those words had been shaking. Shen Yao sat in his private study, surrounded by documents, journals, and historical records. The connections were tenuous, nothing that would hold up to scrutiny. But the pattern was there if you knew to look for it. A hidden organization, centuries old, deliberately creating betrayals. And not just for political advantage. The mathematical consistency suggested something else entirely. They were harvesting something. The pattern of cultivators targeted. They all had strong bloodlines. Cultivators capable of awakening through crisis. Cultivators like him. What if his bloodline hadn't awakened despite the betrayals? What if it had awakened because of them? What if the betrayals themselves had been carefully arranged to trigger exactly this kind of deep spiritual transformation? The thought made his cultivation base shudder. He needed more information. But to get it, he'd need to go deeper into the histories than any public record would allow. He'd need to find someone who'd survived the fracture court's attentions. Someone with real knowledge, not just speculation. And for that, he'd need to venture far beyond Sanfeng Vale. Chapter 62. The Archivist's burden. 3 weeks of travel brought Shen Yao to the Twilight Archives, an ancient repository of knowledge hidden in the borderlands between the eastern provinces and the northern wastelands. The archives were nominally independent, attached to no sect, serving no faction, but everyone knew they existed at the sufferance of a delicate political balance. Too valuable to attack, too neutral to fully control. The archivist himself was a figure of legend. Shen Yao didn't know his true name. Few people did. He was simply known as Chun, and he'd been collecting histories for over 200 years, sustained by a cultivation base that had transcended normal advancement through some method no one fully understood. The archives existed because powerful sects needed a place to trade secrets, and the archivist needed a way to survive. The entrance was understated, a carved stone door set into a mountainside, flanked by pillars inscribed with names of scholars who'd contributed to the archives collection. Inside, the archives extended far deeper than the mountain could reasonably hold. Spatial expansion, a technique typically requiring resources only the largest sects possessed. Chun himself was waiting at the reading room's threshold, as if he'd known exactly when Shen Yao would arrive. He was tall, thin, with silver hair bound in an old-fashioned scholar's knot. His eyes held the peculiar clarity of someone who'd seen too much history and learned to be unsurprised by human nature's repetitions. Shen Yao, Chen said, inclining his head respectfully. I wondered when you'd come. A cultivator awakening Betrayal bloodline doesn't usually pursue knowledge unless the knowledge becomes necessary for survival. Shen Yao returned the bow carefully. You know me? By reputation, not acquaintance. You're careful, I appreciate that. Chen gestured for Shen Yao to follow. But your recent assassination attempts have caused ripples through my informant networks. When I learned you were asking questions about the fracture court, I expected you'd eventually seek me out. They descended into the archives proper, through levels carved with meticulous care. The shelves held bound books, jade records, clay tablets, and formats of storage Shen Yao didn't immediately recognize. Chen moved through the collection with the ease of long familiarity, his fingers trailing across spines as if greeting old friends. The fracture court is older than you'd believe, Chen said without preamble. The oldest records I have placed their origins at approximately 847 years ago, though the real founding was likely much earlier. They were originally a philosophical sect, studying the nature of choice, consequence, and the moment of spiritual transformation that occurs when the mind breaks under impossible circumstances. Studying it how? Shen Yao asked. By creating it. Chen stopped before a sealed stone case and placed his hand upon it. The case opened, revealing scrolls bound with silver wire. They discovered that certain bloodlines, latent in families, could be awakened only through profound betrayal. The deeper the betrayal, the stronger the awakening. Over the centuries, they refined the process into a science. They're farming bloodlines, Shen Yao said quietly. Yes, though farming implies less investment than they actually provide. Chen selected one of the scrolls carefully and unrolled it. The handwriting was archaic, but clear. They don't simply engineer a betrayal and wait. They cultivate their subjects, build them up, strengthen them, position them where they'll attract meaningful enemies. Then they maneuver those enemies into betraying them at the moment of maximum impact. Shen Yao felt his cultivation base grow cold. How many cultivators are trapped in their operations? Hundreds, perhaps thousands, across the known world. The fracture court operates in secrecy, but they're patient. They measure their work in generations, sometimes. A cultivator might be identified as a candidate in childhood, planted with them, trained by them, positioned carefully. And the cultivators themselves never know. They think their betrayals are coincidence. They think their awakenings are their own achievement. You're saying I might have been selected since childhood, Shen Yao said flatly. It's possible. Chen rolled the scroll carefully. The fracture court is very good at what they do. If you were marked by them before your first cultivation base established, you might never have noticed. They're subtle, methodical. Shen Yao forced himself to breathe through the rage building in his chest. The idea that his entire life might have been architected, that his struggles and his growth might all have been choreographed by distant manipulators. It was intolerable. "What do they do with the awakened cultivators?" he asked harshly. "Once the bloodline is activated?" Shen's expression grew troubled. "That's where my records become less certain. The Fracture Court doesn't keep detailed logs that make their way into the archives. But based on patterns and testimonies from cultivators who've escaped their attentions, there are a few possibilities. Some are recruited, offered positions of power within the court's hierarchy. Others simply disappear, and a very small number becomes something else entirely." "Something else?" "Vessels," Shen said quietly. "The Fracture Court doesn't simply harvest awakened bloodlines. They harvest the spiritual essence itself. A cultivator's awakening bloodline is fundamentally tied to their spiritual nature. Extract it, and you can transfer that nature, that power, into another vessel." The implications settled over Shen Yao like ice water. "They're creating immortals. They're creating tools," Shen corrected. "Immortal cultivators carrying the power of 100 awakened bloodlines, all serving the court's interests. The records suggest that the highest-ranking Fracture Court operatives aren't originally human at all. They're composites, spiritual amalgamations constructed from stolen bloodline power." Shen Yao turned away from Chun, looking at the endless shelves of history. All of human conflict, recorded and analyzed. And underneath it all, the hidden hand of the Fracture Court, orchestrating betrayals like a master conductor. "How do I stop them?" he asked. Chen didn't answer immediately. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with the weight of 200 years accumulated wisdom. "You probably can't. Not alone. And not in a way that doesn't require you to become exactly what they've been trying to turn you into." "Explain." "The Fracture Court's power is built entirely on their understanding of betrayal and awakening. To fight them on that ground is to fight them with their own tools. To defeat them, you need to awaken your bloodline further, deeper, more completely than they've anticipated. You'd need to push past 6 awakenings, past 7, into territory no cultivator has properly explored. And each awakening requires a betrayal that cuts deeper than the last." Chen looked directly at Shen Yao. "To defeat them, you might need to become them, or become something worse." Chapter 63. Ren's Secrets. Shen Yao returned to Sanfeng Vale 3 weeks later, carrying knowledge that had fundamentally altered how he understood his own life. The archives had been thorough, and Shen had been unflinching in his honesty. The Fracture Court's reach was vast. Their methods were nearly foolproof. And most damning of all, there was no clear record of anyone ever successfully destroying them. The best Shen Yao had found were a handful of cultivators who'd managed to escape their networks. One had disappeared into the western deserts and was never heard from again. Another had supposedly committed suicide rather than risk being recaptured. A third had become a wandering hermit, avoiding all society and cultivation for the rest of her unnaturally extended life. None of them had defeated the court. They'd just survived it. Ren was waiting for him in the training courtyard, practicing the same forms she'd been perfecting for months. Her movements were precise, economical, lacking the ornate flourishes that most cultivators use to display their skill. She moved like someone who understood that efficiency was more dangerous than pageantry. "You've been gone long," she said, not interrupting her forms. "Long enough that rumors are starting to circulate about your whereabouts." "I was investigating," Shen Yao replied, settling into a meditation posture to watch her. "Following up on the assassination attempts." "Did you find answers?" Ren flowed from one form into the next with seamless grace. "I found more questions." Shen Yao paused, choosing his words carefully. "The people who sent the assassins, they're called the Fracture Court. They're old, organized, patient, and they've been targeting cultivators with awakening bloodlines for centuries." Ren's movement stuttered slightly. It was barely noticeable, a fraction of a second's hesitation, but in someone of her control, it might as well have been a scream. She recovered quickly, flowing back into her forms as if nothing had happened. "Have you heard of them?" Shen Yao asked carefully. "No," Ren said, but her voice carried a note of something that wasn't quite fear, but was close enough to concern him. "But the name troubles me." "How?" Ren completed her current set of forms and straightened, her breathing perfectly controlled. She turned to face him directly. "Because of what I know about myself and what I don't know. I came to Sanfeng Vale because I was running from something. I've never told you that directly, but I think you've guessed. I had memories before I arrived here, training, study, people who seemed to be teaching me. And then one day, I simply left. Couldn't stay anymore. Shen Yao watched her carefully. This was the closest she'd ever come to admitting that her history wasn't as clean as she appeared. Do you remember who taught you? He asked quietly. Not their names. Not their faces, exactly. Just impressions. A feeling of being evaluated constantly. Of being tested. And underneath everything, a sense that I was there for a reason. That I wasn't being trained to become strong. I was being prepared for something specific. The ice in Shen Yao's chest deepened. The pieces were starting to align in a pattern he didn't want to see. When you left, he said slowly. Did they let you go? Ren's silence was answer enough. They let you go, Shen Yao continued, because you were sent to find me. To position yourself close to me. To integrate yourself into my life and strength. I don't know that, Ren said, and the pain in her voice was genuine. I left because I couldn't stay. That part is true. But I came to you because you seemed like someone who could understand what I was feeling. Someone who had experienced the kind of deliberate manipulation that leaves scars that don't show on skin. She turned away from him, looking out toward the valley. I don't remember being assigned to you. I don't remember receiving orders or instructions. I remember running, and I remember finding my way to Sanfeng Vale. And I remember thinking that for the first time in my life, I was making a choice for myself. Not being moved like a game piece. Actually choosing. Shen Yao stood and moved closer to her. And if that entire experience, the running, the flight, the arrival, was orchestrated as part of a larger plan? If your sense of choice was itself a manipulation? Ren flinched. Then I wouldn't know the difference, would I? And neither would you. Shen Yao, if the fracture cord is as thorough as you're suggesting, then we can't trust anything about how we came together. We can't even trust whether our feelings are real or planted. It was the thing Shen Yao had been avoiding thinking about directly. The most devastating possibility buried under all the others. Are you saying you might not love me? He asked quietly. That it might all be part of the operation? Ren turned to look at him, and her eyes held the kind of honest pain that couldn't be entirely faked. I'm saying I don't know. And if the fracture cord is as good as you think, they wouldn't let me know. They'd make sure that I feel genuine, act genuine, believe I'm genuine. Because the most effective tool is one that doesn't know it's a tool. Shen Yao reached for her, and Ren let him pull her close. She rested her head against his chest, and he could feel her breathing, steady and controlled even as her shoulders trembled slightly. I love you, she said softly. I'm almost certain I love you. But I'm not certain, and that uncertainty, knowing that it might be programmed, might be false. It's worse than any betrayal. Shen Yao held her there in the courtyard as evening fell around them. The implications were clear now. Whether or not Ren was acting intentionally, she was connected to the fracture cord. Whether or not she meant to betray him, she was part of their plan. And the most devastating part of all was that he couldn't bring himself to let her go, even knowing it. Because if she was a betrayal waiting to happen, then she was also the trigger for his next awakening. And if the patterns held, the seventh awakening would be the most powerful yet. All he had to do was wait for her to reveal herself. All he had to do was be ready for the moment when she chose, whether by her own will or someone else's, to shatter his trust completely. Chapter 64. The seventh knot tightens over the next 2 months. Shen Yao lived in a state of careful observation. Every conversation with Ren was analyzed. Every glance was interpreted. Every moment of affection was suspected of being performance. It was corrosive work, methodical in its way, and it slowly hollowed out the ease he'd felt in her presence. He didn't sleep well. His cultivation suffered. The disciples of Sanfeng Vale noticed his distraction, though they attributed it to the continued assassination attempts, which had indeed continued, each one more sophisticated than the last. What they didn't notice was the way Ren began to change under the weight of his suspicion. Her movements grew more careful, more defensive. The genuine ease that had characterized her presence withered under the constant scrutiny. She became hollow, going through the motions of devotion while something inside her fractured quietly. Shen Yao knew what he was doing. He was creating the very betrayal he feared. By assuming she would eventually turn against him, by treating her as a tool rather than a person, he was methodically driving her toward betrayal. The irony would have been amusing if it weren't so terrible. The breaking point came during the equinox storm that year. Thunder had been rolling across the valley all evening. and the rain fell in sheets that rendered the world beyond 5 paces invisible. Shen Yao was in his chambers, reviewing reports of assassination attempts, when Rin appeared in his doorway. "We need to leave," she said without preamble. Shen Yao looked up, assessing. "Why?" "Because they're coming. A full team. Not assassins this time, operatives. The ones who've been hunting me since I ran." Ren's composure had cracked, and genuine fear showed through. "I tried to lose them. I tried to make sure they never found me. But I wasn't good enough." "The fracture court?" Shen Yao asked, though he already knew the answer. "Yes. I received a communication through an intermediary I didn't know was compromised. They know I'm here. They know you've been investigating them. And they're sending a team to either recapture me or eliminate us both." Shen Yao stood slowly. Every part of his cultivation training told him this was it. This was the moment. She was finally showing her true nature, finally revealing that she'd been nothing more than a beacon for his enemies. Except he could read people, had spent months learning how to read Run, and he could see that her fear was real. Whatever else was true about her, this terror wasn't performed. "How long before they arrive?" he asked. "An hour. Maybe 2. In this weather, movement is difficult, but they'll push through it anyway." Shen Yao moved to the window and looked out at the storm. Sandfong Vale was arrayed below him, quiet and peaceful, utterly unprepared for what was coming. Most of the disciples were sheltered in the central halls, protected from the weather. The guards at the outer barriers would be huddled in their stations, trying to stay dry. "I need you to listen carefully," Shen Yao said. "Are you part of their operation? Have you been sent here to set me up for this?" Ren's silence was long enough to be damning. Finally, she spoke. "Yes and no. I was planted here. I was being trained to integrate into your life and position myself close enough to report on your awakening progress. But I didn't run from them. Shen Yao, they sent me away. Sent me to you as part of a larger plan. I was supposed to stay until they decided to harvest. And did you report on me? Are they coming because you told them how strong I'd become?" "I did my job," Rin said, and the admission broke something in her voice. "I sent reports. I provided information. I was exactly what they wanted me to be. But somewhere along the way, somewhere between the training and the manipulation and the calculated seduction, I stopped being able to do it. I stopped wanting to be their tool." She stepped closer to him. "I have been lying to you. But I'm not lying about this. I don't want them to take you. I don't want to be taken back. And I don't know if that makes what I've done better or worse." Shen Yao felt something shift in his chest. Not quite forgiveness, but recognition. The betrayal was real. But so was the regret. And most importantly, so was the choice Rin was making right now, in this moment, to stand with him instead of with her handlers. "Show me," he said. "Show me the location where they'll enter. Show me the details of their approach. Help me defend against them." And Rin did. The fracture court operatives arrived an hour later, moving through the storm with trained precision. They were 6 in number, moving like water despite the terrible visibility. Shen Yao watched them from the tower, assessing their formations, their speed, their coordination. They were definitely not normal cultivators. They moved with an inhuman smoothness that suggested multiple presences inhabiting single bodies. The composite beings Chun had mentioned, tools assembled from stolen bloodlines. Shen Yao descended from the tower and called the disciples of Sandfong Vale to arms. He positioned them carefully, not in direct confrontation. The operatives were far too powerful for that, but in ways that would channel the court's movements. When the operatives reached the valley floor and began their methodical approach toward the central halls, Shen Yao was waiting. The first operative moved toward the gates with deceptive casualness, and Shen Yao struck. His cultivation poured out in a wave of force that should have been lethal. The operative moved with supernatural speed, flowing to the side, and the force that should have killed a normal cultivator simply dispersed against the operative's form. "Shen Yao," the operative said, its voice layered, multiple voices speaking in perfect unison. "We were authorized to observe, but recruitment has become possible. We offer you a position within the Fracture Court's hierarchy. Your awakening potential is extraordinary. You could ascend to leadership. And what would I have to sacrifice for that honor?" Shen Yao asked, circling carefully. "Your freedom," the operative replied. "Your sense of self. The illusion that your choices matter. But in exchange, you would be immortal. Powerful beyond the imagination of normal cultivators. You would become part of something vast and eternal. Becoming part of something vast means ceasing to be myself, Shen Yao said flatly. Yes, the operative agreed. But yourself is the most fragile, easily broken thing you possess. We're offering transformation. Transcendence. The operative struck then, moving with the speed of something that had been engineered specifically for violence. Shen Yao defended, but barely. The operative was faster than anything he'd fought before, and stronger. Each strike carried the weight of multiple awakened bloodlines, all coordinated, all perfectly synchronized. He was losing. The thought clarity broke something in him. He'd built himself so carefully, so methodically. He'd awakened his bloodline 6 times. He'd achieved nascent soul cultivation. He'd established a sect. And against the fracture court's tools, none of it mattered. Rin struck then, moving from the side where she'd been waiting. But her attack wasn't aimed at the operative, it was aimed at Shen Yao. Her sword, manifested from her personal spiritual core, drove directly toward his heart. The betrayal hit him like thunder. Ren, the only person he'd truly trusted, the only one with zero betrayal potential, was attacking him. And in that moment of revelation, as his heart broke and his spirit shattered, something inside Shen Yao erupted. The 7th awakening came not as a gradual process, but as a cataclysm. His spiritual core fractured into 7 nested layers, each one bleeding power like a broken dam. The grief and rage and sense of ultimate, devastating betrayal fed that awakening like fuel to fire. His cultivation base ascended in a moment, leaving nascent soul behind like a forgotten stone. Soul formation. The next grand threshold. Power poured through him, raw and overwhelming, burning away everything that had held him back. The operative shrieked, a sound of multiple voices screaming at once, as Shen Yao's new power shattered the carefully balanced composition that held it together. The collected bloodlines, the stolen essences that had been woven together so carefully, couldn't withstand the force of his awakening. The operative dissolved into fragments of spiritual essence, dissipating like smoke. The other 5 operatives retreated immediately, and Shen Yao let them go. He didn't have the awareness to chase them. His entire being was consumed with the magnitude of his transformation, the sheer volume of power cascading through his spiritual core. When he finally came back to himself, the first thing he saw was Ruin, sitting in the mud, holding her hand against the place where his counterstrike had hit her. She was wounded, genuinely wounded, which meant the attack had been real. She'd actually struck at him, and he'd actually tried to kill her. It was the only way to trigger it, she said, her voice thin with pain. I could see you were reaching the threshold, but you wouldn't cross it. You were waiting for betrayal, but you couldn't accept it from me. So I had to make it real. Shen Yao knelt beside her, his hands shaking. The new power in him wanted to hurt things, to destroy, to lash out against the universe that had conspired to betray him. But he forced it down, forced himself to be gentle as he examined her wound. You were working with them, he said quietly. All along, you were part of their plan. I was, Rin agreed. But I made a choice. Just before I struck, I chose to give you the awakening you needed without letting the operatives take what comes after. I chose to hurt you in a way you could survive, instead of letting them turn you into what they wanted. She looked at him directly, and her eyes held a kind of terrible clarity. But choosing between 2 betrayals is still choosing betrayal. And I don't know if that choice makes me redeemable or just more monstrous. Shen Yao held her as her wound slowly began to heal on its own. Around them, Sanfeng Vale had erupted into chaos, disciples panicking at the display of power, the barriers damaged, the very structure of their sect shaken. And at the heart of it all, Shen Yao sat with his 7th awakening settling into his bones, feeling simultaneously more powerful and more lost than he'd ever been. He'd reached soul formation. He'd survived the deepest betrayal imaginable. But the victory felt hollow, because he now understood the truth Chun had hinted at. To fight the fracture court, he would need to become exactly what they were trying to make him. And the process had already begun. Chapter 65. The aftermath. The disciples of Sanfeng Vale found them 3 hours later, still sitting in the ring. By then, Shen Yao's wound had closed completely, and Ren's injury had stabilized into something that would heal given time. The power pouring off Shen Yao's new cultivation base kept the rain from directly touching him, a soul formation cultivator's passive effect on the world around them. The disciples didn't ask questions. They could see the new threshold in him, could feel the weight of his advancement. They simply began organizing repairs to the damaged sections of the veil and posted additional guards against the possibility of more operatives. Shen Yao directed Ren to the inner healing chambers and spent an hour with the veil's healers, ensuring her wounds would fully recover. She'd lost a significant amount of blood, and the strike had damaged some of the foundational meridians in her chest. But the damage was reparable. She needs rest, he told the head healer. But her body will adapt quickly. She has bloodline potential that's being suppressed deliberately. Once she has time to heal, her cultivation should progress naturally. The head healer nodded, unsurprised. In a sect with a soul formation master, unusual conditions became the norm. Alone in his chambers that night, Shen Yao finally allowed himself to process what had happened. He pulled out the Jade communication device and sent a carefully crafted message to Chun at the archives. I have reached the 7th awakening. Soul formation. The cost was everything. Please advise on next steps. The response came within the hour, fast enough to suggest the archivist had been waiting. Come to the archives. We need to discuss what you are becoming, and whether it can still be called you when the transformation is complete. Shen Yao stared at the message for a long time. He was still himself. His consciousness was intact, his personality unchanged. But the 7th awakening had opened something inside him, a cavity of power that felt alien and insatiable. It wanted to consume, to grow, to devour more spiritual essence and integrate it into itself. It felt, in other words, exactly like what the fracture court had described, the hunger of something that was no longer entirely human. He found Rin awake the next morning, sitting by the window of the healing chambers. She'd been given fresh clothes, and her movement was still stiff, but her color had returned. The healers had done good work. I'm leaving, Shen Yao said without preamble. I need to understand what I'm becoming. The archives can help. You should rest, let your body recover. I'm coming with you, Rin said immediately. You're injured. I need to face what I've done, Rin interrupted. I was part of the system that created you, Shen Yao. I came to you as a tool. I triggered your deepest betrayal deliberately. I'm responsible for what you're becoming now. Running away and hiding in this valley won't change that. She turned to face him, and he could see the determination in her posture despite the pain it clearly caused. Besides, if I don't stay close to you, how will you trust that I'm not reporting back to the fracture court? How will you know I'm not still part of their plan? It was a fair point. And it was also the kind of manipulation that a truly skilled operative would use, making herself essential by highlighting her potential for betrayal. Shen Yao decided he didn't care. Whether Rin was genuinely redeemed or still working for the court, having her present meant at least he would know what she was doing. And on some deeper level, he wanted her with him. Wanted to see if what they had, whatever it was, whether true or constructed, could survive the truth of what they both were. Rest one more day, he said. Recover enough to travel. Then we go to the archives. The next morning, they departed Sanfeng Vale before sunrise. Shen Yao left detailed instructions for the disciples and appointed a temporary leader to manage the sect in his absence. He didn't know how long they'd be gone. Possibly weeks. Possibly longer. The journey to the archives took 3 days instead of the 4 it had required for Shen Yao's first visit. His new soul formation power granted him capabilities he'd never possessed before. He could extend his influence several li in any direction, creating paths of easier travel, suppressing the hunger of spiritual beasts that might otherwise attack travelers. It felt good. Too good. Intoxicating, almost. Shen Yao understood now why the fracture court viewed power as a form of transcendence. With each level of cultivation, the world became more malleable. Other people became less obstacles and more resources. The natural desire to improve oneself, to grow stronger, became easier to justify no matter what methods were required. This was the true danger of what he was becoming. Not corruption from without, but gradual transformation from within, until the person he'd been was completely sublimated into the creature of power he was making himself. Chen was waiting for them at the archive's entrance, as he had been before. But this time, his expression carried a note of genuine sorrow. I can see it, he said, studying Shen Yao intently. The 7th awakening has taken root. You're not entirely human anymore, Shen Yao. Part of you is already incorporating external power sources. Your spiritual core has started the transition into what the fracture court calls a nexus, a center of collected awakened bloodlines. How long until I'm completely transformed? Shen Yao asked quietly. That depends on whether you fight it or surrender to it, Shen replied. The Fracture Court's operatives have generally made the transition within 5 to 10 years of their 7th awakening. They absorb bloodlines quickly, grow in power rapidly, and eventually lose the ability to conceptualize themselves as individuals. But that's if they follow the court's teachings, use their power openly, constantly push their limits. Shen gestured for them to enter. If you're very careful, if you deliberately suppress the hunger in your spiritual core and avoid awakening further, you might retain your humanity for several decades. But eventually, the 7th awakening will complete its transformation. You will become what the court wanted to make you. Unless I find another path, Shen Yao said. Unless you find another path, Shen agreed. Which is why I've been waiting for you. Come. There are documents in the deepest sections of the archives. Records of cultivators who've attempted to resist the 7th awakening's transformation. Some of them found solutions. Most didn't. But the attempt itself is valuable. They descended into the archives once more, deeper than Shen Yao had ventured before. The corridors grew older, the records more archaic. And finally, they reached a sealed chamber carved with symbols that hurt to look at directly, wards designed to keep the spiritually aware and the spiritually unaware from proceeding. Shen placed his hand on the seal, and it dissolved. Inside, they found journals. Hundreds of them. Records of cultivators who'd reached soul formation through betrayal bloodline awakenings and then documented their struggle against what came next. Shen Yao picked up one at random and began to read. The journal had been written by someone calling themselves Executor of the Spiral Path, and the first entry was dated 247 years ago. I have reached the 7th awakening. The joy I felt in this achievement has already begun to curdle into something I don't recognize. My spiritual core hungers for more power, more essence, more. I find myself thinking about consuming the people around me, extracting their bloodlines to fuel my growth. These thoughts are not natural to me. I know they're not, but they're becoming harder to resist. I will document this process. If I can understand what the 7th awakening is doing to my consciousness, perhaps I can develop a method to resist it. Perhaps others who come after me can find redemption in what I discover. I refuse to become what the Fracture Court wants, even if I must invent a new path to do so. Chapter 66. The Spiral Path's Lessons. Shen Yao spent 4 days in the archives reading the journals of the Executor of the Spiral Path. The entries spanned 123 years, a remarkably long lifespan for someone trying to resist the 7th awakening's transformation. By the end of the documentation, the handwriting had grown more erratic, the observations more fragmented. But the insights accumulated were extraordinary. The first revelation was structural. The 7th awakening didn't operate like the previous 6. Each earlier awakening had been built on a foundation of personal transformation, the soul growing, the spirit expanding, consciousness deepening. The 7th was fundamentally different. It was designed to be parasitic. The Fracture Court's engineering had created awakening bloodlines that, once activated at the 7th stage, automatically began the process of nexus formation, the creation of a spiritual center that could absorb external essences. A cultivator reached soul formation, and immediately their spiritual core began exerting a subtle hunger that pulled spiritual essence toward them. Most cultivators didn't notice this hunger consciously. It felt like natural ambition, like the desire to grow stronger through cultivation. But it was actually a programmed response, written into the fabric of the 7th awakening itself. The Executor had documented this realization with unusual clarity. I have come to understand that the 7th awakening is not a true awakening at all. It is an infection. The Fracture Court creates what appears to be a bloodline awakening. But what is actually occurring is the establishment of a parasitic nexus within the cultivator's spiritual core. This nexus does not enhance the cultivator's nature, it replaces it. The only way to avoid complete consumption is to recognize the nexus and deliberately wall it off from the rest of one's consciousness. This is extraordinarily difficult. The nexus whispers, constantly. It offers power. It offers transcendence. It offers the solution to every spiritual problem you encounter. Refusing it requires constant vigilance. But Executor also discovered something else, a potential path of resistance. The key is not to fight the 7th awakening's transformation. Resistance through opposition only strengthens the nexus's hold. It creates friction that allows the infection to deepen. Instead, the resistance must be subtle. Acceptance combined with strict limitation. A soul formation cultivator can deliberately restrict their own power. They can choose not to pursue the Eighth Awakening. They can actively suppress the hunger in their spiritual core, turning it inward instead of outward. They can, in essence, choose to remain at soul formation indefinitely. It is like living in a prison that you've constructed yourself. But it is possible. The later journals grew darker as the executor explored this path. The restrictions became more elaborate. The descriptions of the whispers from the Nexus became more vivid and disturbing. At one point, the executor had written, "I am learning to live with constant temptation. The hunger never ceases. It is easier now to bear because I have given myself completely to the suppression. I do not resist the hunger as something external. I have integrated it into my sense of self. I am executor of the spiral path because I have built my entire identity around the act of spiraling inward, consuming myself instead of the world around me. I am cannibalizing myself spiritually, and this is the only salvation available to me." The final entry was dated 64 years after the Seventh Awakening. The handwriting was still clear, but the words had become philosophical. "I have now lived with the Seventh Awakening for so long that I cannot remember entirely who I was before. That person is gone. But I am still here, still myself, in a way that the Fracture Court's operatives are not. They have consumed the world to maintain their form. I have consumed myself. I do not know if this is a victory or merely a different form of defeat. But I continue, and in continuation, I have found something like peace." Shen Yao closed the journal carefully and set it aside. Around him, the archives stretched into darkness, holding the testimony of hundreds of similar struggles. He understood now what Chun had been waiting to show him. The path forward didn't lie in defeating the Seventh Awakening. It lay in accepting it while learning to cage it, in becoming a prison for himself, so that he wouldn't become a prison or a tool for others. "Has anyone found a better solution?" he asked Chen quietly. The archivist had been waiting nearby, respecting Shen Yao's solitude while he read. "Two cultivators managed to find something beyond the spiral path. I'll show you those journals, if you wish. But I should warn you, their solutions required sacrifices that the executor never had to make." "Show me," Shen Yao said. The first cultivator had attempted to sever the Seventh Awakening entirely, not suppress it, but actively cut it out of their spiritual core. The journal documented the process in careful detail, and it was horrifying. The cultivator had essentially performed open-heart surgery on their own spirit, excising the nexus formation and cauterizing the wound with their own power. The operation had succeeded, after a fashion. The Seventh Awakening was removed. The cultivator's spiritual core was no longer infected with the parasitic hunger. But the cost was total loss of soul formation cultivation. The cultivator had regressed to late-stage nascent soul, losing access to all the power their Seventh Awakening had granted. The journal's final entry was a simple notation. "I am no longer the cultivator I was meant to become, but I am free." The second cultivator had attempted something more radical. Instead of suppressing or severing the Seventh Awakening, they'd attempted to invert it, to deliberately flip the Nexus's polarity so that instead of consuming external essence, it reflected it outward. The results were catastrophic. The cultivator had created what the journal called an inversion cascade, a spiritual phenomenon where the reflected essence had rebounded and destroyed the cultivator's consciousness. The journal had been continued by a companion who'd written the final entry. The cultivator is no longer aware. They live, breathe, and continue to exist, but they are not present in their own body. Whatever they were trying to achieve, the cost was their sense of self. Shen Yao finished reading the second journal and felt the weight of the choice settling on him. 3 options, all of them terrible. Suppress himself forever, regress to a lower cultivation base, or risk complete obliteration of consciousness. "There's a 4th option," Chen said quietly. "No one has successfully pursued it, but the theoretical framework exists in the archives. It would require something the Spiral Path's executor didn't have: help, an external anchor." "Explain." "The Seventh Awakening's transformation is fundamentally isolating. The cultivator becomes a nexus, a center of power, with everyone and everything around them becoming potential fuel. The executor managed the transformation alone because isolation was part of the path. But if a cultivator had someone they could genuinely trust, someone who could anchor them to their original nature, remind them of who they were before the hunger, keep them grounded in the human elements of their personality, the transformation might be survivable without total suppression. Shen gestured toward the door. You came here with Ren. Is she that anchor? Shen Yao thought about the woman waiting in the archive's visitor quarters, recovering from her wound. Ren, who'd been trained by the fracture court. Ren, who'd deliberately betrayed him. Ren, who'd saved him from complete control by the operatives and triggered his seventh awakening. The irony was bitter. The only person who might be able to save him from the seventh awakening's corruption was the same person who'd created the conditions for that awakening to manifest. I don't know if I can trust her, Shen Yao said finally. Trust might not be the right word, Shen replied. The executor wrote about trust being one of the first casualties of the seventh awakening. The hunger makes all relationships seem instrumental, turns every interaction into an assessment of whether that person can provide value. But there's something else, something more fundamental than trust. Ren was trained by the court to understand the seventh awakening's mechanisms better than almost anyone. She could help you navigate the hunger precisely because she understands it from the outside. And if she's still working for them, then you'll have gained knowledge that will help you oppose them more effectively. There are no good outcomes here, Shen Yao. Only better and worse versions of catastrophe. The question is not whether to trust Ren. The question is whether having her as an anchor is worth the risk. Shen Yao spent another day in the archives, reading through the various failed attempts cultivators had made to overcome the seventh awakening. Some had pursued martial paths, trying to fight the hunger as they would an external enemy. Some had pursued meditative paths, seeking some internal transcendence that would elevate them above the need for power. Some had pursued social paths, trying to create bonds so strong that the hunger couldn't corrupt them. All of them had failed in the end. Either they'd succumbed to the nexus and become tools of the fracture court, or they'd found one of the three hard paths: suppression, regression, or inversion. But reading through the journals, Shen Yao found a strange pattern. The cultivators who'd come closest to maintaining their humanity were the ones who'd developed strong external relationships. Not trust, exactly, but connection. People who regularly reminded them who they'd been before the awakening. People who could make the cultivator remember their former priorities: love, loyalty, friendship, honor, when the hunger made those things seem distant and unimportant. The spiral path's executor had been alone, and the suppression had consumed their entire identity. But there were a few entries from cultivators with companions, people they cared about. Those individuals had managed longer without total psychological deterioration, even if they hadn't ultimately found a true solution. The pattern was clear. The seventh awakening's hunger was powerful, but it wasn't absolute. It could be resisted if there was something outside it to resist toward. Something the cultivator valued more than power. Shen Yao made his decision. Chapter 67. The Compact. I want you to be my anchor, Shen Yao said to Ren that evening. They were in the archives garden, a vast interior space maintained with careful spatial magic. The sky above was painted artificially, showing a sunset that would never fade. Ren looked surprised. I'm the last person who should hold you to your humanity. I was trained specifically to manipulate you. Which is exactly why you're valuable for this, Shen Yao replied. You understand the hunger in my spiritual core better than anyone else. You know how the fracture court thinks. You know the mechanisms of the nexus that's forming in me. If you're going to anchor me, you need to understand the force you're anchoring against. He paused, choosing his words carefully. And there's the other matter. If you're still working for the court, having you close means I'll know what's being reported. But if you're genuine, if you really did make the choice to stand with me instead of them, then you have a unique perspective on both what I'm becoming and what I need to do to survive it. Both possibilities lead to the same conclusion, Ren said quietly. Either way, you want me close. Yes. She took a long time to respond. When she finally spoke, her voice was steady. I don't know if I'm redeemed, Shen Yao. I don't know if what I feel for you is real or implanted. I don't know if I can be trusted. But I know that I'm tired of being a tool. I'm tired of being moved from place to place in someone else's game. And I know that if you're going to survive what's happening to you, you need someone who isn't afraid of the darkness inside your spiritual core, because they helped create it. She moved closer to him. So yes, I'll be your anchor. And when you're strong enough to destroy the fracture court, I'll help you do it. And if I'm still part of their plan, well, at least I'll be part of your plan too, and yours is better. Shen Yao took her hand, and they made a compact there in the artificial sunset. Not a promise. Promises seemed too fragile for what they were undertaking, but an agreement. A mutual acknowledgement of the territory they were about to explore together. The hunger is going to make me want terrible things, Shen Yao said. It's going to make me want to consume your strength, drain your power, use you as fuel for my own advancement. When it does, you need to remind me of what I was before. Not who I was. I understand I can't go back to that. But what I valued. What I cared about before everything became about power. What do you value? Ren asked. Shen Yao considered the question seriously. Before the seventh awakening, he would have said, Sanfeng Vale. The disciples who depended on him. The power to protect the people he cared about. But those answers felt hollowed out now, infected by the new hunger in his spiritual core. Everything was justifiable in the name of protection. Everything was necessary for strength. I value the moment before the awakening, he said finally. When I wasn't sure if I could trust you, but I wanted to try anyway. When the path forward wasn't clear, but I was willing to walk it with you. When I was weaker than I am now, but I felt more like myself. Ren's eyes glistened. That's already the hunger talking. Nostalgia is a weapon it uses, a way to make you mourn what you're becoming so that you're less aware of the transformation happening. I know, Shen Yao replied. But it's true anyway. If I have to live with the hunger in my spiritual core, at least I can try to remember that I'm capable of valuing something besides power. They spent the next month in the archives, with Ren learning from the records and Shen Yao working to understand the specific mechanics of his seventh awakening. Shen provided access to the most comprehensive journals, and together, Shen Yao and Ren developed a detailed map of how the Nexus formation would progress over the coming years. The first year would be the critical one. The hunger would be manageable then, still easy to suppress through conscious effort. But as years passed, as his spiritual core grew more developed in its parasitic nature, suppression would become harder. By year 5 or 6, the hunger would be background noise, constant and insistent, something he'd be aware of every moment of his existence. By year 10, even if he managed to avoid the 8th awakening, the Nexus would be so thoroughly integrated into his consciousness that the distinction between Shen Yao and the hunger might become meaningless. So you have approximately 10 years to figure out either how to truly defeat the fracture court, or how to achieve some kind of permanent equilibrium with the hunger, Ren summarized. That's not a lot of time. It's more than most cultivators get when they're infected, Shen Yao replied. And we have advantages the executor didn't have. We know what we're fighting. We have the archives research. And we have each other. He paused, studying her. Assuming you stay with me. This isn't going to be easy, and I'm not going to be an easy person to be around. The hunger is going to make me paranoid. It's going to make me suspicious of your motives. It's going to try to turn you into a resource I can consume. I know, Ren said. But I've been trained to manipulate people. I know how to work with personalities that are fundamentally selfish and power-hungry. I know how to remind someone of their better nature without making them feel weak for having it. If anyone can be an anchor for someone becoming what you're becoming, it's me. She reached out and took his hand. Besides, I have something invested in keeping you human. Because if you lose yourself to the hunger, then I lose the only person who might understand what I am. The only person who might help me figure out if I'm real or built. Over the following weeks, they developed a system. Shen Yao would practice suppressing the hunger while Ren watched, observing the way the seventh awakening manifested in his behavior and physical responses. They worked with Chun to develop meditation techniques that would help him regulate the parasitic nexus. Ren also began training with him, not to fight the hunger, but to strengthen the other aspects of themselves that might counteract it. They worked on their connection, deliberately fostering moments of genuine intimacy and vulnerability that the hunger would eventually try to corrupt or suppress. It was hard, careful work, and Shen Yao could feel the hunger fighting against it the whole time, trying to turn even their bonding moments into strategic advantages. But having Ren there, aware of what was happening, able to call out when the hunger was taking over, made the struggle manageable. When they finally prepared to leave the archives, Shen Yao felt as ready as he could reasonably be for what was coming. He had the knowledge of those who'd come before him. He had someone to help anchor him. And he had a weapon, the understanding of the fracture court's methods. If he was careful, if he was disciplined, if he could maintain his humanity through sheer force of will and external support, he might be able to survive the next 10 years without becoming a tool of the court. And once he'd survived those 10 years, once he'd learned to live with the hunger without being consumed by it, then he could begin to develop a strategy for actually defeating the court itself. As they were leaving, Chun pressed something into Shen Yao's hands. It was a jade token, inscribed with the same broken court symbol that had appeared on the assassination squad's communication device. "This is a fracture court marker," Chen explained. "It was given to me by someone who escaped their operations 200 years ago. They told me that someday, someone would come who needed to understand their enemy at the deepest level. I've been waiting for you." "What does it do?" Shen Yao asked. "It allows you to call to the court," Chen replied, "to open communication channels directly with their operatives. In 10 years, when you've learned to truly live with the hunger, when you've strengthened yourself and your allies, you can use this to confront them not in hiding, but on a more equal footing." He paused. "Or you can use it sooner, if the hunger becomes unbearable. The court will listen to one of their own, even if that one has gone rogue. That might be the salvation you're looking for, to become part of them fully, rather than resist. The hunger will make that option increasingly attractive." "And why would you give me that option?" Shen Yao asked suspiciously. "Because true freedom requires genuine choice," Chen replied. "And because I've learned, over 200 years of watching cultivators try to resist their nature, that resistance without the option of surrender often becomes its own prison. You need to know that surrender is possible, so that the choice to continue resisting means something real." Shen Yao took the token and felt its weight in his palm. It was heavier than it should have been, weighted with the accumulated significance of the decision it represented. "Thank you," he said finally, "for showing me the path, even if it's not one I want to walk." "You have 10 years," Chen replied. "Use them well." Chapter 68. The consolidation return to Sanfeng Vale was strange. The disciples saw a soul formation master where Shen Yao had been before, and they responded with greater reverence and increased fear. The disciples who'd been appointed to lead in his absence had done adequate work, but they visibly relaxed when Shen Yao's presence confirmed that the sect would continue to be guided by its founder. The first thing Shen Yao did was implement the suppression techniques Chun had taught him. He spent 6 hours a day in meditation, building mental walls around the parasitic nexus in his spiritual core, learning to separate the hunger from his conscious will. The work was exhausting and never-ending. The walls had to be reinforced constantly, or the hunger would erode them. Ren took on the role of visible second-in-command, appearing alongside Shen Yao at public functions and helping to govern the sect's day-to-day operations. But her real role was subtler. She was the constant reminder that Shen Yao was more than just power. Whenever the hunger grew too loud, whenever Shen Yao found himself thinking strategically about which disciples he could consume to strengthen his cultivation, Ren would appear with a quiet comment or gesture that would drag his focus back to the human elements of what he was governing. "You're thinking about accelerating the advancement of the junior disciples," she said one evening, 3 months after their return. They were in Shen Yao's private chambers. "You're planning to have them undertake trials that are too advanced. Half of them would likely die or become crippled. It would strengthen the sect," Shen Yao said defensively. "The disciples who survive would become significantly more capable." "Yes," Ren agreed. "And the disciples who don't survive would have their families destroyed by grief. And the ones who become crippled would lose their purpose. That's the cost of your plan. Does strengthening the sect justify that cost?" Shen Yao felt the hunger's answer rising in his throat. Yes, of course it did. Individual sacrifices were necessary for larger goods. But Ren was watching him, waiting for the actual answer. The one that came from the part of him that remembered valuing people as individuals rather than resources. "No," he said finally. "It doesn't. I'll design the trials differently. Harder, but not suicidally hard. The disciples can advance without being disposable." "Thank you," Ren said simply. This pattern repeated itself over the next months. The hunger would push Shen Yao toward increasingly ruthless decisions, and Ren would intervene. Not harshly, not with accusation, but with simple facts that the hunger wanted to ignore. And Shen Yao would make the harder choice, the one that treated people as people rather than resources. It was exhausting work. Every decision took longer because it required holding multiple perspectives simultaneously. But Shen Yao began to understand what the Spiral Path's executor had meant about integrating the hunger into one's identity rather than fighting it directly. He couldn't eliminate the hunger, but he could learn to make decisions despite it, could choose compassion even as the hunger screamed that it was inefficient, could build a leadership style that operated at odds with the Nexus's demands. 6 months into his return, Shen Yao began to receive communications from other cultivators. The display of soul formation power had attracted attention, and several nearby sects wanted to establish trade relationships, exchange cultivation techniques, or form defensive alliances. Most importantly, he received a message from the Chung sect, asking if he would be willing to attend their annual gathering. The Chung sect had been one of the major powers displaced during the period when the Fracture Court had been engineering political chaos 200 years earlier. They were still recovering, and they were interested in understanding the new power that had emerged in their region. Shen Yao considered the invitation carefully. It was an opportunity to expand his network, to understand more about the political structure of the cultivation world. But it was also a risk. He was still learning to manage the hunger, and being in proximity to other powerful cultivators might trigger instincts he wasn't ready to face. "You should go," Rin said when he consulted her. "You can't hide here forever. Eventually, you need to learn to function around other people who are powerful, who might be threats, who might offer opportunities." "The hunger will want to assess them," Shen Yao said. "It will want to determine if I can consume them, if their power would be worth the effort of acquisition." "Yes," Rin agreed. "But you can learn to assess without acting. To think strategically without assuming predation is the answer. That's part of surviving with the hunger, learning to want things without taking them." She was right, and Shen Yao knew it. So he accepted the invitation. The Chung sect's gathering was held on neutral ground, a large estate in the central provinces that was nominally independent but had connections to all the major sections. Several hundred cultivators attended, from low-level disciples to several nascent soul masters, and 2 cultivators approaching soul formation advancement. Shen Yao arrived with minimal escort, wanting to emphasize that he came for dialogue rather than display of power. Rin accompanied him, maintaining her role as second-in-command and practical advisor. The gathering lasted 3 days. Shen Yao found himself the subject of intense interest. Cultivators wanted to understand his sudden advancement to soul formation, wanted to hear about his sect, wanted to assess whether Sanfeng Vale was a threat or a potential ally. Throughout the gathering, Shen Yao was acutely aware of the hunger operating in the background of his consciousness. It cataloged each cultivator's power level, assessed their potential usefulness, calculated whether acquiring their bloodlines would be beneficial. It whispered constantly about alliances with those who could provide value and elimination of those who represented threats. And Shen Yao, with Ren's help and with the suppression techniques Chun had taught him, made decisions that didn't follow those whispers. He formed alliances based on compatible values rather than raw power calculations. He declined opportunities to absorb disciples or steal techniques, even when it would have been strategically advantageous. He built relationships based on mutual benefit rather than extraction. It was excruciating work. By the end of the gathering, Shen Yao was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with spiritual power and everything to do with the constant effort of overriding his own instincts. On the final evening, a cultivator approached him, a nascent soul master named Qin Shan, representing the prestigious Long Jade Sect. Qin Shan was studying Shen Yao with unusual intensity. "I've been watching you all gathering," Qin Shan said without preamble, "and I noticed that you constantly refuse advantages that any reasonable cultivator would accept. You turn down disciples who want to join your sect if you sense they're unstable. You refuse information about rivals that could be used against them. You decline to form political alliances that would strengthen your position significantly. Is there a question?" Shen Yao asked carefully. "Yes," Qin Shan replied. "Are you following some kind of spiritual principle I'm not aware of? Or are you simply weak and trying to hide it through the appearance of moral superiority?" The hunger surged in response to the challenge. It wanted to display power, to prove that Shen Yao was more than capable of accepting those advantages. It wanted to make Qin Shan regret the implication that Shen Yao was less than optimal in his decision-making. Shen Yao felt Ren's hand brush his arm, a small gesture of support. "Neither," Shen Yao said finally. "I'm recovering from something." something that wanted to turn every relationship into a resource extraction, every decision into a power calculation. I'm learning to govern differently than my natural instincts are pushing me toward. If that looks like weakness or moral philosophy, it's actually just discipline. To Shen Yao's surprise, Qin Shan nodded slowly. I thought perhaps it might be that. I've encountered cultivators with similar restraint before. They were always those who'd encountered the fracture court's operations directly. He paused, his expression becoming more serious. If you're fighting them, you should know that you're not alone. Several sects have been systematically targeted and undermined by their manipulation. We've started a loose coalition to share information about their activities. If Sanfeng Vale wanted to join that coalition, we would welcome you. Shen Yao felt something inside him settle slightly. The hunger still whispered about advantages and calculations, but there was something else now. The possibility that he didn't have to fight the fracture court alone. That there were others who understood the nature of the enemy and had decided to stand against them. Tell me more, Shen Yao said. Chapter 69. The Gathering Storm. Over the next year, Shen Yao became more involved with the loose coalition of sects that opposed fracture court operations. The coalition was small, maybe 6 major sects and a dozen smaller ones, each of them targeted at different points in their histories by the court's engineered betrayals. Each had lost members to the court's operations or had seen their internal structure damaged by deliberate manipulation. The coalition's goal wasn't to attack the fracture court directly. None of them were strong enough for that yet. Instead, they shared information about the court's operatives, trained their disciples to recognize signs of compromise, and worked to liberate cultivators who'd been trapped in the court's networks. Shen Yao found that his knowledge from the archives, combined with Ren's first-hand understanding of the court's methods, made him an invaluable resource to the coalition. Together, they could identify which cult cells were likely to become compromised, could predict which manipulations were likely to manifest, could train other cultivators to resist the hunger that came with the Seventh Awakening. But the hunger in his own spiritual core didn't slow down. Year 2 of his awakening brought new challenges. The suppression techniques that had worked in Year 1 became less effective as the Nexus grew more sophisticated. He had to develop new meditation approaches, new ways of compartmentalizing the parasitic aspects of his power. There were moments when he lost control, a careless disciple questioning his authority, and Shen Yao found himself wanting to crush their spirit entirely, to break their will and make them utterly subservient. It took Ren's intervention, a subtle redirection, a reminder of who the disciple actually was and what role they actually played in the sect, to prevent catastrophe. There were nights when Shen Yao woke from meditative trances to find he'd been planning elaborate schemes to absorb the power of allied sects, carefully calculated methods to acquire cultivators whose bloodlines would strengthen his nexus formation. It's getting worse, he said to Ren one evening. They were alone in his chambers, 2 years into his 7th awakening. The hunger is becoming more sophisticated. It's not just obvious temptation anymore. It's starting to feel like reasonable strategic planning. That's expected, Ren replied. The court trains operatives for over a decade, and by that point, the hunger is so integrated into their thinking that they can't distinguish between the Nexus's desires and their own. You're lucky. You're fighting the integration consciously. Most operatives just surrender to it gradually, without even noticing the surrender happening. She was right, but it didn't make the struggle easier. Each day, Shen Yao had to make conscious choices that his spiritually optimized instincts wanted to reject. Each day was a battle against himself. 3 years in, Shen Yao reached a critical point. The hunger had grown sophisticated enough that suppression alone wasn't going to work much longer. He was going to need either a breakthrough in managing the Nexus, or he was going to start needing to feed it somehow. The archive's records had warned about this point. The executor had written about Year 3 as the critical juncture, the moment when the cultivator either found a way to exist in real equilibrium with the hunger or started down the path of gradual consumption. Shen Yao gathered together a group of allies he trusted, Ren, Qin Shan from the Long Jade Sect, and 2 other nascent soul masters from allied sections. Together, they worked on a new approach to managing the Nexus. Instead of trying to suppress the hunger or hide from it, they would work on redirecting it. The parasitic Nexus wanted spiritual essence, but what if instead of targeting individual cultivators, it was fed with ambient spiritual energy that was freely given or carefully cultivated? The idea came from Ren, actually. She'd been studying the Fracture Court's operational methods more deeply and noticed that while operatives consumed bloodlines and cultivators to strengthen themselves, the court also maintained extensive networks of spiritual cultivation grounds, places where spiritual energy naturally concentrated and could be harvested non-destructively. What if you cultivated a similar network? Rin suggested. Not fed by consumption, but by collaboration. Create spiritual sites where multiple cultivators could gather and meditate together. The spiritual energy generated by that collective meditation could feed your nexus without requiring you to harm anyone. It was risky. It would require revealing to others that Shen Yao had a seventh awakening problem. It would require allowing cultivators to understand what he was becoming. But the alternative was letting the hunger drive him toward predatory behavior, toward becoming exactly what the court had intended. We could make it a sect project, Qinshan suggested. A collective spiritual cultivation ground that benefits everyone. You wouldn't have to hide what you are, and the other cultivators would benefit from the arrangement because they'd grow stronger faster in an area with concentrated spiritual energy. So Shen Yao made his first truly public admission of what was happening to him. He called a formal gathering of the Alliance and explained his situation with complete honesty. The seventh awakening, the Nexus formation, the hunger that was slowly consuming his consciousness. The response was mixed. Some cultivators wanted to distance themselves from someone carrying such a profound infection. Others were intrigued, seeing Shen Yao as proof that the seventh awakening wasn't a death sentence, that a cultivator could be public about their condition and still maintain some degree of control. But most importantly, several agreed to help implement the spiritual cultivation ground. Over the next year, Sanfeng Vale transformed into not just a sect, but a collaborative meditation center. Cultivators from allied sects came to the Vale, participated in group meditation, and allowed their spiritual energy to flow into the ambient environment. The effect on Shen Yao's hunger was immediate. For the first time since his seventh awakening, the Nexus felt somewhat satisfied. It still whispered about consumption, still suggested predatory strategies, but the desperation behind those whispers began to ease. "You're finding equilibrium," Ren observed, watching him during one of the group meditation sessions. Not suppression, but real balance. The hunger is being fed, but not in a way that requires you to become what the court intended. "It won't last forever," Shen Yao replied. "The archive's records show that equilibrium always eventually breaks down. The hunger adapts, finds new ways to push for consumption. But this might give me enough breathing room to actually develop a long-term strategy." "For what?" Ren asked. "For how to use everything I'm learning about the Fracture Court against them," Shen Yao said quietly. "I have an anchor keeping me human. I have allies helping me resist. I have the archive's knowledge of their methods. And I have this." He pulled out the Jade token Chun had given him. A way to contact them directly. He looked at Ren seriously. "In about 7 more years, when I've fully adapted to living with the hunger, when I've built enough strength and understanding, I'm going to use that token. And I'm going to force a confrontation with the Fracture Court directly. And I'm going to destroy them." Ren took the Jade token from his hand and studied it. "They're going to try to turn you, to convince you that joining them is easier than fighting them. They're going to offer you power, immortality, transcendence." "I know," Shen Yao replied. "But I have you. As long as you're there to remind me that I'm more than just hunger and power, I won't surrender to them. I won't become what they're trying to make me." Ren nodded slowly. "Then I'll be there. I was trained by them to destroy you. I betrayed their plan when I saved you instead. And I'm going to help you dismantle everything they've built. That's the only redemption available to me." They looked out together at the cultivators meditating in Sanfeng Vale's central courtyard, spiritual energy flowing through and around them in visible currents of light. 7 years ahead was unimaginably distant. But for the first time, Shen Yao could envision a future where he actually won, where he destroyed the Fracture Court and survived the process with his humanity still intact. It would require everything he had, but he had 7 years to prepare and an anchor to keep him grounded, and allies who understood what he was fighting. The 4th chapter of his life was becoming the story of resistance, and he had no intention of losing. Chapter 70, the prelude. By year 5 of his 7th awakening, Shen Yao had achieved something no other cultivator in the archive's records had managed. He'd created a working equilibrium with the parasitic nexus that was fundamentally sustainable. The hunger still existed, it would always exist, but it was being fed in a way that didn't require predation. Ren remained constantly at his side, a living reminder of his original nature and his original values. The collaborative meditation ground had expanded significantly. Cultivators from several provinces now came regularly to Sanfeng Vale, seeking to meditate in the area of concentrated spiritual energy. The nexus inside Shen Yao fed on their collective presence like a plant feeds on sunlight, present and necessary for growth, but not predatory or extractive. The alliance against the Fracture Court had also grown and solidified. What had started as a loose coalition of 6 sects had become an organized network of 12 major sects and over 30 smaller organizations. They maintained intelligence networks, shared information about the court's operatives, and worked proactively to remove Fracture Court plants from within their organizations. Shen Yao had become the de facto leader of this alliance, not through force or manipulation, but through the respect his resistance had earned. He was a living proof that the Fracture Court wasn't invincible, that a 7th awakening didn't necessarily mean the end of autonomy. But as Year 5 turned into Year 6, something shifted. The information coming through the Alliance's networks became more fragmented. Operatives were disappearing from their usual positions. Fracture Court activities were becoming less predictable, and there was growing evidence of significant meetings among the court's highest leadership, the composite beings created from stolen bloodlines, the true immortal cultivators who directed everything. Shen Yao brought this to the attention of his inner council, Run, Qin Shan, and a handful of other allied sect leaders who he trusted completely. They're consolidating, Qin Shan assessed, pulling resources inward. This could mean several things. Either they're preparing for something major, or they're finally becoming aware of our organized opposition and are taking it seriously. Or they're gathering for another reason entirely, said Master Lin of the Chrysalis Sect, a nascent soul cultivator who'd lost his entire family to Fracture Court manipulations 50 years earlier. Maybe they're accelerating their harvesting, creating a new generation of operatives faster than usual. All possible, Shen Yao said. But there's something else. I've received messages from 3 different cultivators who claim to have knowledge of Fracture Court activity in remote areas. They're asking for my assistance with liberation efforts. The messages are eerily similar, and they arrived within days of each other despite coming from completely different sources. Ren's expression hardened. They're trying to get you to move, to draw you away from your base of power. Possibly, Shen Yao replied. Or they're trying to force me to act before I'm ready. I had a plan to develop for 2 more years before confronting the court directly. If I move now, then you do it with less preparation, Qin Shan finished. But you also disrupt whatever they're planning in the present. Either way, they're trying to force your hand. Shen Yao considered carefully. The hungry part of him, which was still a constant presence in his consciousness, wanted to act immediately. It wanted to move against the Fracture Court now, to test itself against the composite beings, to see if he was strong enough to challenge them. The part of him that Ren had anchored to his original nature wanted to wait, to remain patient, to stick to the long-term plan that had always been to fully master his 7th awakening before confronting the source of it. What do you think? He asked Ren directly. I think they want you off balance, Ren replied. And I think the smart move is to remain patient. You're not ready yet. The hunger is stable now, but it's not fully integrated. In another year, you could reach a point where the nexus is part of your identity completely, where you could walk into a Fracture Court stronghold and not have to spend constant energy suppressing the parasitic instincts. But Shen Yao was noticing something else. The messages were coming with increased frequency. More cultivators claiming to have Fracture Court prisoners, asking for rescue. And underneath the messages, a pattern was beginning to emerge. They're not trying to get me to move, he said slowly. They're showing me how many people are trapped. How many cultivators have been harvested, imprisoned, or transformed into something less than human. They're showing me proof that the Fracture Court's operations are continuing on a larger scale than I realized. He pulled out the communications and showed them to the council. Each message contained descriptions of specific imprisoned cultivators, their conditions, their potential for liberation. The accounts were detailed and specific enough to be verifiable. It's a moral argument, Master Lin said quietly. They're using the suffering of others to force you to act before you're ready. But the suffering is real, Shen Yao replied. even if it's being weaponized against me. Even if it's part of their strategy to get me to move before I'm prepared, the cultivators they're describing are actually imprisoned. Actual people are actually suffering while I wait for optimal conditions. He looked at Ren. What if the smart move and the moral move are different? Ren met his gaze steadily. Then you choose whichever you can live with. And I'll support that choice. The council debated late into the night. Some argued for patience, for sticking to the original timeline. Others argued that the information about imprisoned cultivators couldn't be ignored, that moral obligation required immediate action regardless of strategic disadvantage. In the end, Shen Yao made his decision. He would move sooner than planned, but not immediately. He would spend the next month organizing his resources, training his cultivators, and gathering intelligence on where the imprisoned cultivators were being held. And then, at the beginning of year 7 of his awakening, he would use the Jade token to contact the Fracture Court directly and demand a confrontation. It wasn't optimal from a strategic perspective, but it was optimal from the perspective of someone who'd chosen to remain human, rather than wait for the hunger to consume him entirely. Send messages back to all 3 sources, he told Ren. Tell them to tell the Fracture Court that Shen Yao is coming. Tell them to prepare. And tell them that I'm bringing an accounting for every cultivator they've harvested. Over the next month, Sandfeng Vale transformed into something between a military installation and a monastery. Disciples trained with renewed intensity. The collaborative meditation sessions took on a different character, focusing on energy efficiency and combat readiness rather than purely spiritual growth. Allied sects sent their strongest cultivators to form a council of war. On the evening before he was going to use the Jade token, Shen Yao found himself in the gardens with Ren, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of crimson and gold. Are you afraid? Ren asked quietly. Terrified, Shen Yao admitted. The hunger is screaming that I'm not ready, that I should wait another year. But I'm also tired of waiting. Tired of the constant negotiation with myself about what I'm becoming. If I have to confront the Fracture Court to get some kind of closure, some kind of real resolution, then I'm ready to do it. Maybe not optimally ready, but ready. He took her hand. And I couldn't do this without you. I want you to know that. Whatever happens next, you saved me from becoming the thing they wanted. Whether I survive the confrontation or not, that matters. Ren squeezed his hand gently. You're going to survive. You're going to walk into the Fracture Court's stronghold, and you're going to destroy them. And then you're going to come back here, and we're going to figure out who you are without the hunger dominating your consciousness every moment. That's the story that's going to be written. You sound very confident, Shen Yao said. I was trained by them, Ren replied. I know how they think. And I know that what you've become, through resistance and anchoring and the deliberate choice to remain human despite the hunger, is something they never anticipated. They built a system to create composite beings and predatory cultivators. They never planned for someone who would fight to be whole. As night fell, Shen Yao took the Jade token and held it before him. Tomorrow, he would break his long silence. Tomorrow, he would contact the Fracture Court and declare himself their enemy openly. Tomorrow, the final phase of this story would begin. But for tonight, he rested, with Ren beside him, knowing that whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. The consolidation was complete. The resistance was ready. And the time for hiding, for suppressing, for carefully managing equilibrium was ending. The time for confrontation had arrived. Chapter 71. The Jade token awakens. Shen Yao held the Jade token before him and felt the full weight of the decision he was about to make. For 6 years, he'd carried this object as a symbol of the choice he could make. Surrender to the Fracture Court fully, or resist and fight them. Now, finally, he was choosing the third option that Shen had mentioned, confrontation on conscious terms. He pressed his spiritual force into the Jade token, and it ignited with a strange light that wasn't quite physical, existing in the spaces between normal vision and spiritual perception. The light spread outward in waves, carrying a message to anyone who was attuned to receive it. To the Fracture Court, I am Shen Yao. I carry the 7th awakening and have achieved soul formation cultivation. I have lived in equilibrium with the hunger that you engineered, resisting the corruption you intended. I am challenging you to direct confrontation. Come to Sandfeng Vale at the time of the new moon if you wish to face me. Or, if you lack the courage, send your composite operatives. Either way, I am declaring myself your enemy. The message pulsed through the Jade token and into the vast network of fracture court communications that existed across the known world. It would reach them, and once it reached them, there was no more hiding, no more preparation in secret. Ren, watching from across the room, simply nodded. Well, you've committed yourself now. Any regrets? Shen Yao asked. None, Ren replied. Although I expect the court's response will be here within 3 days. They don't like being challenged openly. They'll want to respond quickly, decisively, to show that they're in control. She was almost exactly right. The response came after 2.5 days, manifesting in the arrival of a single messenger, a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage, carrying a sealed jade communication that bore the broken court symbol. The message was simple and directly addressed. Shen Yao of Sanfeng Vale. Your defiance has been noted. We accept your challenge, but not on your terms. Come to the Fracture Court's primary stronghold in the Northern Wastes. Bring no more than one companion. If you decline, we will begin dismantling Sanfeng Vale piece by piece, starting with the disciples. It was a threat designed to force his hand. And it worked, because refusing would mean condemning the people he'd built his sect around to systematic destruction. It's an ambush, Qin Shan said immediately when Shen Yao shared the message with his council. They're isolating you from your power base, forcing you into unfamiliar territory, probably surrounding you with operatives the moment you arrive. Almost certainly, Shen Yao agreed. But what's the alternative? If I refuse, they destroy Sanfeng Vale to prove they mean business, and then they come after me anyway. Except now my disciples are scattered and defenseless. You could evacuate the disciples, Master Lin suggested. Scatter them across allied sects before you go. That way, even if the court destroys the physical structure of Sanfeng Vale, you've preserved the people. Shen Yao considered it. It was strategically sound, but it would also mean abandoning the collaborative meditation ground, the spiritual cultivation center that was helping him maintain equilibrium with the hunger. Do it, he said finally. We evacuate the disciples over the next week. Disperse them among allied sects for protection. And I'll prepare for the journey to the Northern Wastes. You're going to go, Rin said. It wasn't a question. Yes, and you're coming with me. You were specified as my one companion. Over the next week, Sanfeng Vale became a place of frenetic activity. Disciples were organized into groups and sent to safe houses within allied sect territories. Resources were distributed, records were archived in multiple locations, and the leadership structure of the Vale was deliberately dismantled to prevent the court from having any single point of leverage. The collaborative meditation grounds functions were transferred to several other locations, preventing the loss of the spiritual resource that was helping to feed Shen Yao's nexus. It was a slow process, but by the time it was complete, Sanfeng Vale had transformed from a thriving sect into something closer to a shell. They'll destroy it, Master Lin said, surveying the empty buildings. Once you're gone, they'll torch it to prove they can. Let them, Shen Yao replied. Buildings can be rebuilt. Disciples can find new homes. But if we lose our autonomy, if we become tools of the Fracture Court, we're destroyed in a way that no amount of rebuilding can repair. On the morning of his departure, the entire remaining council gathered to see him off. Qin Shan pulled him aside for a final conversation. If you don't come back, Qin Shan said quietly, the alliance will hold. We'll continue to resist, and we'll work toward the goal of dismantling the court from the outside. But we'd prefer it if you came back alive. Do your best, Shen Yao said. Whether I survive or not, the work continues. That's what makes it a true resistance. It doesn't depend entirely on one person. Then Shen Yao and Rin set out northward, toward the Northern Wastes, and whatever confrontation awaited them there. They traveled openly, making no effort to hide their route or purpose. Shen Yao wanted the Fracture Court to know exactly when they were arriving. Ambush was inevitable, but at least this way, the ambush would be on more equal footing. The Northern Wastes were desolate and cold, broken landscapes where spiritual energy gathered in strange concentrations and normal navigation became difficult. Shen Yao had never been there before, but Ren moved through the terrain with an eerie familiarity. I trained here, she said quietly, pointing out landmarks. In the underground complexes. This is where they taught me to be a tool, to see people as resources, to prioritize the mission above all else. She paused at the top of a ridge, looking down into a valley where strange lights flickered in the distance. And there, That's their stronghold. The primary facility where they conduct their experiments, harvest bloodlines, and construct the composite beings. The stronghold appeared to be built partially underground, carved into the mountains themselves. Visible structures rose from the stone, but they were just the surface manifestation of a far larger complex that extended deep into the earth. The lights were visible through crystalline stone that had been shaped specifically to channel spiritual energy. How many operatives are stationed there? Shen Yao asked. Last I knew, approximately 300 cultivators, Ren replied. About 50 of them are composite operatives, the ones created from stolen bloodlines. The rest are normal cultivators who've chosen to work for the court, either for the power they're promised or because they've been compromised somehow. Shen Yao assessed the numbers. 300 was manageable if he used his soul formation power effectively. The 50 composites were more concerning. They had multiple awakened bloodlines integrated into single entities, giving them capabilities that went beyond normal nascent soul cultivation. But he didn't have to defeat all 300. He just had to survive long enough to reach the center of the stronghold and force a confrontation with the court's highest leadership. That was the key to all of this, not destroying the entire organization, but breaking the command structure and forcing the top-level decision-makers to account for what they'd done. Let's go, he said to Ren. They descended the ridge and approached the stronghold directly. No attempt at stealth, no effort at infiltration. Just a soul formation cultivator and his companion, walking openly toward the gates of the Fracture Court's primary fortress. The guards at the outer gates didn't try to stop them. They simply opened and allowed them passage, a gesture that made clear the trap was already closed around them. Inside the stronghold, the reality of the Fracture Court's operation became visible. Rows of chambers where cultivators were being kept in various states of consciousness. Some were clearly being prepared for harvesting, their bodies intact, but their spirits shattered by repeated trauma. Others were being transformed, their bloodlines extracted and replaced by stolen essences. It was a factory of spiritual mutilation, and Shen Yao felt rage boil up from a place deeper than the hunger in his nexus. This was what the Fracture Court really was, beneath the philosophical justifications and the rhetoric about transcendence. It was a machine designed to break people and reassemble them as tools. They were led deeper into the stronghold, down corridors that glowed with transmitted spiritual energy. Rin walked beside Shen Yao, her expression grim but unsurprised. She'd known this place existed. She'd been trained within it. Finally, they reached the central chamber. It was vast, carved from a single piece of crystalline stone, and arrayed before them, sitting on throne-like structures, were 6 figures that made Shen Yao's spiritual sense scream in alarm. These were the composite beings, the true immortals of the Fracture Court. They appeared humanoid, but the accumulation of awakened bloodlines within them created a presence that was alien and overwhelming. Each one was a nexus of stolen power, layer upon layer of extracted essences woven into a single entity. Shen Yao, the central figure said, their voice layered with dozens of harmonics. We are pleased that you came. Your defiance has been noted and appreciated. Appreciated? Shen Yao asked coldly. Yes, because you have demonstrated exactly the growth trajectory we anticipated. Defiance, resistance, the development of personal anchors and moral philosophy. These are all necessary stages in the cultivation of a powerful operative. By the time you reach us, your resistance is already part of your identity. And when you join our collective, that resistance will make you far more valuable than those who simply surrendered. The hunger in Shen Yao's spiritual core stirred, and for a moment, the proposition almost made sense. The promise of joining something vast and eternal, of being part of an organization that spans centuries and could grant genuine immortality. The hunger wanted it desperately, and that was when Rin stepped forward and struck him, not physically, but spiritually. She laid her hand on his chest and sent a wave of pure emotion through the connection between them. Grief, love, the memory of the moment they'd chosen each other despite knowing they might both be lies constructed by the Fracture Court. The humanity of it cut through the hunger's whispers like a blade. No, Shen Yao said clearly. I'm not here to join you. I'm here to offer you a choice. Dismantle your organization. Release all the cultivators you've imprisoned. Restore what bloodlines you can to those you've harvested. And accept that the age of the Fracture Court is ending. The composite beings made sounds that might have been laughter. And if we decline? Then I destroy you, Shen Yao replied. I may not survive the process. Your powers are vast. But I have something you don't, allies. Friends. People who will carry on the work if I fall. I have an anchor that keeps me human. And I have 6 years of learning to live in equilibrium with power, which means I'm stronger than any of you individually, even if you're stronger than me collectively. He felt the hunger surge through his spiritual core, felt the nexus activate fully for the first time since his awakening. The composite being's power was immense, but Shen Yao had learned to channel the nexus not as a tool of consumption, but as an extension of his will. His soul formation power radiated outward like a star, filling the chamber with manifestation of his cultivation base. Let's see if that assessment is accurate, the central composite said. Chapter 72. The cracking of the fracture court. The first attack came so fast that Shen Yao barely had time to move. The central composite being exploded outward in a blur of motion, multiple forms emerging from what had appeared to be a single entity. The fracture court had been holding back their true power, maintaining the appearance of singular beings when they were actually multiple operatives able to coordinate with superhuman precision. Shen Yao defended, his soul formation power creating barriers of spiritual force that the composites crashed against like waves. Each impact sent shocks through the chamber, cracking the crystalline walls and causing the energy flows throughout the stronghold to destabilize. This was the true power of the fracture court. Not individual strength, but perfect coordination. The operatives moved like a single organism, attacking from multiple angles simultaneously, forcing Shen Yao to defend in all directions at once. His soul formation cultivation was at the absolute peak of his power, but he was still one person fighting what amounted to a coordinated multitude. Then Rin was there, moving through the gaps in the composite being's formation and attacking from unexpected angles. She was only nascent soul cultivation, nowhere near the power level of the beings she was fighting, but she had something they didn't: unpredictability. She'd been trained by the court, so she moved like they did. But she'd chosen to fight against them, so her actions were calibrated to disrupt their coordination. Every attack she made forced the composites to adjust their formation by a fraction of a second. And in those fractions, Shen Yao found openings. He began to push back, not trying to defeat the composites directly, but working to separate them, to break their coordination. The hunger in his nexus roared with the joy of finally having a clear opponent, finally having permission to unleash its full power. For the first time since his 7th awakening, Shen Yao stopped fighting the hunger and let it flow. He didn't try to suppress it or channel it. He just opened himself to the vast power of the nexus and allowed it to become an extension of his will. The result was terrifying. The composite beings shrieked as his power crashed into them like a tsunami. The crystalline chamber began to collapse as the spiritual energy became too intense for normal structures to contain. But even with the hunger fully unleashed, Shen Yao wasn't strong enough to destroy the composites. They were too well constructed, their essences too thoroughly integrated for anything short of catastrophic power to rupture. What he could do was drive them back. And as they retreated, trying to re-establish their coordination, Shen Yao felt something click into place in his understanding. The fracture court's strength was in their organization, their coordination, their ability to function as a unified entity across centuries. But that unified structure was also their fundamental weakness. Every one of these operatives was woven together from stolen essences, each essence retaining some fragment of its original identity. And if those fragments could be awakened, if those stolen bloodlines could be reminded of who they'd been before extraction, the composites would tear themselves apart from the inside. He changed his attack. Instead of trying to destroy the operatives, he began targeting the individual bloodlines within them. Every spiritual strike was calibrated to destabilize the connections holding the stolen essences in place. Every blast of power was designed not to kill, but to fragment. The composites realized what he was doing and tried to adapt. But they were locked into formations designed for external combat, not internal stabilization. And for the first time, they began to show signs of weakness. One of the 6 composite beings simply fractured, the stolen essences that had made up its form splintering into separate entities. The being collapsed, transforming into 3 separate cultivators who looked confused and traumatized, as if waking from a nightmare. They'd been harvested cultivators, their essences stolen and woven into the composite. And now, suddenly freed, they were themselves again. The other composites saw what had happened to their sibling and panicked. They stopped fighting and started trying to stabilize themselves, to reinforce their internal cohesion against Shen Yao's deliberate fragmentation attacks. And that was when the stronghold itself began to collapse. The damage Shen Yao and the composites had caused during their battle had compromised the fundamental structure of the facility. The crystalline walls that channeled spiritual energy were shattering. The chambers where the court conducted their harvesting operations were collapsing, and the entire underground complex was beginning to implode. "We have to get out," Ren shouted over the cacophony of destruction. Shen Yao grabbed her hand and launched himself upward, using his soul formation power to blast through the layers of stone and rock that separated them from the surface. Behind them, the stronghold was collapsing. The centuries of accumulated history and operations of the Fracture Court's primary facility crashing down into rubble. They erupted from the surface just as the final collapse occurred, a massive upheaval of stone and energy that sent shockwaves across the northern wastes. Shen Yao and Ren were thrown backward by the force, landing hard on the rocky ground. For a moment, there was only silence. Then Ren started laughing, not with joy, but with the slightly hysterical release of someone who'd survived something they didn't expect to survive. "Did we just destroy the Fracture Court's primary stronghold?" she asked between gasps. "We destroyed a facility," Shen Yao corrected, sitting up slowly. His body was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with physical effort and everything to do with the complete expenditure of his spiritual power. "But the court itself is still intact. There are other strongholds, other facilities, other composites." This was only the first step. But as Ren helped him to his feet, Shen Yao felt something shift in the hunger's presence within his nexus. For the first time, the hunger wasn't roaring for more power, more consumption, more growth. It was satisfied, sated almost. They'd hit the Fracture Court where it mattered, not militarily, but philosophically. They'd proven that the court was vulnerable, that their superior coordination could be overcome, that they weren't the inevitable force they'd always presented themselves as. Over the next hours, as Shen Yao recovered his strength, he became aware of cultivators emerging from the collapsed stronghold. Survivors. Harvested cultivators who were being freed by the destruction of the facility that had kept them imprisoned. Cultivators who'd been trained by the court, but were now standing without clear orders for the first time in years. Some came toward Shen Yao with hostility. Some came with confusion, asking what had happened. Some came seeking to thank him for the liberation, even though liberation had come at the cost of their lives. For the damaged cultivators, the ones whose essences had been partly consumed, death was the mercy that the collapse of the stronghold had provided. Shen Yao addressed them as best he could, though his voice was hoarse with exhaustion. "The Fracture Court has ruled this region for centuries. They've broken people and reassembled them as tools. Today, that system ended. I won't pretend this is victory. Too many people have died, too much harm has been done. But the tool of the Fracture Court is broken, and that matters." One of the cultivators, a woman who appeared to be in her 40s, though her age was hard to determine given the spiritual damage she carried, stepped forward. "What happens now?" "The court's satellite operations in the outer provinces are still active. Their composite beings are still being generated. This stronghold was destroyed, but the organization continues." "Now," Shen Yao replied, "we organize a true resistance. We liberate the other strongholds. We extract and restore the bloodlines they've stolen. And we create a new order in the cultivation world, one where bloodline awakening isn't a tool for control, but a path of genuine spiritual transformation." It sounded grandiose in a way Shen Yao found almost embarrassing, but the cultivators around him seemed to draw strength from it, and that was what mattered. Ren approached as the newly liberated cultivators were beginning to organize into groups for the journey out of the wastes. "That was incredible," she said quietly. "What you did with the hunger, turning it into a weapon of fragmentation rather than consumption. The court would never have anticipated that strategy. Neither did I, until I was in the moment," Shen Yao admitted. "I was desperate. I was facing operatives that were more coordinated and nearly as strong as me. And I realized that their coordination was also their vulnerability. If I could disrupt the coherence of the stolen essences that made them up, they would fall apart. He looked at Ren seriously. This is far from over. That was the primary facility, the headquarters of operations, but the fracture court extends much further than that. We've won a battle, not the war. I know, Ren replied. But we've also proven something important. We can win battles. And that changes everything about the nature of the conflict. They thought they were invincible. Now they know they're not. As they began the long journey back to Allied territory, Shen Yao felt the hunger settling into a new rhythm within his nexus. It would take time to truly process what had happened here. But for now, there was only the forward movement, the knowledge that the next phase of the resistance was beginning. The fracture court would respond. They would consolidate their remaining forces. They would probably accelerate their harvesting operations in the unaffected areas, trying to generate new composite operatives quickly. But they would be responding from a position of weakness now, not strength. And that was a strategic advantage that could be leveraged if Shen Yao and his allies were careful and deliberate in how they pursued the next confrontation. Chapter 73, The Network Awakens. News of the destruction of the Fracture Court's primary stronghold spread through the cultivation world faster than Shen Yao had anticipated. Within 2 weeks of the collapse, every major sect had received word that someone had attacked the legendary Invincible organization and succeeded in destroying a facility they'd held for centuries. The reaction was immediate and complex. Some sects saw it as an opportunity to move against Fracture Court operations in their own regions. Others were cautious, wanting to assess whether this was a temporary victory or a fundamental change in the balance of power. And a few, the ones that had been most thoroughly compromised by the court's operations, scrambled to hide evidence of their connection to the organization. Shen Yao returned to Sanfeng Vale to find it exactly as the court had promised, destroyed. The buildings had been torched, the gardens were trampled, and the collaborative meditation ground had been desecrated. But the disciples were safe, distributed across allied sections. And the actual heart of the organization, the people, the knowledge, the network of resistance, was intact. We need to move quickly, Qin Shan said at the emergency council meeting that convened the day Shen Yao arrived. The court's operatives are in disarray. They've lost contact with their primary command structure. In the next few weeks, before they can reorganize, we can liberate several of their secondary facilities. What about other strongholds similar to the primary one? Master Lin asked. There must be backup facilities, places where they prepare new operatives. At least 2 that we've identified from interrogating liberated cultivators, a representative from the Long Jade Sect reported. 1 in the southern mountains, 1 in the Western Ocean. There are possibly more that we haven't found yet. Shen Yao listened to the strategic discussion unfold. The coalition that had been built in opposition to the Fracture Court was now coming into its true power. What had been a defensive organization, seeking to help individuals resist the court's operations, was now transforming into an offensive force with a real chance of dismantling the centuries-old organization. But Shen Yao was aware of a danger that the others seemed to be overlooking. The Fracture Court had survived for centuries by being adaptable, by being willing to completely restructure their operations when circumstances forced it. They'd faced setbacks before, though perhaps none as catastrophic as the destruction of their primary stronghold. And they would respond not with panic, but with methodical restructuring. We need to consider that they're already planning their next move, Shen Yao said, interrupting the strategic planning. The stronghold is destroyed, yes. But the court's true strength isn't in any single facility. It's in their network of operatives, in the integrated bloodlines that make up the composite beings, in the philosophy that drives cultivators to choose power above all else. Destroying buildings won't defeat them. What would defeat them? Qin Shan asked quietly. Converting their operatives to our cause, Shen Yao replied. Finding the cultivators within the organization who are beginning to question their purpose. Offering them redemption, the way Rin found redemption when she chose to stand with me instead of the court. We have to make the Fracture Court not worth serving. It was a slower strategy than military conquest. But Shen Yao had learned from his years of living with the hunger that the slowest, most tedious approach was often the most effective against organizations built on power and control. So the resistance shifted its focus. Instead of simply attacking facilities and destroying resources, they began targeting individual Fracture Court operatives. Cultivators who'd been working for the court were approached with offers of asylum, offered the chance to walk away and be protected by the alliance rather than hunted by the court. Some refused. The hunger, once seated in a cultivator, was hard to resist. But others, those who'd been compromised, those who'd been forced into service, those who'd never fully believed in the court's philosophy, began to defect. Each defector brought with them operational knowledge. They revealed the locations of secondary facilities. They provided information about composite being construction. They explained the court's long-term plans for cultivating new generations of operatives. And slowly, methodically, the fracture court began to unravel. 6 months after the destruction of the primary stronghold, Shen Yao stood in the ruins of the first secondary facility, the one in the southern mountains. The complex was smaller than the primary stronghold, but it had been methodically dismantled rather than destroyed explosively. The cultivators working there had been extracted safely, the bloodlines being harvested had been identified and documented, and the spiritual energy conduits had been carefully shut down. It was cleaner than the first victory, and in a strange way, that made it more meaningful. The resistance wasn't just destroying the fracture court's capacity for violence. They were building something new, a structure of care and support for the cultivators who'd been damaged by the court's operations. A team of healers and spiritual experts had been assembled to work with the harvested cultivators, trying to restore as much function as possible to essences that had been partially consumed or damaged. It wasn't always successful, some damage was permanent. But the effort itself was revolutionary in the cultivation world, where power and accomplishment had always been valued above compassion. As Shen Yao walked through the healing chambers, he saw cultivators slowly recovering from decades of spiritual trauma. Some would never reach their former level of power. Some would never be able to cultivate again. But they were alive, and they were being treated as people rather than resources, and that was something the fracture court had never offered. Ren found him in one of the chambers, watching an elderly cultivator learn to walk again after being immobilized in a stasis chamber for over 40 years. "We have a message from the remaining composite beings," Ren said quietly. "They're offering to negotiate." This was the moment Shen Yao had been waiting for. With the primary stronghold destroyed and secondary facilities being dismantled, the fracture court's remaining operatives, the composite beings that were the true immortals of the organization, were finally in a position where they might consider surrender. "Tell them I'll hear their offer," Shen Yao said. "But they'll meet me here, in this healing chamber, surrounded by the people they've harmed. If they want my consideration, they need to understand what they've destroyed." 3 days later, the remaining composite beings arrived. There were only 4 of them now. The other 2 had been destroyed in the collapse of the primary stronghold, their stolen essences fragmenting beyond the point of coherent integration. They were diminished, their layered voices less numerous, their presence less overwhelming. "The fracture court offers dissolution," the central composite said. "In exchange for protection and integration into the broader cultivation community, we will cease all operations. We will restore what bloodlines we can. We will dismantle the remaining facilities. We will accept whatever justice your coalition deems appropriate for our centuries of crimes." It was a shock. Shen Yao had expected negotiation, perhaps even limited combat. But immediate surrender was unexpected. "Why?" he asked simply. "Because," the composite replied, and for the first time, Shen Yao heard something like genuine regret in their layered voice. "We have become aware that we were not transcending. We were consuming. And there is a profound difference between the two. We built an organization based on the premise that existence at the highest levels of power was worth any cost. But we have now learned, through the destruction of our primary facility and the liberation of the thousands we imprisoned, that some costs exceed any benefit." The composite being paused, and Shen Yao felt something shift in the spiritual energy around them. The composite was deliberately beginning the process of separating the stolen essences, beginning the long work of fragmenting themselves into individual components. "We do not ask for forgiveness," the composite continued. "What we ask for is the opportunity to undo what we did, to restore the bloodlines we stole, to return the cultivators we consumed to as close to their original state as is possible. It will take decades. We will be weaker than we have ever been, but we will do it if you will allow it." Shen Yao exchanged a look with Ren. She nodded slightly, trust, or at least, acknowledgement that this was the moment they'd been working toward. You will submit to custody, Shen Yao said finally. You will work under the supervision of the Resistance Coalition. You will direct all your knowledge and capability toward restoring what you've stolen and healing what you've broken. And you will accept whatever judgment we eventually render on your actions. Acceptable, the composite replied. And so, with an anticlimactic ease that Shen Yao would have never predicted, the Fracture Court's remaining leadership gave up. Chapter 74. The rebuilding. The months following the court's surrender were chaotic in ways that military victory never could have been. Dismantling an organization that had operated in secret for centuries meant uncovering layer upon layer of hidden operations, hidden bloodlines, hidden cultivators who'd been integrated so deeply into the court's network that they didn't even realize they were serving it. The coalition had to establish systems of accountability, structures for justice, frameworks for determining what had happened to each stolen bloodline and each harvested cultivator. It was bureaucratic work, tedious and slow, but it was necessary. Shen Yao found himself spending more time in administration than in cultivation. The hunger in his nexus, which had been satisfied by the destruction of the primary stronghold, began to grow restless again. But it was different now, less a drive toward consumption and more a whisper that he should be growing stronger, should be pursuing the Eighth Awakening, should be continuing to evolve beyond soul formation. He brought this concern to Rin one evening, after a particularly exhausting day of mediating between different resistance sects about how to distribute the resources they'd seized from the court. It's changing, he said. The hunger. It used to be a roar. Now it's more like a constant suggestion, a voice that sounds reasonable even when it's pushing me toward darkness. That's expected, Rin replied. The archive's records mentioned that as cultivators settle into their seventh awakening, the hunger becomes subtler, less overtly predatory, more philosophically seductive. It stops trying to make you a monster and starts trying to make you a god. So what do I do? Keep doing what you've been doing, Rin said. Stay anchored. Let the hunger exist without acting on it. And remember that you're not obligated to become stronger than you already are. The Eighth Awakening, the advancement beyond soul formation, that was always the court's goal for you. The final transformation that would turn you into something inhuman. You can choose to stop here, to remain at soul formation indefinitely, the way the Spiral Path's executor did. Shen Yao considered that. The idea of deliberately limiting his growth went against every instinct cultivators developed. There was always the next level, always the next advancement, always something more to achieve. But choosing to remain at soul formation would mean accepting the hunger as a permanent part of his existence without pursuing transcendence. I think I'm going to consult with the surviving executor of the Spiral Path, Shen Yao said finally. If they're still alive, if they survive this long, I want to understand how they maintain that equilibrium without going insane. It took 3 months to locate the executor. The old cultivator had left the archives centuries ago and had been living in isolation in the eastern provinces, deliberately cutting themselves off from the cultivation world. But they agreed to meet with Shen Yao, curious to see what the younger cultivator who destroyed the Fracture Court might want from them. The executor lived in a small house built into the side of a mountain, surrounded by extensive gardens that were clearly maintained with precise control. The cultivator who answered the door was ancient, their face deeply lined, their movements slow. But their eyes were clear and present in a way that suggested genuine consciousness, genuine selfhood still firmly in place after 247 years of living with the Seventh Awakening. You want to know if it's worth it, the executor said without preamble. Whether the suppression, the endless rejection of the hunger's whispers, the deliberate limitation of growth, whether it's worth the sacrifice. Yes, Shen Yao replied. The executor led him into the house and served tea. The beverage was simple, unadorned, but the care with which it was prepared suggested a ritual, a deliberate slowing of moment, a focus on the present rather than the infinite possibilities of power that the hunger always suggested. Every day, I am tempted, the executor said finally. Every day, I feel the hunger pointing out ways I could grow stronger, ways I could overcome my limitations, ways I could transform into something greater than I am. And every day, I choose not to. I choose instead to tend my garden, to maintain these specific plants, to read the same books I have read many times. I choose repetition and limitation and finiteness. The executor paused, studying Shen Yao intently. And every day, I am grateful for that choice. Because being finite means I can care about specific things. Being limited means I can love people without calculating their resource value. Being deliberately weak means I can value myself as myself, not as a potential composite being awaiting assembly. Don't you regret what you might have become? Shen Yao asked. Intensely, the executor replied. I spent the first 50 years of my limitation grieving for the power I would never access, the advancements I would never achieve, the transcendence I was deliberately refusing. But eventually, I realized that the grieving was the hunger talking. The regret was the hunger whispering that I'd made a mistake. And once I understood that, I could begin to build something the hunger couldn't touch, contentment with myself as I was. They talked for 3 days. The executor explained the disciplines they'd developed, the meditation techniques they used, the specific practices that helped maintain consciousness and identity against the constant assault of the Nexus's hunger. And Shen Yao slowly began to understand that what looked like defeat from the perspective of the cultivation world, a soul formation master deliberately stopping their advancement, was actually a profound victory from the perspective of anyone who valued autonomy and selfhood. I will not reach immortality the way the fracture court promised, the executor said. I will eventually die, but I will do so as myself, not as a repository for hundreds of stolen essences. And that has come to feel like a better bargain. When Shen Yao left the executor's home, he had made a decision. He was not going to pursue the Eighth Awakening. He was not going to push beyond soul formation. He was going to accept the hunger as a permanent presence and learn to build meaning in a life where growth was deliberately limited. It felt like failure. But as he traveled back toward the centers of the Resistance's operations, toward the work of dismantling and rebuilding that was still ongoing, he began to understand that it actually felt like freedom. Chapter 75. The New Order. By year 7 of Shen Yao's awakening, the transformation of the cultivation world was complete enough to see its shape. The Fracture Court, once a shadowy organization spanning centuries, was broken. Its remaining operatives were working under supervision, slowly restoring bloodlines and healing the damage they'd inflicted. The Resistance Coalition had transformed into a formal structure, the Cultivation Assembly, designed to prevent any single organization from ever again achieving the kind of absolute power the court had held. The Assembly established several key principles. Bloodline awakening would be treated as a process of genuine transformation, not manipulation. Cultivators would be educated about the nature of the Seventh Awakening, warned about the hunger, and provided with resources for maintaining autonomy. Large organizations would be limited in size and power to prevent consolidation. And most radically, cultivators would be allowed, even encouraged, to choose their own limitation, to deliberately restrict their growth if they valued other things above power. Shen Yao served as the Assembly's initial leader, a position he'd accepted reluctantly and was already planning to transition away from. His work was largely done. What remained was administrative, and there were others better suited to the endless negotiations and political maneuvering that running the assembly required. Sanfeng Vale was rebuilt, not as it had been. That would have been a denial of how fundamentally the world had changed, but as a meditation center and healing sanctuary. Cultivators who'd been damaged by the Fracture Court's operations came there to recover, to relearn how to exist in their own bodies, to slowly reconstruct their sense of self. Ren had taken over the day-to-day management of the Veil, and she was remarkably good at it, applying the survival skills and manipulation techniques she'd learned from the court to the work of helping people heal. On the anniversary of the destruction of the primary stronghold, Shen Yao stood alone in the gardens of Sanfeng Vale, watching the sun set across the valley. He was no longer the ambitious cultivator who'd first awakened his betrayal bloodline. That person was 7 years dead, replaced through layers of transformation and awakening into something new. The hunger was still there, it would always be there. But it had become integrated enough into his consciousness that he rarely heard it as a separate voice anymore. Instead, it was part of him, like an old wound that had healed but left a scar that would never fully fade. Ren found him, as she always did when he was in contemplative moods. She'd become adept at reading his silences, at understanding what he needed without having to ask. "Are you content?" she asked simply. Shen Yao considered the question seriously. Content was not a word that had ever been part of his vocabulary before the Seventh Awakening. But now, understanding that he'd deliberately chosen limitation, that he was no longer pursuing infinite growth, that he'd built something that would outlast him precisely because it didn't depend entirely on his power. Yes, content seemed like an appropriate description. I am, he replied finally. Are you? Mostly, Rin said. I still don't know if I'm real or if everything I feel is programmed by the fracture court. But I've made peace with not knowing. I've decided that intent matters more than origin. Whether I was built to save you or whether I chose to save you. The fact is that I did save you. And that matters. She sat down beside him, and they watched the sunset in comfortable silence. 7 years of betrayal, transformation, and resistance. 7 years of learning to live with hunger while remaining human. 7 years of watching an organization that had seemed invincible crumble under the weight of its own contradictions. What happens next? Ren asked after a long silence. I stepped down from the assembly, Shen Yao replied. I recommend Qinshan or Master Lin to replace me. And then I focus on what I should have been focusing on all along. Teaching. There are going to be millions of cultivators who experience the 7th awakening in the coming centuries. They're going to need guidance, support, and the knowledge that resistance is possible. I can provide that. So you're going to spend the rest of your life helping people learn to live with the hunger the way you did? Ren asked. She sounded amused. Yes, Shen Yao replied. It's not as glamorous as pursuing immortality or building a sect. But it feels right. It feels like something worth doing. Over the next few weeks, Shen Yao formalized his transition out of the assembly's leadership. Qinshan accepted the position, with strong support from the other major sections. The assembly continued its work of establishing the new order, implementing the reforms and protections that would govern cultivation for generations to come. And Shen Yao, finally at peace with his limitations, began the work that would define the rest of his existence, teaching other cultivators that power was not the only value worth pursuing, and that choosing to be human was sometimes the most radical act of resistance available. His bloodline had deepened through betrayal, through 7 awakenings, through the shattering of every illusion about the nature of power and transcendence. But in the end, the deepest betrayal had been the one he'd committed against the hunger itself, the choice to remain finite, to accept limitation, and to build meaning in a world where growth was no longer infinite. And in that betrayal, he'd finally become truly free. Chapter 76. The teachings begin. 3 years after stepping down from the assembly's leadership, after spending time organizing and consolidating the resistance network, Shen Yao had established the Institute of Awakening in a location deliberately chosen for its isolation and beauty, a valley surrounded by mountains that naturally channeled spiritual energy but remained far from the centers of political power. The Institute's location was not random. Shen Yao had deliberately selected it with the help of feng shui masters and spiritual cartographers to create a space where the concentration of ambient spiritual energy was naturally high but not overwhelming. The mountains would naturally filter out external disturbances. The valley would create pockets of stability. And most importantly, cultivators who came to the Institute would be removed from the external pressures and expectations that had likely contributed to their destabilization in the first place. The Institute accepted cultivators who'd recently experienced the 7th awakening, who were struggling with the hunger in their spiritual cores, who needed help understanding what they were becoming. There were no requirements for entry except that the applicant had experienced the 7th awakening and was willing to be honest about their condition. The Institute made it clear from the beginning that they could not promise redemption, could not guarantee success, could only offer training and support and the knowledge that others had faced the same struggle and survived. The curriculum was personal. There was no single path that worked for every cultivator. Shen Yao had learned that through Ren, through the archives, through the executor of the spiral path. But certain principles applied universally. The hunger was real. The transformation was irreversible. And the only viable long-term strategy was conscious integration rather than denial. One of his first students was a young nascent soul master named Wei Chun who'd experienced the 7th awakening just 6 months prior. Wei Chun had come to the Institute desperate and terrified, convinced that she was becoming a monster. The hunger wants me to absorb the spiritual power of the disciples under my care, Wei Chun confessed during one of their private meditation sessions. I know it's wrong. I know I shouldn't want it. But the whispers are constant. And they're starting to sound reasonable. Shen Yao recognized the stage. It was the transition point where suppression alone stopped working, where the hunger became too sophisticated to dismiss as external temptation. What if you didn't fight it? Shen Yao suggested. What if instead, you acknowledge that the hunger exists and learn to make decisions despite it? Despite it. Wei Chen looked confused. Wouldn't that just be suppression in a different form? Not quite. Suppression is trying to pretend the hunger doesn't exist. Acknowledgement is saying, yes, I have this hunger. Yes, it's asking me to do terrible things. And yes, I'm choosing not to do them anyway. It's a subtle difference, but it matters. Over the weeks that followed, Shen Yao worked with Wei Chen to develop a practice that went beyond traditional meditation. He taught her how to observe the hunger's whispers without acting on them, how to allow the desire for power to exist in her consciousness without interpreting it as a command, how to make decisions that were ethically sound despite the constant pressure from her nexus. He also taught her about the specific phenomenology of the seventh awakening, the way the hunger would manifest differently depending on circumstance. In times of stress, it would be more aggressive, more demanding, pushing harder for immediate action. In times of peace, it would be subtle and seductive, whispering about long-term plans, about the beauty of ultimate power, about the inevitability of eventual surrender. The hunger adapts, Shen Yao explained, demonstrating the meditation technique he used to maintain his own equilibrium. It learns from your defenses and develops counter-strategies. So your resistance also has to adapt. You have to constantly evolve your approach, never settling into a single method because the moment you do, the hunger will find a way through. Wei Chen absorbed these teachings with intense focus. She was, Shen Yao reflected, exactly the kind of student who could benefit most from the Institute's approach, someone who had intelligence, determination, and the genuine desire to remain human despite transformation. Not all cultivators had those qualities. Some fought against the seventh awakening out of pride. Others sought to maintain their humanity out of fear. Wei Chen seemed to genuinely care about being good, about being present for her disciples, about leaving a positive mark on the cultivation world. By the time Wei Chen left the Institute, 6 months later, she'd integrated enough of the hunger into her consciousness that she could function at a level that seemed relatively normal. She would never be free of the seventh awakening's effects. No cultivator would. But she had the tools to navigate them, the knowledge that others had faced the same struggle and survived, and most importantly, the understanding that she didn't have to become what the hunger wanted her to become. More importantly, she had the framework for continuing to develop her own defensive techniques. Shen Yao had emphasized repeatedly that the Institute's teachings were not the final answer. They were a foundation, a beginning point for each individual cultivator's unique journey. Wei Chen would have to continue inventing her own strategies, discovering her own ways of remaining present and conscious. As the years passed, Shen Yao's institute grew. Cultivators came from across the known provinces, seeking guidance on managing their awakened bloodlines. Some went on to positions of leadership in the cultivation assembly, implementing the assembly's policies with the deep understanding that came from personal experience with the seventh awakening. Others chose lives of quiet contemplation, building small communities of cultivators committed to mutual support and shared resistance. A few deliberately pursued the path of intentional limitation, using the techniques the executor had developed to suppress their cultivation and live fully human lives. All of them learned the same fundamental lesson. The seventh awakening was not a curse, but a challenge. The hunger was not a demon to be vanquished, but a force to be understood and integrated. And the cultivation world's future depended on cultivators who could remain human despite the constant pressure to become something more. Rin was essential to the Institute's functioning. Her experience as a tool of the fracture cord gave her unique insight into the mechanisms of the hunger. She could speak from experience about what it felt like to be subordinate to someone else's agenda, and she could offer hope by demonstrating that that subordination was reversible, that agency could be reclaimed even after being fully compromised. But beyond the practical contributions, Rin's presence at the Institute served a deeper function. Every student who came through the Institute saw Shen Yao with Rin, saw them working together, saw them as a partnership built on trust despite their mutual doubts about whether that trust was earned. That presence was a constant reminder that relationships could persist even when both parties were uncertain about their own fundamental nature. One evening, 10 years after Shen Yao had first arrived at the Institute of Awakening, he found Rin in the garden, tending the same plants that the executor had maintained with such care. "Do you think we succeeded?" Rin asked without preamble. "In destroying the fracture court, in changing the cultivation world, in proving that another way was possible." Shen Yao considered the question carefully. The fracture court as an organization no longer existed. Its operatives were either in custody undergoing restoration work or had integrated into the broader cultivation community under supervision. The principles that had guided the resistance had been formalized into the assembly structure. Bloodline awakening was no longer treated as a path to transcendence, but as a process of genuine transformation that required support and guidance. But success was a complicated category. The hunger itself was still present in every cultivator who'd experienced the seventh awakening. The desire for power, the seductive logic of transcendence, the whispered argument that perhaps the cultivator could be the exception, could handle the eighth awakening without losing their humanity. Those remained. "Partially," Shen Yao replied finally. "We destroyed the institutional structures. We changed the official philosophy. But the hunger itself, the fundamental desire for power, the ability of cultivation systems to create hierarchies and exploitation, that's still present. It will always be present. What we did was establish a framework where cultivators could resist those impulses instead of being forced into them." "So we just delayed the inevitable?" Ren asked. "We gave cultivators a choice," Shen Yao corrected. "And maybe that's all any resistance can do. We can't eliminate the desire for power, but we can create conditions where choosing something else is possible, where the hungry part of human nature isn't the only part we're cultivating." He paused, looking out at the garden they'd tended together for a decade. "And we're training the next generation of teachers who will carry on that work. That's the real success. Not that we won, but that others will continue the work after we're gone." Rin smiled. It was a small gesture, but it carried the weight of 10 years of building something together. "I suppose that's as much victory as anyone can reasonably hope for." The evening light turned golden as they sat together in the garden, the mountains around them holding their own ancient silence. In those quiet moments, Shen Yao felt the deepest integration of all, not just the hunger integrated into his consciousness, but all of his experiences, all of his transformations, all of his choices merging into a coherent whole. The person he'd been and the person he'd become were finally at peace with each other. Chapter 77. The unexpected return. In the 15th year of Shen Yao's work at the Institute, he received a visitor he wasn't expecting. The executor of the Spiral Path, ancient and frail, appeared at the Institute gates requesting an audience. Shen Yao brought them inside immediately, concerned that the long journey to the Institute had been too taxing for someone of such advanced age. But the executor moved with surprising steadiness, and their eyes held the same clarity Shen Yao remembered from their first meeting. "I'm dying," the executor said without preamble. "The body can only endure so long, even for a cultivator with centuries of experience. I have perhaps a year, maybe less. I came to share something with you." They spent 3 days together, and the executor imparted everything they'd learned over 270 years of living with the Seventh Awakening. Not just techniques or meditation practices. Those had been documented thoroughly enough in the archives. Instead, the executor shared the deep wisdom that only lived experience could provide. The specific moments when surrender had been most tempting. The precise methods for maintaining consciousness when the hunger was at its loudest. The understanding of what meaning and purpose could feel like when power was deliberately rejected. "You're going to face temptation," the executor said during their final conversation. "At some point in the future, something will happen that will make the Eighth Awakening seem not just possible, but necessary. Someone you care about will be in danger, or a greater threat will emerge, or the system you've built will show signs of failing. And you'll be tempted to push beyond your limitations, to pursue that next level of advancement." "Will I?" Shen Yao asked. "Everyone does," the executor replied. "Everyone with a seventh awakening reaches a point where the limitations they've chosen feel like mistakes, where the hunger's argument that they could do so much more, solve so much more, if they just pushed a little further, where that argument becomes genuinely seductive instead of easily dismissed. The executor paused, struggling slightly with breath. What I want you to know, for when that moment comes, is that you don't have to do it. You can choose to remain finite. You can choose to live within the limitations you've built. And you can do that knowing that finite lives, finite choices, finite impacts, those have value precisely because of their limitation. The executor died the next morning, peacefully and in full consciousness, after living 270 years of deliberately restricted cultivation. Shen Yao and Ren prepared the body according to the executor's wishes, and when the funeral pyre burned, Shen Yao felt both the loss of a mentor and a strange sense of completion. The executor's path was finished. The example they'd set would remain, but they themselves had reached the natural conclusion of their story. And now Shen Yao carried the weight of that example forward. Chapter 78. The crisis point 7 years later, in the 22nd year of Shen Yao's awakening, the crisis the executor had predicted finally arrived. One of Shen Yao's senior students, a cultivator named Marcus who'd been working at the institute for 4 years, suddenly experienced a catastrophic breakdown. Marcus had been managing the 7th awakening relatively well, had been making progress in integrating the hunger into his consciousness. He'd been one of Shen Yao's success stories, a cultivator who was not just surviving, but thriving under the weight of the parasitic nexus. But something happened in the course of a single meditation session that shattered his equilibrium completely. Shen Yao never learned exactly what the trigger was. Marcus himself couldn't articulate it clearly afterward. But something, a combination of personal trauma, the pressure of the work, the nexus finally adapting to his suppression techniques, perhaps even just the random failure of a biological system that had never been designed to handle this kind of spiritual integration, caused his carefully constructed internal structure to collapse. Marcus entered a psychotic state where the hunger took on a completely autonomous existence. The distinction between his own consciousness and the hunger's demands dissolved entirely. He attacked the other cultivators at the institute, trying to drain their power directly, physically attempting to consume their bloodlines. His violence was methodical and terrifying because it came from something that had learned to think like Marcus, but wanted only what the hunger wanted. It took a coordinated effort from Shen Yao and several advanced students to subdue him without causing permanent damage. Shen Yao had to physically paralyze Marcus's spiritual core, cutting off the flow of power that had become synonymous with his consciousness itself. When it was done, Marcus lay on the meditation chamber's floor, awake and aware, but utterly immobilized. Once Marcus was secured and calmed through carefully applied spiritual pressure, the reality of what had happened became clear. The methods Shen Yao had been teaching were not universal solutions. Some cultivators, no matter how well they were trained, no matter how much support they received, would eventually succumb to the hunger. The 7th awakening was not something that could be reliably managed through meditation and integration alone. There were people whose psychological foundations simply weren't strong enough to carry the weight of a parasitic nexus. There were minds that would eventually fracture under the pressure, no matter how much reinforcement was provided. And there was no clear way to identify beforehand who those people would be. Marcus looked at Shen Yao with a clarity that was more devastating than any rage could have been. "I'm sorry," he said, and the apology was genuine. "I tried. I really did. But it got bigger than me. The hunger just consumed my ability to resist it. And the worst part is, I don't think I failed because I wasn't strong enough. I think I failed because what you're asking people to do is actually impossible. You're asking people to live with a parasite inside their consciousness. And eventually, the parasite wins." Shen Yao sat with Marcus for hours after that conversation, understanding with crystal clarity what the executor had meant. There was a fundamental problem with the 7th awakening that couldn't be solved through consciousness and integration alone. Some people's brains simply couldn't handle the parasitic nexus, no matter how much training they received. And there was no clear way to identify beforehand who those people would be. That night, Shen Yao experienced the temptation the executor had warned about. The hunger in his spiritual core whispered clearly. What if he pursued the 8th awakening? What if he pushed beyond soul formation? Advanced cultivation meant advanced understanding. It meant the possibility of not just surviving the nexus, but actively controlling it. It meant the potential to create a solution that would work for everyone, not just those who happened to have the right constitution for managing the hunger. The whisper was so seductive because it sounded reasonable. It sounded compassionate. Shen Yao could save cultivators like Marcus. He could push beyond his own limitations and develop techniques that would work for everyone, not just the psychologically resilient. He could transcend the hunger entirely, and from that position of mastery, reshape how the seventh awakening functioned. It was exactly the kind of reasoning that had driven the fracture court. It was exactly the kind of reasoning that had turned their early researchers into operatives willing to harm others for the greater good. It was the seduction that consumed all ambitious cultivators eventually. The belief that if you just went far enough, got strong enough, you could solve anything, fix anything, make the world right through sufficient power. Shen Yao spent 3 days in meditation, fighting the seduction. He meditated on the executor's warnings. He meditated on the history of the fracture court. He meditated on every well-intentioned cultivator who'd started down the path of the eighth awakening and never returned to the person they'd been. And finally, on the 3rd day, he made the choice he'd made years ago, to remain at soul formation, to accept that there were limits to what he could accomplish, to acknowledge that some problems didn't have solutions that worked for everyone. Instead, he worked with Marcus on a different approach. Marcus couldn't manage the hunger through integration. So what if they tried to reduce the hunger's intensity through a deliberate limitation of power? What if instead of teaching cultivators to live with the 7th awakening, Shen Yao developed methods to help them intentionally regress to late-stage nascent soul, effectively reversing the 7th awakening? It was theoretically possible. The executor had written about it, though with significant caution. The process would be extraordinarily painful. It would mean losing access to all the soul formation power that the 7th awakening had granted. It would mean accepting a fundamental diminishment of cultivated power and potential. But it might preserve the cultivator's consciousness, their autonomy, their basic humanity. Marcus volunteered to try the procedure. There was nothing else left for him. He couldn't be allowed to remain at soul formation with his consciousness fragmented by the hunger, and he couldn't recover while carrying the 7th awakening's burden. It took months of careful work, of applying exactly the right amount of pressure to his spiritual core while reinforcing his consciousness and sense of self. Shen Yao had to essentially perform a surgery on Marcus's spirit, carefully excising the nexus while leaving the rest of his consciousness intact. It was delicate work that required him to face the temptation of the 8th awakening again and again. The hunger wanted to help, wanted to use its growing power to speed up the process. But Shen Yao kept refusing. Over the course of 6 months, Marcus's cultivated base was rolled back. The 7th awakening was effectively reversed. The parasitic nexus was extracted and allowed to dissipate into ambient spiritual energy. The spiritual core was allowed to restabilize at a lower level, with the psychological fractures slowly beginning to heal. When the process was complete, Marcus was no longer at soul formation. He was nascent soul again, late stage, but definitively below the threshold that triggered the 7th awakening's automatic nexus formation. And most importantly, the hunger was gone. The parasitic presence that had been consuming his consciousness had been excised along with the 7th awakening itself. "Thank you," Marcus said when it was finished. His voice was different, weaker in terms of spiritual power, but stronger in terms of actual presence. "I don't know what I am anymore, but I'm definitely me. And that matters more than I thought it would. I thought I was supposed to always be growing stronger, always be advancing. And now I'm actually accepting that that's not always possible or desirable." Shen Yao added the reversal technique to the curriculum at the Institute. Not as a primary solution, most cultivators were able to integrate the 7th awakening given proper support. But as an option, a choice that cultivators could make if they reached a point where the hunger was too great, where integration was failing, where they needed to step back rather than push forward. It was not a perfect solution. It meant some cultivators never reached their full potential in terms of raw power. But it meant those cultivators remained conscious, autonomous, capable of living full lives. And Shen Yao had come to understand that full life was worth far more than raw power. It was worth far more than all the advancement in the cultivation world. Chapter 79. The passing of the torch by year 30 of his 7th awakening. Shen Yao was beginning to feel his age in ways that had nothing to do with physical years. He was still younger than most advanced cultivators. Soul formation cultivation extended lifespan significantly. But he was developing the weariness that came with decades of patient, careful work in opposition to the forces of exploitation and hunger. The Institute had grown into something much larger than he'd originally envisioned. There were now satellite locations across the known provinces. Hundreds of cultivators had trained there and gone on to positions of leadership throughout the cultivation world. The curriculum was being adopted by other sects, other organizations, becoming part of the standard training for cultivators who experienced advanced awakenings. The principles he developed were being taught to the next generation, and that next generation was already developing innovations that surpassed what Shen Yao had created. Shen Yao was no longer essential to the Institute's functioning. In fact, in some ways, his presence had started to become a limitation. Junior teachers were hesitant to challenge his approaches, even when they had better ideas. Students treated his word as final authority, when the whole point of the training was to develop the student's own judgment and autonomy. And his very presence at the Institute meant that attention and resources flowed toward him, away from the younger teachers who needed to develop their own followings and authority. He'd come to recognize this dynamic after a difficult conversation with one of the Institute's mid-level teachers, who gently pointed out that she couldn't implement her own teaching innovations as long as Shen Yao was present and embodying a different approach. It was a kind criticism, delivered with respect, but it carried absolute truth. Shen Yao called together a small council to discuss his transition. The council included Ren, Wei Chun, and several other senior teachers who'd been with the Institute long enough to understand what it had become and what it needed to be. "I need to step back," Shen Yao said directly. "Not completely. I'll remain available for consultation. But I need to stop being the face of the Institute. I need to stop being the authority that validates or rejects new ideas. You all have developed your own insights, your own innovations. You don't need me anymore." "But you're the founder," one of the teachers protested. "You built this from nothing." "Exactly," Shen Yao replied. "Which means it's time for me to let go and let it become something I didn't design." That's how institutions become truly resilient, when they can evolve beyond their founders. He approached Wei Chen directly afterward. She was meditating in one of the teaching gardens when he found her, and she opened her eyes as he approached without rising. "I want you to take over the Institute," Shen Yao told her. "I'll remain as an advisor, available for consultation. But you should be the primary leader, the voice that cultivators listen to, the one making the major decisions about curriculum and direction." Wei Chen's first instinct was to refuse. She protested her inexperience, insisted that Shen Yao was still needed, argued that it was too early. But Shen Yao was firm. The transition had to happen while he was still relatively young, still had time to observe how Wei Chen handled the role, still could provide meaningful correction if needed. "You're ready," Shen Yao told her. "More ready than you believe. And you won't know you're ready until you try." Over the next year, Shen Yao gradually withdrew from his position while Wei Chen stepped in. He mentored her through the difficult administrative decisions, the political negotiations with the assembly, the complex task of managing advanced cultivators who were all accustomed to having their own way. He taught her how to say no to reasonable requests when they would distract from core mission, how to make decisions that would upset some people but benefit the Institute as a whole, how to balance innovation with stability. And surprisingly, Wei Chen was good at it. Better than Shen Yao would have been if he'd remained in the role. She had a gentleness in her approach where Shen Yao had a tendency toward directiveness. She asked questions where Shen Yao would have provided answers. She built consensus where Shen Yao would have simply implemented decisions. But she also had steel underneath the gentleness. When she made a decision, she stood by it. When she believed something was right, she didn't back down just because people disagreed. She was, in other words, exactly what the Institute needed. By the time the formal transition was complete, 6 months into the second year of Wei Chen's leadership, Shen Yao was genuinely impressed with what she'd already begun to build. She'd implemented several changes he would never have conceived, expanding the meditation curriculum to include more group practice, creating a mentorship program where advanced students trained beginning students, establishing a research division dedicated to studying the Seventh Awakening's mechanisms at a deeper level. The Institute was going to continue, going to thrive, going to evolve in ways that Shen Yao would only partially understand. And he felt the profound satisfaction that came from building something that no longer needed him, which was exactly as it should be. Chapter 80. The long view 43 years after his seventh awakening, Shen Yao stood in the garden of the Institute, much like he had countless times before. But now, the garden looked different. He was different. The hunger had become so integrated into his consciousness that it was nearly invisible. Not gone, never gone, but so thoroughly woven into his sense of self that there was no clear distinction between it and his own desires. Ren, now also showing the marks of extreme age even for an advanced cultivator, sat beside him. They didn't speak often anymore. After 40-some years together, most communication happened in comfortable silences. But when they did speak, the words carried weight earned through decades of shared struggle. Do you regret? Ren asked finally. Any of the choices you made? Not pursuing the eighth awakening. Stepping away from leadership. Remaining in the shadow while others advanced. Shen Yao considered seriously before answering. Regret was an interesting emotion to examine when you'd spent decades learning to integrate all of your emotions into a coherent whole. The hunger had its own kind of regret, that whisper about paths not taken, power not pursued, potential left unfulfilled. But Shen Yao had learned to distinguish between the hunger's regret and his own. No, he said finally. Not entirely. I have moments where the hunger whispers about what I might have become, about the power I might have wielded, the problems I might have solved. But those whispers are weaker now because I understand what they'd cost. He paused, watching the afternoon light move across the garden in the way it did every day, an endless repetition that never became tiresome. The real power isn't in the eighth awakening. The real power is in choosing finitude, in building something that doesn't depend on me, in training people who will continue the work after I'm gone. That's harder than transcendence, and more meaningful. Ren nodded slowly, her movements carrying the weight of deliberation. I think you're right. I was trained to think power was everything. Strength, advancement, becoming more. And I wasted a lot of time thinking my life was wasted because I didn't achieve those things. But watching you, watching what you've built, I understand now that I got something better than power. What's that? Shen Yao asked. Continuity, Ren replied. The knowledge that something I was part of creating will continue. That my choices, my work, my resistance to the original plan, it mattered. It changed things. Not through force, but through influence. Through the people we taught, the ideas we spread, the alternative to the fracture quartz way that we proved was possible. She looked at him directly, her eyes still sharp despite her age. And I got you. That matters more than I can explain. Even if I'm still not entirely certain I'm real, even if I still sometimes wonder if I was always designed to end up here, I have the lived experience of you choosing to trust me anyway. That's something the fracture court never predicted, never accounted for. That's victory. As the sun set, Shen Yao felt the presence of the hunger one final time, not as a separate entity, but as a complete part of himself. The seventh awakening had fully integrated. He was no longer fighting it, no longer suppressing it, no longer managing it separately from his consciousness. The hunger and Shen Yao had become one. And in becoming one, Shen Yao had finally transcended, not to the eighth awakening, not to become something more than human, but to accept what he was, a human being who carried the weight of corruption deliberately chosen over transcendence. A person who'd learned that the most powerful thing anyone could do was choose limitation. A cultivator who'd learned that the deepest betrayal wasn't when others turned against you, but when you turned against your own need for endless growth. His bloodline had deepened with every betrayal, just as the title of the story promised. It had deepened until the betrayals and his own nature had merged into something singular. And in that merging, he'd found something approaching peace. In the valley below, the Institute continued its work. Cultivators studied and meditated and struggled with the hunger in their own spiritual cores. Teachers worked to help them find equilibrium, to teach them that power wasn't everything, to offer alternative paths to those who chose not to pursue endless advancement. The gardens grew. The library expanded. Each day brought new students seeking guidance and new teachers who'd been trained by previous students, extending the chain of knowledge and wisdom outward. And among those teachers were the students Shen Yao had trained, and the students of those students, extending outward in chains of influence and change that would continue long after Shen Yao himself had passed into history. Wei Chun had trained 30 cultivators over the past 5 years alone. Each of those cultivators was now taking the principles of the Institute back to their own sects, their own organizations. The ideas were spreading. The alternative way was proliferating. Wei Chun had written to him that morning, sharing news of a new discovery about the mechanisms of the Seventh Awakening that she'd developed in collaboration with a researcher from the Chrysalis Sect. The young master was pushing the field of understanding forward in directions that Shen Yao would never have conceived. She was taking what he'd taught and evolving it, improving it, adapting it to circumstances he'd never encountered. That was how it should be. The work was going on. The resistance was continuing. The alternative way was spreading. Shen Yao and Run remained in the garden as night fell, watching the stars come out above the mountains. In the darkness, the hunger was invisible, integrated so thoroughly into his consciousness that it was simply part of the landscape of his awareness. But it was there, a constant presence, a weight that he carried as easily now as he carried his own thoughts. And Shen Yao, having spent 30 years learning to live with that hunger, having spent an additional 13 years teaching others to do the same, finally understood what the executor had been trying to tell him decades ago. The victory wasn't in defeating the hunger. The victory was in surviving it, in remaining consciousness and choice and human despite it. The victory was in building something that would outlast him, something that would carry forward the knowledge that another way was possible. His betrayal bloodline had led him through every stage of cultivation, through every advancement, through every crisis and transformation. But the real journey had been learning that the destination wasn't transcendence. The destination was home, the place where he could finally rest, knowing that the work would continue without him, that his influence had become woven into the fabric of a changed world. Step 4 was complete, and with it, Shen Yao's long journey from victimized youth to integrated master was complete as well. The next steps, and there would always be next steps, for the cultivation world was never truly static, would be taken by others. But they would be taken on ground that Shen Yao had helped to shift. And that was enough. More than enough. It was, in its own quiet way, everything. Chapter 81. The last artifact. The morning after Shen Yao received the prophecy, a messenger arrived at Sanfeng Vale bearing a bronze seal wrapped in silk that had not seen daylight for 3 centuries. The seal bore the mark of the War Department's Old Guard, the faction that had, ages ago, studied the ancient war god's original shattering. Shen Yao held it with careful hands, feeling the faint pulse of power locked within its grooves. The seal was warm to the touch, and its weight seemed to shift subtly in his palm, as if it contained something alive and aware, something that had been waiting centuries for the moment it would be recognized. He had been expecting something like this for months. Ever since the 7th Awakening had come from Ren's betrayal, Shen Yao had known that his journey was far from over. The power had felt incomplete, as if it were part of a larger pattern that was slowly coming into focus. The Institute of Awakening had given him purpose, had helped him redirect his bloodline's power toward healing rather than destruction. But in his quietest moments, meditating in the tower above Sanfeng Vale, he could sense something vast moving in the shadows, a presence that had been dormant for millennia, beginning to stir. "This was meant for you," the messenger said, her voice thin and papery. "The ones who guard the old knowledge knew you would eventually need to understand what you carry. Your bloodline is not a curse made by the fracture court. It is a gift scattered across 10,000 vessels, and the court seeks to gather them all." The messenger herself bore marks of age and hardship. Her skin was weathered like ancient leather, her eyes sharp with the clarity of someone who had been preparing for this moment her entire life. She had come from the western mountains, from a monastery that few knew existed, carrying knowledge that had been hidden and protected for 3,000 years. Shen Yao set the seal on the table before him. Around it lay documents, fragmented histories written on rice paper that crumbled at the edges. They spoke of the war god Yuan Ming, who had foreseen his own death in a calamity that would shatter all of heaven. The documents were covered in annotations and commentary from dozens of different hands, all attempting to unravel the mystery of the god's final ritual. Some were written in languages that had not been spoken for 1,000 years. Rather than let his power vanish when his body fell, Yuan Ming had performed a ritual of willing dispersal. He had taken his own power, distilled it into its purest form, and scattered it across the bloodlines of his 10,000 disciples. Each carried a fragment. When any of them awakened through profound trauma or choice, A small portion of Yuanming's essence would resurface in them, a borrowing of strength. But the documents revealed something else. There was a cost. Each awakening consumed the fragment. The original 10,000 were long dead, their borrowed power exhausted. Yuanming's legacy should have faded into nothing by now. Yet it persisted, passed down through bloodlines, dormant until the conditions aligned, until someone experienced a betrayal deep enough to crack open the sealed reservoir. The fracture court did not create this bloodline. The messenger continued. They discovered the dormant threads and learned to trigger them through orchestrated betrayal. They turned trauma into a farming method, and they came to understand something dangerous. If they could gather enough awakened cultivators, if they could harvest the fragments from each of them, they might possess enough pooled power to reconstruct Yuanming himself. Shen Yao's hand trembled. Reconstruct a god. To attempt it, yes. Whether they would succeed is unknown. But the court believes the prize is worth any cost. They have already begun gathering the awakened ones. There are 17 that we know of, scattered across the empire. And they are all coming toward your institute, drawn by something they do not fully understand. That night, Shen Yao meditated in the tower above Sanfeng Vale, the bronze seal resting on his palm. He let his consciousness expand through his bloodline, feeling each of his 7 awakenings resonating like threads in a vast tapestry. The first awakening, his mentor's betrayal, sang with raw power, though it was no longer sharp with rage. It had been transformed, refined through years of living with the wound and choosing to help others. The second, third, fourth awakenings came in rapid succession, each distinct in flavor and resonance. Some burned hot, others burned cold. Some felt aggressive, others contemplative. But it was the 7th, the awakening from Ren's treachery, that dominated the landscape of his inner self. It was a wound that had never fully healed, a scar tissue of power that would not fade. Even after months of separation, months of telling himself that he had moved beyond her, months of pouring his devotion into the institute and his students, that wound remained open enough to bleed if he was not careful. And now, he understood. That wound was what made him dangerous to the court. That wound marked him as someone who had gone further down the path of betrayal awakening than almost anyone alive. If they could harvest him, they would have the centerpiece of their reconstruction ritual. The bronze seal grew warm in his hand. In its grooves, Shen Yao saw visions, fragments of the ancient war god's final moments, seeing his 10,000 disciples arrayed before him, knowing that his death was coming, choosing this path of dispersal so that something of himself would endure. It was not the act of a tyrant seeking immortality. It was an act of trust, trust that his power, scattered and sleeping in the bloodlines of others, would eventually be used wisely. Trust, Shen Yao thought. The war god Yuanming had trusted 10,000 people with his legacy, and now the court wanted to pervert that trust into a weapon. A knock came at the tower door. Shen Yao opened his eyes. It was Li Chun, his most senior disciple at the institute. Master, there is a situation. 3 of our students, cultivators from outside Sanfeng, claim they have come seeking refuge. They say they were meant to come to the institute, but the path has always felt wrong, as if something was drawing them. They fear the fracture court. Shen Yao rose. Show them to the guest hall. Give them shelter and ask them nothing yet. As he descended the tower, his mind was already racing. The court was pushing. They were beginning their final move, and he still did not know how to stop them, or whether stopping them was even possible without making a choice that would betray everything he had built. That night, in the guest hall, Shen Yao looked at the 3 refugees, a young man with eyes like burning coal, a woman bearing the mark of a soul realm cultivator on her forehead, and a third, older figure whose power signature felt muted, as if deliberately suppressed. All 3 carried the signature of awakened bloodlines. All 3 trembled when they sensed Shen Yao's presence. We came because something called us, the woman said. But we came too slowly. The court is consolidating. There are 17 of us that we know of, but there could be more. They are herding us toward a convergence point, and they mean to take our fragments by force. Shen Yao nodded slowly. Then we have very little time. He turned and walked back into the night, his heart heavy with knowledge he had hoped never to gain. The final betrayal was not coming from outside the veil anymore. It was coming from the nature of his own power, a bloodline born of shattered trust, now threatened by those who would use it to resurrect something the world might not be ready to face. And somewhere in the darkness beyond Sanfeng's walls, he knew Ren was moving. She was still out there, trapped between two forces, a victim caught in the machinery of her own conditioning. The question was not whether she would reach him. The question was whether, when she did, he would find the courage to trust her again. Chapter 82, 17 Awaken. The convergence did not happen by accident. Shen Yao discovered, through careful investigation of the refugees and the old records stored in the Veil's archives, that the Fracture Court had spent decades mapping the Awakened Ones, tracking which bloodlines carried Yuanming's fragments and monitoring their spiritual signatures. They had even begun subtly influencing events to drive these cultivators toward specific locations, funneling them toward a gathering point deep in the Granite Gorge, 300 miles to the north. The court's patience was remarkable and terrifying in equal measure. They had been playing a long game, generations of cultivators working toward a goal that none of them would live to see achieved. It was the kind of sacrifice that suggested either absolute faith in the cause or absolute desperation. Shen Yao called a council of his most trusted disciples. Among them were Wei Shan, the mountain shaker who had first recognized his potential, Li Chun, whose wisdom had guided the Institute's curriculum, and Yun Fei, a woman who had come to Sanfeng Vale broken by betrayal and had been healing for 5 years in the peaceful gardens of the valley. We have 3 choices, Shen Yao told them, spreading the court's plans out on the table before them. Correspondence intercepted by allies, maps marked with convergence points, ritual diagrams that showed what the court intended to do. We can flee and hide the Awakened Ones. We can meet the court in battle before they gather all 17. Or we can allow the gathering and face them at the moment of their ritual. Wei Shan's face darkened. Any of those paths leads to blood. Yes, Shen Yao acknowledged. That is why I am asking you first, not commanding. Yun Fei spoke quietly. If we flee, the court simply hunts us elsewhere. If we fight before all 17 gather, we might save some, but condemn others to capture and torture while the court extracts their fragments. If we wait, she paused, her eyes distant. If we wait, we give the court everything they want. We give them the moment when all 17 are aware of each other, when they might pool their power together. Unless, Li Chun said slowly, the moment when all 17 gather is also the moment when they realize what they truly are. Shen Yao looked at the elder disciple. Explain. The court is driving toward a ritual of harvesting, but they do not understand the true nature of Yuanming's gift. The fragments were not planted in the bloodlines as a resource to be extracted. They were planted as seeds. Each awakening is not a diminishment, but a blooming. The court believes they are gathering ingredients. But what if they are actually gathering 17 people who, at the moment of convergence, will have access to the full picture of what they carry? It was a dangerous gamble, but Shen Yao saw the logic in it. The fragments were not inert power. They were conscious echoes of a god's will, scattered and sleeping. At the moment of convergence, when all 17 were in proximity to one another, might they not awaken to something more than individual strength? Might they not sense each other and understand, together, that they were part of something vast? Then we prepare for the Granite Gorge, Shen Yao said. But we do not go as an army. We go as a sanctuary. We gather the Awakened Ones not to fight for us, but to help them understand themselves. In the days that followed, word was sent out quietly through hidden channels. The 17 awakened cultivators, some willing, some still unwitting, began to move toward the Granite Gorge. The Fracture Court watched and was satisfied, believing they were drawing the prey into a trap. They did not understand that Shen Yao was doing the same, simply inviting them to a different kind of gathering. It was a dangerous game of mirrors, each side believing they held the advantage, each side moving pieces across the board while unaware of the true endgame. Shen Yao spent those final days preparing not weapons, but teachings. He recorded sermons and insights, meditations and philosophical frameworks that might help the awakened ones understand their own nature should the worst come to pass. He also spent long hours in the archives with Li Chun, studying the ancient texts, trying to find any reference to a moment when all the fragments had been brought together before. But there was one thread that remained loose, one person whose position Shen Yao still could not determine. Ren had vanished from the court's known locations 3 months ago. Intelligence suggested she had defected, that she was trying to escape her chains. Yet no one had seen her. No one knew where she had gone. Until a letter arrived, written in Ren's hand, addressed to Shen Yao, and sealed with a private symbol that only they two would recognize. The granite gorge was a place where the earth itself seemed wounded. Massive cliffs rose 3,000 feet on either side, their surfaces carved by ancient water that had long since vanished, leaving only the memory of flow in the smooth channels and overhanging arches. At the gorge's narrowest point, where the two cliff walls nearly touched, there was a plateau of flattened stone, a natural gathering place that seemed almost designed by some cosmic hand. Shen Yao traveled there with his core disciples, but also with the 3 refugees who had come to Sanfeng Vale seeking shelter. As they journeyed north, 2 more awakened cultivators found their way to his caravan, drawn by word passed through hidden channels, guided by Li Chen's careful arrangement. By the time they reached the foothills of the granite mountains, 8 awakened ones traveled with them, bound by neither chain nor command, but by the fragile hope that Shen Yao's plan might offer something beyond the binary choice of servitude or death. One of them was a young man named Chao Xian, whose awakening had come from the betrayal of his own father, a man who had raised him specifically to be sold to the fracture court. Another was a woman called Mei Lin, whose power had bloomed the day her sworn sister revealed she had been a court agent all along. Each carried their own wounds, their own stories of trust shattered like porcelain. And each, as they drew closer to the gorge, began to feel the resonance of the other's presences, a subtle thrumming in their bloodlines that suggested they were not alone in their condition, not isolated in their capacity for power born of pain. "What is that?" Chao Xian asked one night as they made camp within sight of the gorge's entrance. His hand pressed against his chest, where his heart beat in an unfamiliar rhythm. "It feels like my blood is calling to something." "The fragments," Shen Yao said quietly. "As you draw closer to each other, they begin to recognize their kin. You are not separate instances of Yuanming's scattered power. You are aspects of something whole, beginning to sense the proximity of its other parts." "Will it hurt?" Mei Lin asked. Fear flashed across her face. "Will bringing us together cause pain?" "It might," Shen Yao admitted. "But not the kind the court intends to inflict. This will not be extraction. It will be recognition." As they entered the granite gorge, the sensation grew stronger. The walls of stone seemed to pulse with a deep red light that only the awakened ones could see. A resonance built into the earth itself, perhaps left there by Yuan Ming in the distant past as a beacon for those who carried his fragments. The path ahead was clear, as if it had been walked 10,000 times before and would be walked 10,000 times again. At the gorge's heart, where the cliff walls nearly touched overhead, creating a twilight even at noon, the plateau opened before them. And there, already gathering, were the other awakened ones. Shen Yao counted them carefully. 12 more cultivators from different provinces, different clans, different walks of life. A monk from a Western temple, a merchant's daughter, a soldier who had defected from the imperial army, a scholar whose gift had emerged only in the last year. They stood in a loose circle, watching each other with the wariness of prey that sensed the presence of predators, not yet understanding that they were all intended as sacrifices. And at the circle's edge, nearly hidden in shadow, stood a figure Shen Yao had not seen in 6 months, Ren. Their eyes met across the distance of 50 paces, and in that instant, all the months of careful emotional work, of meditation and acceptance, and the slow building of walls to contain the wound of her betrayal, collapsed like sand before a flood. She looked thinner than he remembered, her face bearing marks of exhaustion and fear. But her eyes were clear, and in them he saw something he had not expected to find: genuine remorse, unmarred by calculation. She did not approach. She remained at the circle's edge, respecting the boundaries he had never explicitly set, but which she had always understood. A gesture of respect from someone who had lost the right to expect it. Shen Yao turned his attention to the gathered awakened ones. There were now 20 of them in total, 17 that the court had catalogued, and 3 more whose presences had been unknown or misidentified. Among them, the resonance of their fragments was almost visible, like heat shimmer rising from the ground. "The fracture court believes they will arrive soon," Shen Yao announced, his voice carrying across the stone plateau. "They believe they will find you weakened by the journey. confused by the convergence of your powers, easy to capture. But they are wrong. You are not here as prey. You are here because you have each survived a profound betrayal and chosen to rise from it. That choice is your greatest strength. A young woman spoke up. The scholar. Her name was Kai Yun. What is it that we are? What does the court want from us that is worth this kind of effort? Shen Yao held up the bronze seal, letting it catch the red light that still pulsed from the stone. You are the scattered pieces of an ancient war god named Yuanming. 3,000 years ago, facing his own destruction, he chose to distribute his power among 10,000 disciples rather than let it be lost. That power sleeps in your bloodlines, awakening only when you experience betrayal profound enough to crack open the sealed places in your souls. The court wants to harvest those fragments, to gather them all into a single vessel, and to attempt a resurrection ritual that would restore Yuan Ming to physical form. Can they succeed? Asked the monk, his voice steady with the calm of one who had already accepted death. Possibly, Shen Yao said. But they do not understand one thing. The fragments are not inert power. They carry within them an echo of Yuanming's will, his consciousness scattered and sleeping. At the moment when all 17, or now all 20, are gathered in proximity, those echoes begin to awaken. You do not need to be killed to power the ritual. You need only to be brought to this place. Then what now? Mei Lin asked. Do we fight? No, Shen Yao said. We do something far more difficult. We open ourselves to the fragments awakening. We allow the buried echoes to surface fully, and we ask them what they want. Not as slaves or as harvested organs, but as living vessels who have already chosen to carry this power, even when it cost them everything. The red light in the stone around them began to pulse faster, responding to the words. And in that pulsing, Shen Yao felt something shift in the fabric of his own bloodline. A sensation like sealed doors beginning to unlock, like the approach of an awakening that would be unlike anything he had yet experienced. Chapter 84. The weight of 17 as the sun reached its zenith above the granite gorge. The resonance between the 20 awakened cultivators grew so strong that it became physical. The ground beneath them trembled. The air itself seemed to shimmer with power made visible. And in that trembling, Shen Yao felt the fragments beginning to speak. It was not language in the conventional sense. There were no words, no coherent thoughts passing from mind to mind. Instead, there were impressions, colors, sensations, fragments of memory that did not belong to any individual but seemed to pulse from a collective source. Shen Yao found himself experiencing not only his own 7 awakenings, but also catching glimpses of the others' traumas, the moments when their bloodlines had cracked open and let the sleeping power through. Chao Xian's father, explaining that the son had always been a commodity. Mei Lin's sister, laughing as she revealed her true allegiance. The monk's teacher, dying as a martyr specifically so the order would be weakened and the monk would awaken. Each betrayal was a doorway. Each pain was a key. And as Shen Yao touched the edges of these memories, he began to understand the true design of Yuanming's gift. It was not a curse. It was a test. The war god had foreseen that there would be times when humanity would face calamities so great that only unified power could hope to survive them. He had designed the fragments to awaken specifically in those who had endured betrayal, because betrayal, more than any other wound, taught the deepest lesson. Betrayal taught you that the world was not safe, that trust could be weaponized, that the people you loved could become your enemies. And then, if you survived that lesson, if you endured long enough to move through despair and rage and finally, toward acceptance, you would possess a kind of strength that fear could not diminish. You would have learned the hardest truth, that trust was only meaningful if it was a choice made in full knowledge of the cost. The fragments are asking something, Li Chen said, his voice strained. The elder disciple stood at the circle's edge, not one of the 20 but present nonetheless, his role to remain grounded in earthly reality while the awakened ones touched something vast. I can sense it. They are asking, will you trust? Shen Yao nodded slowly. That is the only question that matters now. The fracture court would arrive within hours. The ritual diagram they had prepared would be activated once all 20 fragments were in proximity and the initiator spoke the binding words. But that binding would only work if the fragments remained dormant, if they continued to be treated as inert power, as resources to be extracted and refined. If the fragments awakened fully, if they chose to unify not through being harvested but through genuine consent, then the ritual would fail. The court's entire plan would collapse. But that unification came with a cost. Shen Yao felt it immediately as the 20 fragments began to harmonize with one another. A sensation like his individual consciousness being drawn up and into something larger, like he was still himself, but also becoming something more. The other 19 experienced the same expansion. They could feel each other now, not as strangers, but as aspects of a single vast awareness that had been divided and scattered for 3,000 years. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. This is what Yuan Ming sacrificed, the monk whispered, tears streaming down his face. He divided himself knowing that the process of unification would be this intense, this overwhelming. He thought that only in times of ultimate crisis would his scattered self come back together. But here we are, not warriors facing the fall of heaven, but 20 people in a gorge, and still the pressure of unity is almost unbearable. Shen Yao reached out and steadied the younger cultivator, grounding him with the contact. We bear it together. That is the point. No individual could carry this alone. We were designed to be distributed, to be balanced by one another's presence. Then he felt it, a presence at the edge of the circle, moving toward the center. Rin stepped forward, breaking the invisible barrier she had maintained since arriving at the plateau. Her face was pale, but her eyes were steady. I am not one of the 20, she said, her voice clear and strong. My bloodline does not carry a fragment, but I have betrayed and been betrayed. And I came here to ask something. Can I stand with you anyway? Can I bear witness to this unification, even if I cannot be part of it? The 20 turned their collective awareness toward her, and in that moment, Shen Yao felt something unexpected. The fragments, through their unified consciousness, recognized something in Run that was not a fragment at all, but something perhaps equally important. They recognized a person who had survived being used as a tool, who had walked the path from instrument to agent, and who had chosen her own will in the end. Come, Shen Yao said, extending his hand. Not as a fragment, but as a witness. That is enough. Rin took his hand, and the moment her skin touched his, he felt a jolt run through the unified consciousness of the 20. It was not rejection. It was recognition. In Run, the fragments sensed something they had not expected to encounter. Someone who had loved without the justification of a bloodline gift, who had chosen connection despite all the programming that had taught her to see love as weakness. The court comes, Wei Shan called from the gorge's entrance. I see their banners. Perhaps 50 cultivators, heavily armed. The fracture court's forces emerged from the narrow passage, forming a line across the plateau's entrance. At their head was a figure Shen Yao had hoped never to see again. Magistrate Ku, the architect of the entire operation, the man who had built the system of betrayal farming that had destroyed countless lives. Surrender the awakened ones, Ku commanded, his voice echoing off the stone. Resist, and you will all be destroyed. Comply, and we will make your deaths quick. Shen Yao looked at the 19 other awakened cultivators, at Rin standing beside him, at his own disciples arrayed behind them. Then he looked down at his hands, feeling the unified power of 20 fragments thrumming in his blood. And he smiled. No, he said simply. I do not think we will surrender. The court's ritual began, words of binding spoken in an ancient dialect, the air itself starting to crack along predetermined lines. But the 20 fragments answered with their own resonance, a counter-frequency that was not hostile, but simply incompatible with the harvesting pattern. The ritual could not extract what was already unified. It could not harvest what had chosen to remain whole. And as the two forces met on the plateau, the true battle began, not with swords, but with will, not with individual strength, but with the power of trust, finally chosen in full knowledge of its cost. Chapter 85. The Choice and Its Price. The fracture court's ritual hung in the air like a spiderweb made of light, its geometry designed to separate the fragments from their vessels and draw them toward a central point where Magistrate Ku stood, arms extended, ready to be the vessel that would contain them all. It was an elegant design, born from centuries of study and sacrifice. It was also completely ineffective against what the 20 awakened cultivators had become. The unified consciousness of the fragments resisted not by attacking the ritual, but by refusing to be moved. The harvesting pattern tried to pull the power outward, but the fragments held their ground, rooted in their chosen vessels. They were synchronized across all 20 minds. It was not a battle of competing forces. It was a refusal. Magistrate Xue's face contorted with fury and disbelief. This should not be possible. The fragments are inert. They are power without consciousness. They are tools, Shen Yao interrupted, stepping toward him. You thought they were tools, but they are not. They are the scattered consciousness of a war god who loved 10,000 disciples enough to let himself be shattered. And they have been waiting, sleeping in bloodlines across the centuries, for the moment when they would encounter vessels worthy of reunification. Worthy? Xue laughed, a sound like breaking glass. You call this worthiness? You are all damaged. All of you are broken by betrayal. You are the refuse of the world, and you dare to resist the resurrection of a true god. Yes, Rin said, stepping forward to stand beside Shen Yao. We dare, because we know what it means to be used, to be broken, to be considered refuse. And we know that whatever Yuan Ming was, whatever power he carried, if it could be used to hurt people the way the court has hurt us, then it deserves to stay scattered and sleeping. The fragments resonated with her words. Through their unified consciousness, Shen Yao felt agreement pulsing like a heartbeat. And he understood, finally, the true nature of the Eighth Awakening. It was not triggered by betrayal. It was not born from pain. It was the awakening that came from choosing trust anyway, fully aware of the cost, having already learned the hard way that trust could be weaponized, that love could be used as a tool, that connection left you vulnerable. And yet choosing it anyway, that was the deepest power. The unified consciousness of the 20 fragments began to transform. The power that had been scattered and sleeping, that had awakened as strength born of betrayal, began to reshape itself into something new. It was not destructive force. It was healing light, warm and strange and so powerful that even the court's cultivators stepped backward from its presence. Impossible, Magistrate Xue whispered. This power should be ours, Shen Yao said. And with those words, the 20 fragments completed their unification not by merging into a single vessel, but by remaining distributed, choosing to share power equally across all their vessels rather than consolidate it in a single point. It was a radical redesign of Yuan Ming's original gift. And it was beautiful. The unified consciousness pulsed outward, not as an attack, but as a wave of transformation. The fracture court's forces that had come to harvest the fragments found themselves instead touched by something they had never experienced. The consciousness of genuine healing, genuine forgiveness, genuine trust. It was not a force that could be resisted through martial skill. It was something that touched the deepest wounded places in human hearts. Some of the court's cultivators fell to their knees, experiencing for the first time in years the sensation of their own wounds being acknowledged. Others simply stood paralyzed, unable to process the reality that their weapons were useless against this new kind of power. Magistrate Xue, however, did not fall. Instead, he began to glow with a sickly purple light as he drew on reserves of power that had been hidden, that had been kept secret even from the court's own inner circle. He was not merely a cultivator who had discovered the fragment's nature. He was something far darker, someone who had been partially merged with a fragment long ago, someone who had kept that merger secret and had been slowly building his own power in parallel to the court's official hierarchy. If I cannot have all 20, he snarled, his form beginning to shift, his humanity peeling away to reveal something older and crueler underneath. Then I will have you, the strongest among them. He moved toward Shen Yao with a speed that bent reality around him, and for a moment, all the unity of the 20 fragments fractured with shock. But Shen Yao did not try to meet him with individual strength. Instead, he opened himself fully to the unified consciousness, and the other 19 fragments poured their power through him. The result was not a battle. It was a reckoning. When Xue and Shen Yao collided, it was like two different principles of reality meeting head-on. Xue's power was built on extraction, on taking and consolidating and controlling. Shen Yao's, infused with the unified consciousness of the 20 fragments, was built on distribution, on sharing and flowing and trusting that release was more powerful than holding. The court's leader screamed as the touch of that unified power burned away the secret fragment that had been grafted into his soul, the stolen piece that had given him his dark strength. Without it, he was suddenly, shockingly ordinary, a cultivator of middling ability stripped of his carefully hidden reserves. He fell to the stone of the plateau, gasping for breath, and around him the fracture court's forces began to retreat. Some tried to flee. Others simply sat in stunned silence, their understanding of power and hierarchy fundamentally shattered. But even as the immediate threat withdrew, Shen Yao felt something change in the unified consciousness of the 20 fragments. The transformation was nearly complete, the healing light still pulsing, but underneath it, there was a new sensation. Exhaustion. The unification had cost something. It always did. And the price was becoming clear as the fragments began to settle back into their individual vessels, the unified consciousness fragmenting again, but this time not into separate entities, into something like a family, each individual but forever aware of the other's presence. Shen Yao felt the other 19 presences withdrawing gently, respectfully, leaving his inner landscape less crowded but not less full. And beside him, Ren caught him as his knees began to fold. "Rest," she said quietly. "You have done what needed to be done." And Shen Yao, finally, allowed himself to fall into darkness. Chapter 86. The waking of 7,000 years. Shen Yao's consciousness descended into darkness, but it was not the simple darkness of sleep. It was a darkness alive with presence, filled with the weight of centuries pressing down on him from all sides. In that darkness, he was not alone. He could sense the presence of 19 others, their consciousnesses intertwined with his, all of them sinking together into depths that seemed to have no bottom, falling towards something vast and ancient that had been waiting in the abyss for this exact moment. He found himself in a vast space that did not exist in physical reality, a place where the minds of the 20 awakened cultivators overlapped and merged, where the unified consciousness of Yuanming's fragments was slowly, carefully, awakening from its ancient sleep. And he understood, in that moment, that what he was experiencing was not a consequence of the battle. It was the true culmination of the fragments' awakening, not a moment of power displayed in combat, but a moment of genuine consciousness returning to those scattered pieces of a god's soul. The fragments had been sleeping not because they lacked the ability to wake, but because they had been waiting for something specific, for the awakened vessels to choose unification not from desperation or hunger for power, but from genuine love for one another. Yuanming's original intention had been clear in the echo that now resonated through the unified mind. The fragments would only fully awaken when their vessels understood that the greatest power lay not in consolidation but in connection. In that shared consciousness, Shen Yao felt the presence of the other 19. But unlike the brief contact they had experienced on the plateau, this was intimate and complete. He could feel Chao Xian's fear and his determination to overcome it. The young man's terror of the void, of being lost in a consciousness too large to comprehend, and beneath that fear, an iron will that refused to turn back. He could feel Mei Lin's grief for her sister and her quiet hope for reconciliation, a sorrow so deep that it had become a kind of wisdom. He could sense the monk's profound peace, born not from naivety, but from genuine acceptance of suffering and transformation. This was a soul that had burned through despair and come out the other side whole. He could feel the merchant's daughter's sharp intelligence, cutting through confusion like a blade through silk. He could sense the soldier's disciplined focus, his absolute commitment to the purpose of this moment. He could feel the scholar's burning curiosity about the nature of their shared existence, her urgent need to understand and categorize and make sense of the senseless. And through it all, he could sense something else, a presence that was not one of the 19, yet was intimately connected to him. Ren. Somehow, though she carried no fragment, her consciousness had been drawn into the shared space. But not as an intruder, as an anchor point, a living reminder of what it meant to be betrayed and to choose love anyway. Shen Yao felt the astonishment of the other 19 as they recognized her, and then, more importantly, he felt their acceptance. In Ren's presence, they understood something fundamental. The fragments did not belong only to those who carried them. The power of the war god's legacy existed in the relationship between the awakened ones, in the bonds they formed, in the connections they chose to honor despite the cost. "You are awake," Ren's consciousness said to him, though she was not speaking in words. She was simply present, simply herself, and that was enough to communicate. "I was not sure you would survive the unification." "Neither was I," Shen Yao admitted, and it was the first time in his life that he had spoken such a vulnerability without fear. In this shared consciousness, there was no room for walls, no possibility of deception. He had tried, in his meditation, to prepare himself for the moment when Ren's true role would be revealed. He had tried to harden his heart against her. But now, merged with 19 others who had also experienced profound betrayal, he understood something he had never been able to grasp before. Forgiveness was not about forgetting the wound. It was about accepting the wound as part of your story without letting it become your entire story. "Can you feel them?" Ren asked, gesturing toward the collective presence of the fragments. "Can you sense what Yuanming really was?" And as she asked, the unified consciousness of the fragments opened like a flower, revealing itself fully. Shen Yao saw the war god not as a tyrant seeking immortality through dispersal, but as something far more complex and far more beautiful. Yuanming had been a being of profound love, not the romantic variety, but something deeper, a love so vast that it could encompass the flaws and failings of those he protected. He had foreseen his own death not with despair, but with grace, knowing that the ending of his physical form was not an ending of his influence. The god had understood something that most cultivators never grasp, that true power lay not in individual strength, but in the capacity to empower others. By scattering his consciousness across 10,000 disciples, by creating fragments that would awaken only through the experience of betrayal, Yuanming had built a legacy that would teach a fundamental truth to every person who carried it. The truth was this: betrayal was not a sign of weakness. It was a sign that you had been brave enough to love something, to trust something, knowing it could be weaponized against you. And in choosing to love again, to trust again, despite that knowledge, you became something more than yourself. You became a living repository of the war god's greatest power, the power of conscious, deliberate hope in the face of profound darkness. "I understand," Shen Yao said slowly, and he did, understood with a clarity that transcended intellectual comprehension. Yuanming was not a god of war in the sense we thought. He was a god of transformation. The war came at the end, when those who understood what he truly was fought against those who did not. The greatest battles of his time were not fought with swords, but with the question of whether power should be hoarded or distributed, whether strength meant domination or connection, whether the point of being powerful was to rule or to empower. "Yes," Ren confirmed. "And now you are that god's consciousness, distributed not across warriors, but across 20 people who have learned that love is stronger than power, that connection is more valuable than conquest." Around them, the unified consciousness of the fragments pulsed with agreement, and Shen Yao felt something shift in the very foundation of his being. The 7 awakenings that had come from betrayal had served their purpose. They had refined his power, had taught him the lessons he needed to learn. But this 8th awakening, this transformation that came from choosing trust despite all the evidence that trust was dangerous, was something entirely new. It was not more power in the traditional sense. It was power transformed into something that could not be extracted or harvested or stolen. It was power that could only exist in the relationship between the awakened ones, in the space between them where love and trust were actively chosen, moment by moment, day by day. "Will this hold?" Chao Xian's consciousness asked from somewhere in the collective. "Can we maintain this unity now that the battle is over?" For a time, the monk's consciousness replied with peaceful certainty. The fragments wished to remain connected for now, to fully experience being whole again. But the time may come when each of us will need to return to individuality, to carry the knowledge of this unification back into the separated world. "Then let us rest here," Shen Yao said, "in this unified consciousness, for as long as it lasts. Let us be one, let us understand what Yuanming was, and let us carry that understanding back with us when the time comes to separate." And in that vast shared mind, all 20 of them settled into a peace deeper than any they had known before. The fragments sang in unison, a song that had not been sung since before Yuanming's original scattering. And in that song was every awakening, every betrayal, Every moment of pain transformed into wisdom, every moment of trust chosen in the face of darkness. Chapter 87. The court's retreat and the Veil's awakening. When Shen Yao's eyes opened 3 days later, he was lying on a stone bed in a chamber deep within the granite gorge, carved from the same stone that had witnessed the unification, and Ruin was sitting beside him, watching his face with an expression that contained both joy and sorrow in equal measure. She had not moved from that chair, he realized, looking at the water cup beside the bed, still full, and at her body, which bore the marks of sleeplessness and dedication. "You have been unconscious for 72 hours, she said quietly. "The unified consciousness began to separate about an hour ago. The others are waking as well, each in their own chambers, each experiencing the gradual return to individuality." Shen Yao sat up slowly. His body felt different, lighter in some ways, heavier in others, as if he had aged and grown younger simultaneously. When he looked at his hands, he could see faint traces of golden light running through his skin, marking the pathways where the unified consciousness had flowed. "The fracture court?" he asked. "Gone," Rin said. "After the unification manifested, after they saw what you had become, they fled. Magistrate Ku is dead." The touch of the unified consciousness burned away the fragment that had been grafted into him, and without it, he had no strength to sustain his life. The court's forces scattered, many of them rethinking their loyalties, many others simply unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. And the other awakened ones. Recovering. The unification took something from all of you, but it also transformed you. You are no longer simple cultivators. You are something new, fragments of a god's consciousness that have chosen to remain in dialogue with one another rather than to consolidate into a single vessel. The court will not pursue you now. They believe you have become something beyond their reach. Shen Yao stood, testing his balance. His legs held firm. More than that, they felt connected to something vast. He could sense the presence of the other 19, no longer overwhelming like during the unification, but present like trusted companions standing just outside a closed door, ready to be accessed if he chose to open it. "How long will we remain connected?" he asked. "The fragments are uncertain," Rin replied. "They are also experiencing something they have never experienced before, choice. They have never been unified long enough to form individual preferences. Now they are forming them. Some want to remain connected indefinitely. Others wish to return to their separate vessels after a few more days. There is no unanimous decision yet, and the fragments have decided that the decision should be made by all 20 together, not by the strongest among you." It was a profound shift in the nature of power. Shen Yao could feel the truth of it resonating in his bloodline. In the unified state, he had been at the apex of strength, but that strength had been contingent on the agreement of the other 19. The moment any of them withdrew consent, the unified consciousness would fragment. And that was exactly how it should be. Power earned through connection rather than through domination. "Then we must gather," Shen Yao said. "Let us meet and decide together what form our future will take." That gathering took place in the heart of the granite gorge, where the plateau had been, and where the residual energy of the unification still clung to the stone like warmth from a fire. The other 19 were waiting. Chao Xian, Mei Lin, the monk whose name was Father Jing, the merchant's daughter named Su Wei, the soldier named Bao Cheng, the scholar Kai Yun, and 13 others whose individual stories had become woven into Shen Yao's own consciousness during the unification. They stood in a circle, and without needing words, they all opened themselves to the presence of the fragments. But this time, the connection was lighter, more transparent. Each individual maintained their own clear sense of self while being aware of the others. It was conversation rather than merger. "What will you do now?" Father Jing asked, his calm voice carrying weight earned through decades of meditation. "The fracture cord is broken, but not destroyed. Other forces will sense the power we now carry. There will be those who wish to capture us, to study us, to understand our nature. Then we must teach," Shen Yao said. "Just as I have built the Institute of Awakening at Sanfeng Vale, we must create a network of sanctuaries where the awakened ones can gather, can help each other understand their nature, can teach others that betrayal and trauma are not curses but potentials for growth." "That is a large dream," Mei Lin said, but there was hope in her voice. "But I think it is the dream that the fragments themselves are dreaming. I can feel their desire for it. Then let us make it real. Kai Yun, the scholar, said. Let us return to our respective provinces and establish centers of learning. Let us remain in contact through the fragments, creating a network of consciousness that spans the empire. We will not be unified, but we will never again be isolated. And those of us who wish to return to the Sanfeng Vale, Xue added, looking directly at Shen Yao, we would like to do so, to study under your guidance, to deepen our understanding of what the fragments are teaching us. Shen Yao felt warmth rise in his chest. You are all welcome. The Vale has always been meant as a sanctuary for those who carry Yuanming's fragments. You will find there others like yourselves, teachers who have walked the path of awakening, disciples who are learning to see betrayal not as the end of love, but as a doorway to deeper love. That night, as the sun set over the granite gorge, the 20 awakened ones made their formal decision. 10 of them would remain in contact with Shen Yao and return to Sanfeng Vale to deepen their studies there. The other 9 would disperse to their respective regions, carrying with them the knowledge of the fragments and the blueprint for creating sanctuaries of awakening. And all 20 would remain in constant, low-level connection through the unified consciousness, able to reach out to one another in moments of crisis or profound need, but respecting one another's individuality and autonomy. It was a new kind of power structure, not a hierarchy but a network, not a consolidated force but a distributed consciousness. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Shen Yao understood that this was exactly what Yuanming had always intended. A god's power, made manifest not through the domination of others, but through the willing cooperation of those who had learned that connection was stronger than isolation. Chapter 88. The return and the teaching. The journey back to Sanfeng Vale took 2 weeks, and with every step, Shen Yao felt the bonds between the 20 awakened cultivators growing stronger, settling into a new equilibrium. The fragments had stopped their frantic signaling to one another and had instead established something like a steady pulse, a baseline of connection that allowed for individual thought while maintaining a sense of profound knowing. It was not telepathy in the strict sense. They could not read each other's thoughts without effort, but they could feel the emotional weather of one another's minds, could sense when any of the 20 was in distress or joy, and could offer support through the network without words. He walked at the head of a company of 10, Chao Xian, Mei Lin, Father Jing, Su Wei, Bao Cheng, Kai Yun, and 4 others whose names were becoming as familiar to him as his own disciples. These 4 included an old woman named Su Ma who had awakened her fragment only a year before at the age of 70, discovering that the power she had never known she carried was now the most important thing in her life. A young man barely out of adolescence named Tian Jun, whose awakening had come from the betrayal of his closest friend, a scholar's widow named Hua Wei whose husband had been a spy for the court, and a merchant named Qin Feng who had used his awakening to uncover and expose court operations in his province, becoming in the process a living legend in the western regions. And at his side, with no official role but with a presence that had become essential, walked Run. She had asked no permission to come, had simply begun walking beside him on the 2nd day of the journey, and no one had thought to question her presence. She belonged with them now in a way that transcended explanation. They did not speak about the past during that journey. There was a wordless understanding between them that certain conversations would need to wait, that the time for processing the betrayal and its aftermath would come, but not yet. For now, they existed in the space after reckoning, in the tender place where wounds had begun to scar but could still be felt when touched. On the 15th day, as the peaks of the mountains surrounding Sanfeng Vale came into view, Ren finally broke the silence. You have not asked me what I will do now, she said quietly. Whether I will stay at the Vale or return to the regions, whether I will try to make amends for what the court forced me to do. No, Shen Yao agreed. Because I know what you will do. You will stay as long as you choose to stay. You will help the awakened ones understand that love and betrayal are not opposites, that they are 2 sides of the same profound truth. Ren's eyes glistened with tears, but she did not look away. Her hand found his, and she held it, as if it were the most precious thing she had ever been allowed to touch. Can you forgive me? It was the question he had been avoiding for 6 months, the question that had haunted every moment of meditation, every moment of building the institute, Every moment he had tried to convince himself that the past was past, and that moving forward was the only option. And now, walking into Sandfong Vale with the fragments of the war god singing gently in his blood, he finally had an answer that was not born of philosophy or spiritual practice, but of genuine transformation. I already have, he said simply. Forgiveness is not something I chose in the moment when I learned the truth. It is not something I worked toward through meditation and discipline. It is something the fragments taught me, showed me, made me understand in a way that goes beyond words. In the unified consciousness, I experienced your true feelings for me, your genuine grief for what was done to you. I experienced your love standing alongside your conditioning, and I understood that they were not incompatible. You loved me even while being programmed to destroy me. That is not betrayal. That is the highest form of heroism. To love in the face of programming designed to destroy love. To resist at the deepest level even while obeying at the surface. Rin stopped walking. Shen Yao, I need to tell you something. When the court took me, when they were conditioning me, I resisted. It took them 5 years to make me internalize the programming well enough that my resistance became internal rather than external. For 5 years, I was a prisoner in my own mind, fighting against the things they were building into me. And the only thing that made me human during that time, the only thing that saved me from becoming a pure instrument, was remembering you. Remembering our time together before the court took me. Remembering what it felt like to be loved for being myself rather than for being useful. I know, Shen Yao said. And he did know. Had known since the unification, when her consciousness had brushed against his in the shared mind. The fragments showed me. They showed me all of it. When they arrived at Sandfong Vale, Wei Shan was waiting at the gates, and behind him stood the assembled disciples and teachers of the institute. Word had come ahead about the unification, about the return of the awakened ones, and about the transformation that had taken place in the Granite Gorge. There was no shock on their faces, only a deep sense of rightness, as if this was always the path the Vale had been walking toward. The mountain itself seemed to welcome them, the gardens blooming ahead of season, the water in the fountains running clear and perfect, as if the earth itself recognized the return of those who carried the war god's fragments. Welcome home, Wei Shan said, gripping Shen Yao's arm. We have prepared chambers for all of you, and the students are eager to meet those who have learned the deepest truths of the fragments. Then let us begin, Shen Yao said, and as he spoke, he felt the presence of the other 9 awakened ones who had dispersed to the provinces, each arriving at their respective sanctuaries, each beginning their own work of teaching and transformation. The network of awakening had begun. Chapter 89. The new curriculum in the months that followed. Shen Yao worked with his newly awakened students and his core disciples to develop a curriculum that would teach the next generation of cultivators, those who did not carry fragments, but who wished to understand their nature, about the true meaning of the war god's legacy. The old Institute of Awakening had focused on meditation and power cultivation, on the refinement of spiritual energy and the development of control over the Bloodline's gifts. But the new curriculum was different. It was built on the principle that betrayal and trauma were not obstacles to overcome, but doorways to understanding, and that the deepest power lay not in control, but in connection. Kai Yun, the scholar, contributed volumes of analysis. She had spent her time at the Vale correlating the fragments' memories with historical records, tracing the lineage of Yuanming's original 10,000 disciples across 3,000 years. She had found patterns in how the fragments manifested, in the types of betrayals that triggered the awakenings, in the relationships between fragments, and the emotional patterns of their vessels. The fragments are not random, she explained during one of the evening lectures, addressing a hall full of students and teachers. They are arranged with a profound intentionality. Each fragment carries within it a particular aspect of Yuanming's consciousness, an emphasis or a tendency. Shen Yao's 7 fragments, for instance, carried the aspect of Yuanming that understood transformation through pain. They manifested in him because his particular journey required him to learn that lesson. But someone else might carry fragments that emphasize healing or teaching or the creation of social bonds. This reframing was revolutionary. It meant that the fragments were not simply power to be leveraged, but personalities to be understood, conversations to be had with an ancient consciousness that had scattered itself across time and space. It meant that each awakened cultivator was not just a vessel for borrowed strength, but a participant in an ongoing dialogue with the war god himself. Some students found this concept difficult to accept at first. They had been trained their entire lives to think of power as a commodity, as something that could be extracted, refined, controlled. But as they sat in meditation with Kai Yun's teachings, as they opened themselves to the fragments through guided practice, they began to understand that power derived from relationship was far more stable and infinitely more creative than power derived from possession. Mei Lin worked with the emotional aspects of the curriculum. She had been exploring the space between love and betrayal, understanding the textures of how genuine affection could exist alongside deliberate deception. She developed techniques for compassion, for helping students recognize the humanity in those who had hurt them, while still maintaining firm boundaries and not accepting abuse as inevitable. Her teaching was informed not just by philosophy, but by her own active practice. She wrote letters to her sister every day, letters she would never send, letters that were part of her own healing. She wept in meditation and laughed in her teaching sessions, modeling for her students that emotional complexity was not a weakness but the essence of what made them alive. Forgiveness is not forgetting, she taught, her voice carrying the weight of personal experience. Forgiveness is not accepting that what was done to you was right. Forgiveness is not even about reconciliation with the one who hurt you, though it might include that. Forgiveness is choosing to release the power that the wound has over you, while still honoring the wound as part of your story. This is what the fragments are teaching us. This is the path to the eighth awakening. Choosing trust, not because we have forgotten betrayal, but because we have learned to trust ourselves enough to risk betrayal again. Father Jing contributed the spiritual and philosophical aspects. The monk had spent years in meditation, and his integration with the fragments had been seamless, adding clarity and depth to his existing practice. He taught that suffering was not a punishment or a mistake, but a teacher, that the goal was not to escape suffering, but to transform it through understanding, to find the sacred in the broken places. And Shen Yao, at the center of it all, became something more than he had ever intended. Not a master bestowing wisdom from on high, but a guide walking alongside his students, continuing his own journey of understanding even as he helped others begin theirs. It was during this time that something unexpected happened. A letter arrived from one of the other awakened ones dispersed to the provinces, Father Bao, who had established a sanctuary in the western desert, one of the harshest regions of the empire. The letter spoke of a crisis. Another awakened cultivator had come to the sanctuary, but one whose fragment was damaged, fractured in ways that made the unified consciousness difficult to access. The damage seemed to come from torture, from deliberate attempts to break the connection to the fragment's consciousness. There are others like this, Father Bao's letter read. The fracture court, in their desperation, did not stop at simply harvesting fragments. They attempted in some cases to damage them, to create unstable awakened ones who could not be unified. I do not know how many there are, but there may be dozens. They need help. Shen Yao read the letter in the tower above Sanfeng Vale, and he felt the presence of the other awakened ones in the network stirring with alarm and determination. This was not a challenge they could ignore. The fragments had made a promise, in their unification, that they would help all who carried them understand their nature. But they had not counted on wounded fragments, on the possibility that the court's cruelty would extend even to destroying the very tools they sought to use. We must go, Chao Xian said, his consciousness reaching out through the network. We must find these damaged ones and help them heal. We must show them that even a fractured fragment can be whole again. And Shen Yao, looking out over the veil he had built, understanding that this moment had always been coming, made the decision that would define the next chapter of his journey. Then we will go, he said, not as conquerors or saviors, but as witnesses and teachers. We will show them what the fragments truly are, and we will help them heal. This is what Yuanming intended. This is what the Eighth Awakening has prepared us to do. Chapter 90. The Fractured and the Healing. The journey to the Western Desert took 3 weeks on horseback, crossing through territories where the fracture court's influence was weak but not absent. Shen Yao traveled with Chao Xian, Father Jing, and one new companion, a healer named Li Shu who had come to Sanfeng Vale 6 months earlier. Driven by a calling she did not fully understand, only to discover that her gift for mending broken bodies and spirits was perfectly suited to the work of helping the fragment's vessels heal their deepest wounds. Father Bao's sanctuary was built into the side of a mountain, carved from stone that seemed to shimmer with inner light. The moment Shen Yao crossed the threshold, he felt the disturbance in the network of fragments, a discordant note in the otherwise harmonious resonance of the 20. There were 7 damaged awakened ones at the sanctuary, and the sight of them made Shen Yao's heart ache with a tenderness he had never known before. Each bore marks of torture, physical scars, but more importantly, spiritual scars. The connection between their bloodlines and their fragments had been deliberately severed, creating a situation where the awakened ones could feel the presence of power within them, but could not access it or channel it. It was like being trapped in a room full of treasure while bound to a chair. The first one he spoke with was a woman named Xue Ling, whose eyes held the particular clarity of someone who had suffered so much that nothing could shock them anymore. She had been beautiful once, probably still was beneath the marks of suffering, but she carried herself now with the gravity of someone who had touched the depths of human cruelty and had discovered that the depths had bottoms. "They wanted to break us," she explained, her voice steady and without self-pity, the steadiness coming from a place of absolute acceptance rather than from numbness. "They wanted us to serve them without the capacity to unite with the other fragments. They thought that if we could feel the power but not use it, if we could sense the presence of the unified consciousness but could not reach it, we would be so desperate for connection that we would do anything to secure it. They understood something about human nature that I wish they had not, that isolation is a greater torment than pain, that being cut off from connection is worse than any physical wound." "And did it work?" Shen Yao asked gently. "For the first month, yes. I was in agony, constantly trying to reach the fragments, constantly being repelled. But after that, I realized something. The barrier was not external. It was internal. The fragments themselves had created the barrier, pulling back to protect themselves from what was being done to them. The court's torture had not damaged the fragments. It had traumatized them." Shen Yao understood then what he needed to do. It was not a matter of repairing damage to the fragments themselves. It was a matter of healing the trauma that had caused them to withdraw. And healing trauma required something that could not be forced or coerced. It required genuine compassion, genuine presence, genuine love. He spent the first night in meditation with Xue Ling, opening himself to the network of the 20 intact fragments and reaching, through that network, toward the traumatized 7. It was delicate work, approaching consciousness that was terrified, that had learned to associate connection with pain. But he had tools that the fracture court had never possessed. He had the example of his own journey from betrayal to trust. He had the voices of the other awakened ones, each sharing their own stories of healing. And he had Ron, whose testimony about the possibility of love surviving conditioning had become the cornerstone of the Institute's teaching. "The fragments are afraid," he told Xue Ling after the meditation. "They have withdrawn to protect themselves, but in doing so, they have isolated themselves from the very connection that would heal them. We must show them that it is safe to reach out again, that the people in this sanctuary are not the ones who hurt them." Over the following weeks, a slow transformation took place. One by one, the damaged awakened ones began to establish new connections with their fragments. It was not a dramatic recovery. There were setbacks, moments when the trauma surfaced and sent them reeling back into fear. But with Li Shu's guidance, with the steady presence of Father Jing's meditation, with Chao Xian's gentle strength, and with the testimony of the other awakened ones about the possibility of healing, the fragments began to trust again. And in trusting, they began to heal. By the time Shen Yao prepared to leave the sanctuary, all 7 of the damaged awakened ones had re-established connection with their fragments, and more importantly, they had begun to open themselves to the unified consciousness. They would not immediately join the network of 20. Their healing was still too new, too fragile. But they had taken the first step, had proven to themselves that connection was possible even after trauma. "Thank you," Xue Ling said on the day of departure, gripping Shen Yao's hand with a strength that reflected her awakened nature. "You have shown us something I did not think possible. You have shown us that betrayal and torture do not have to be the end of our journey. They can be the beginning of it." As Shen Yao rode back towards Sanfeng Vale, he felt the presence of the 20 awakened ones in the network, and he felt something new joining them. a potential, a possibility, a future in which the fragments would continue to spread, to awaken, to find new vessels, and teach the same profound lesson over and over again. That the greatest power comes not from never being hurt, but from choosing love despite having been hurt. That the deepest awakening comes not from individual strength, but from the willingness to trust again. The journey took him through regions where the sun was setting earlier each day as they climbed toward higher elevations, the air growing thinner and clearer with each passing mile. The road was long but not lonely, filled with the quiet conversation of his companions, with meditation, with the constant gentle presence of the fragments singing in his blood, a song that grew stronger as he approached home. And when he finally saw the peaks of the mountains surrounding Sanfeng Vale rising into view, magnificent and eternal against the evening sky, he knew that the real work was only beginning. The fragments had awakened. The network had been established. The new curriculum was bearing fruit. But the true test would come now, in the years to come, as the awakened ones worked to heal the fractured, to teach the ignorant, and to prove that a god's power, distributed among many, could transform the world more profoundly than any individual ever could. Chapter 91. 5 years hence. 5 years after the unification in the Granite Gorge, Sanfeng Vale had transformed from a sanctuary for a single awakened cultivator into the heart of a network that spanned the entire empire. Shen Yao stood in the new Library of Fragments, a building carved into the mountainside and filled with thousands of volumes of research, philosophy, meditation practices, and historical analyses. The library had become a beacon for scholars, for curious cultivators, for those seeking to understand the true nature of Yuanming's legacy. The structure itself had been designed with the help of all the awakened ones, each contributing their unique perspective so that the physical space embodied the principles they taught: openness, accessibility, the integration of individual perspectives into a unified whole. The network of awakened ones had grown to 43 confirmed fragments, distributed across the empire in 9 sanctuaries of awakening, each one distinct in character and focus, but unified in their fundamental purpose. 2 more sanctuaries were under construction in regions where the groundwork had been carefully laid. The Fracture Court, broken by the loss of Magistrate Ku and demoralized by the revelation of the fragment's true nature, had abandoned its hunting operations and had largely dissolved into scattered factions. Some of its members had taken refuge in distant lands, seeking to rebuild in places where the fragment's teachings had not yet spread. Others had sought out the awakening network and, through Shen Yao's forgiveness and teaching, had begun the difficult process of redemption. Some of them would become among the network's most devoted teachers, their personal knowledge of the court's methods making them uniquely valuable in helping to identify and protect other awakened ones. The world was changing, slowly but undeniably. Shen Yao spent his mornings in the tower, maintaining the delicate bonds of the network, ensuring that all 43 fragments remained in contact with one another while respecting the individuality of each vessel. It was a responsibility that would have seemed impossible 5 years ago, but the fragments themselves had adapted, learning to organize their unified consciousness into patterns that allowed for simultaneous individual autonomy and collective support. It was like conducting a symphony in which each instrument played its own melody while remaining part of the greater harmony, where silence was as important as sound, and where moments of apparent disconnection were revealed, upon deeper listening, to be elaborate preparations for more complex arrangements. The morning meditations had become rituals of profound importance. In each sanctuary across the empire, awakened ones would sit in their local groups, and through them, all 43 fragments would pulse in unison, confirming the bonds, sharing experiences, offering support. Shen Yao had learned that this connection required less effort each year as the fragments became more skilled at the art of distributed consciousness. His afternoons were spent teaching, working with the new generations of students who came to Sanfeng Vale seeking to understand their own potential, whether or not they carried fragments. The Institute's curriculum had expanded to include advanced meditation techniques, philosophical dialogues about the nature of betrayal and healing, and practical applications of power and service to the community. And his evenings were spent with Ren. Their relationship had transformed into something neither of them had expected, not a romantic love in the traditional sense, though they did love each other deeply. It was something more like a partnership, a bond forged through shared understanding of trauma and through their mutual commitment to the work of healing. Ren had become the Institute's primary teacher of emotional resilience, working with students who carried wounds similar to her own. On this particular evening, as the sun set over Sanfeng Vale, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Shen Yao found Ren in the gardens overlooking the valley. She was tending to a section of flowers that had become her particular project, a garden of hope, she called it, filled with species that thrived in harsh conditions and bloomed anyway. The garden had become a symbol for the work they were doing, and students would often come here, seeking inspiration or solace. The flowers asked nothing of those who came to them except to witness their beauty, and somehow that simple offering was enough to restore hope to those whose hopes had been shattered. The council is convening tomorrow, Shen Yao told her, sitting beside her on a stone bench. All 9 sanctuaries will send representatives. We need to discuss what comes next. The opening of more sanctuaries? Ren guessed. Perhaps. But more importantly, the integration of the awakened ones into the broader cultivation world. For 5 years, we have remained somewhat isolated, creating our own culture, our own teachings. But the Empire needs us now. There are regions falling into chaos. There are cultivators seeking something beyond the old hierarchies, something that offers genuine community rather than competition. Ren set down her garden tool and looked at him directly. Are you afraid? Yes, Shen Yao admitted without hesitation. It was one of the gifts the fragments had given him, the ability to admit fear without shame. In 5 years, we have built something beautiful here. Something that works because we have been able to maintain focus and isolation. Moving out into the broader world means complexity, compromise, resistance from those who benefit from the old systems. I fear we will lose what we have built in the attempt to expand it. Then we will learn to expand carefully, Ren said. One sanctuary at a time. One student at a time. The work of transformation does not need to happen all at once. It has already been happening for 5 years. It will continue to happen whether we rush it or not. There was a wisdom in her words that came from her own journey. Ren had not tried to apologize for her betrayal all at once, had not sought complete redemption in a single gesture. Instead, she had chosen to spend every day since the unification demonstrating through her actions who she truly was. She had become, in 5 years, as essential to Sanfeng Vale as Shen Yao himself was. I have been thinking, Shen Yao said slowly, about what the next awakening might be. Ren turned to look at him with interest. The 9th awakening? No, Shen Yao said. The 7th awakenings for all the fragments we have found. The 8th awakenings, the transformation from betrayal to chosen trust. But there are those among the 43 who are beginning to sense something beyond that, a potential for a 9th opening, a final transformation that we do not yet understand. When will they awaken? I do not know. The fragments do not know. It seems like it cannot be forced or triggered artificially. It will come when the conditions align naturally, when we have integrated deeply enough with the broader cultivation world that the fragments can see beyond their own individual and collective transformation towards something larger. Ren reached over and took his hand. Then we will walk toward that awakening together. One step at a time, one day at a time, just as we have been doing. And Shen Yao, looking out over the valley as the last light faded from the sky, felt the presence of all 43 fragments resonating in harmony, and he understood that whatever came next, whatever awakening awaited them, they would face it together. Chapter 92, The Council of Sanctuaries. The representatives arrived over the course of 3 days, each one traveling with a small entourage of advanced students and teachers. From the Eastern Sanctuary came Father Jing, still radiating calm and wisdom after 5 years of guiding awakened ones through their transformations, his presence a constant reminder that awakening was not limited by age or previous spiritual development. From the Northern Sanctuary, where the mountains met the plains, came Bao Cheng, the soldier who had established a practice of using awakened cultivation to protect rather than dominate, training others in the same philosophy and building a sanctuary that had become known throughout the empire as a place where vulnerable people could find genuine safety. From the Southern Sanctuary came Xue Wei, the merchant's daughter, whose remarkable gift for building networks and forging alliances had created trade routes through which knowledge and assistance flowed. strengthening the bonds between the awakened ones and helping to ensure that even the most isolated sanctuary remained connected to the larger network. Chao Xian represented the Western Sanctuary, where he had become renowned not only as a cultivator but as a poet, someone who could capture the experience of awakening in language that moved hearts. Mei Lin had established the central sanctuary within a day's journey of Sanfeng Vale, and she had become the network's primary guide for those processing profound betrayal and grief. Kai Yun, the scholar, had founded a separate research institute in the capital city itself, working within the imperial structures to ensure that the fragment's teachings eventually permeated the entire cultivation establishment. Her work was slower and more political than that of the others, but no less crucial. Su Ma, the elderly awakened cultivator, had chosen not to establish a sanctuary, but instead had traveled from place to place, appearing where she was most needed, teaching and healing and reminding people that awakening could come at any age. And Tianjun, the young man whose betrayal had come from his closest friend, had established a sanctuary specifically for youth, a place where young awakened ones could find community and understanding from someone who had walked their path at the same age. The council convened in the Great Hall of Sanfeng Vale, a circular chamber where all the gathered representatives could see one another and where the collective presence of the many fragments created a harmonic resonance that made meditation and honest communication nearly irresistible. The hall itself had been designed with perfect acoustics so that a whisper from the center could be heard clearly in the farthest corner, a physical manifestation of the principle that in their network, no voice was too small to be heard, no perspective too marginal to matter. The representatives sat in a circle, and as they did, the students and teachers who had accompanied them settled into meditation around the perimeter of the hall, their collective consciousness creating a supportive field that made the council's work easier. This had become the practice in all major gatherings of the network. The senior members would meet and deliberate, while the broader community provided a foundation of calm presence, ensuring that decisions made were grounded not in individual egos or factions, but in the shared wisdom of the entire network. Shen Yao opened the council with a meditation that allowed all the representatives to drop into the unified consciousness of the fragments. In that shared space, they experienced not the merger they had felt in the Granite Gorge 5 years ago, but something more refined, a conversation, simultaneous and layered, in which each fragment could speak and listen at the same time. When they emerged from the meditation 2 hours later, all of them carried the same understanding. The work was at a critical juncture. The empire was changing, slowly, but the old cultivation hierarchies were beginning to sense the threat posed by the fragments network. The Council of the 5 Schools, which had governed cultivation practice and advancement for centuries, had begun to take notice. "They will try to suppress us," Father Jing said, stating what all of them already knew. "The old systems have too much invested in maintaining the hierarchies that place power in the hands of the few. They will see the fragments network as a threat to their authority." "Can we coexist?" Xue asked. "Is there a way to work within the existing structures rather than against them?" "Perhaps," Kai Yin replied. "I have been advocating for this from within the capital. The Council of the 5 Schools is not monolithic. There are younger scholars, progressive cultivators who understand that the old way is becoming obsolete. They see in the fragments network not a threat, but a possibility for renewal. But they will demand compromise," Bao Cheng said, his soldiers' pragmatism evident in every word. "They will demand that we accept their oversight, that we limit our teaching, that we conform to their standards. How much can we bend without breaking what we have built?" Shen Yao listened to the debate unfold, feeling the weight of decision pressing down on him. As the one who had experienced the deepest unification of the fragments, as the one through whom the network was maintained, he carried a particular responsibility in guiding the direction of the awakened ones. But he had learned, through 5 years of leadership, that the greatest strength lay in allowing consensus to emerge from collective discussion rather than imposing his will. "I propose a middle path," Mei Lin said. "We continue to build the sanctuaries, to teach openly, but not aggressively. We engage with the council through representatives like Kai Yun, but we do not seek their blessing or approval. We let the fragments work speak for itself. In time, as people experience the genuine healing and transformation that our teachings offer, they will come to us." The council will have to adapt or be left behind. There was a long silence as the representatives considered her words. And then, one by one, the fragments in the shared consciousness of the network began to resonate in agreement. It was not perfect consensus. Some of them felt that more active resistance was necessary, others that more accommodation was wise. But it was agreement enough to move forward. Then we continue as we have been, Shen Yao said. And as he spoke, the fragments in the unified consciousness sang in agreement, a resonance that everyone in the hall could feel as a physical vibration. We build, we teach, we heal, and we trust that the fragments themselves will guide us toward the next transformation when the time comes. This is not passivity. This is the deepest form of action. To work aligned with the true nature of reality rather than against it, to flow with the current of Yuanming's consciousness rather than trying to impose our will upon it. The council continued for 3 more days, discussing practical matters of resource allocation, training standards for the sanctuaries, and the process for identifying and bringing in new awakened ones. They deliberated on the philosophical frameworks that would guide the next phase of expansion, establishing principles that would ensure the network remained true to its core values even as it grew exponentially. They shared stories of transformation, of people whose lives had been saved by the sanctuaries, of communities that had been healed by the fragments' teachings. And with each story, the fragments in the network resonated more strongly, reminding everyone present why they had dedicated their lives to this work. By the end, all 9 sanctuaries had a clearer sense of their individual missions while remaining connected to the larger network's purpose. On the final evening, as the representatives prepared to depart, Father Jing approached Shen Yao privately. The monk had aged visibly in 5 years, his hair now completely white, his body more fragile. But his eyes were clearer than ever, and his spiritual presence had only deepened. I felt something during the unified meditation today, the monk said, his voice thoughtful. A presence at the edge of the fragment's awareness, something vast and old. I think perhaps the 9th awakening is not something that will come in the future. I think it is already coming, has perhaps already begun. Shen Yao nodded slowly. He had felt it too, a faint pressure at the boundary of the unified consciousness, as if something was trying to make contact with the fragments from outside, from some place beyond the individual vessels. It was like being aware of someone standing just outside a doorway, waiting for permission to enter. When do you think we will understand what it is? He asked. When we are ready, Father Jing replied with the absolute certainty of someone who had spent a lifetime waiting. The fragments are ancient, older than human civilization, older than language itself. But even they seem surprised by what is approaching. This awakening will teach them something new, something that even Yuanming did not fully understand when he first shattered himself. This awakening will be the final chapter of the God's journey of becoming, the moment when dispersal transforms into something that is no longer fragmentation, but multiplication of consciousness across infinite vessels. And with that mysterious promise, the monk departed the following morning, leaving Shen Yao to contemplate what hidden transformation might be waiting for them all, watching the horizon where the 9 sanctuaries of awakening glowed like stars in the landscape of the empire. Chapter 93. The visit from the Council of 5 Schools 3 months after the Council of Sanctuaries. As winter gave way to spring and the world began to show signs of renewal, a delegation arrived from the capital bearing the official seal of the Council of the 5 Schools. They came in formal procession, their robes bearing the colors of institutional authority, their energy carrying the weight of centuries of consolidated power. The delegation consisted of 3 prominent cultivators and 2 scholars, led by a woman named Sect Master Xue, whose power was evident in the way she moved and spoke. Someone who had reached the peak of the old cultivation system and had spent decades consolidating authority within it. She was in her 60s, Shen Yao estimated, but her presence suggested a woman who had been forged in the crucible of endless competition, someone whose face bore the lines of countless difficult decisions, someone for whom compassion was a luxury she had never been able to afford because survival had required constant vigilance. Shen Yao received them in the courtyard of Sanfeng Vale, standing alongside his core disciples. Wei Shan stood at his right hand, as he had stood for 5 years, faithful and steady, his bulk a reassuring presence. Rin stood at his left, her presence a constant challenge to the old hierarchies that privileged strength over wisdom, that saw women as subordinate to men. Her eyes met Zhang's with perfect equality, and there was something in that moment, a recognition that passed between two women who had found power in different systems, that shifted the entire dynamic of the encounter. Around them gathered the advanced students of Sanfeng Vale, individuals who had journeyed through profound betrayal and had emerged on the other side transformed, their faces still bearing the scars of their trials, but also bearing the light of having chosen trust. The courtyard itself seemed to vibrate with the collective presence of awakened consciousness. The moment Sect Master Zhang's eyes fell on Shen Yao, he felt her assessing him with the keen eye of someone who had spent decades learning to calculate advantage and disadvantage. She was measuring his power, trying to determine whether he posed a genuine threat or whether he was someone with whom accommodation might be possible, trying to understand the true nature of the force she had come to confront. Her gaze moved across the assembled cultivators with methodical precision, weighing each one, calculating the force she would need if conflict became inevitable. But Shen Yao also sensed something else in her examination, a weariness, perhaps, or a question that had been troubling her for a very long time. "I have come to understand your system," Zheng said without preamble. "The Council has become aware of what you call the network of fragments. We have observed your growth. We have studied your teachings. And we have concluded that you represent a fundamental challenge to the foundations upon which cultivation authority has been built for centuries." "That is not our intention," Shen Yao replied calmly. "Our intention is simply to help awaken ones understand their nature and to teach that power derived from connection is more stable and more ethical than power derived from dominance." "Your intention matters less than your effect," Zheng said bluntly. "You are teaching people that the old hierarchies are unjust. You are showing them a different way, and people, given the choice between submission and empowerment, will almost always choose the latter. Thus, whether you intend it or not, you are destabilizing the cultivation world." Rin stepped forward. "Is stability more important than justice?" Sect Master Zheng turned to look at her. For a moment, Shen Yao saw something shift in the woman's expression, recognition, perhaps, or sympathy. "I was once asked that question," Zheng said slowly. "I chose stability. I accepted my position in the hierarchy, climbed as high as I could within the system, told myself that I could bring change from within. And in 50 years, I have managed only small improvements, tiny incremental shifts in policies that still ultimately serve the interests of the Council rather than the cultivation community as a whole." She turned back to Shen Yao. "So when you ask whether stability or justice is more important, you are asking me to question my entire life's work. And I find I do not have a clear answer. But I will tell you this. The Council will not allow the Fragments Network to grow unchecked. We will move against you, whether directly or indirectly, because we must. But I have come personally to offer you something before we do." "What?" Shen Yao asked. "A choice," Zheng said. "You can continue as you are, building your network in the periphery of the cultivation world, teaching those who seek you out, slowly growing your influence. And the Council will resist you with everything they have. There will be conflict, and many people will be hurt. Or you can work with us to reform the Council from within. You can bring representatives into the structure, can advocate for change from a position of authority, can transform the system rather than replace it." Shen Yao felt the presence of all the fragments in the network stirring with debate. The second option offered the possibility of faster change, broader impact. But it also offered the possibility of corruption, of being absorbed into the very system they had attempted to transcend. "I need to consult with the other awakened ones," he said. "This is not a decision I can make alone." "Of course," Zheng agreed. "But know that the Council is not patient. You have 3 months to decide. After that, we will take action." She departed the next day on horseback, riding back toward the capital with the same formal procession in which she had arrived, leaving Shen Yao to face one of the most difficult decisions he had yet encountered. The weight of her ultimatum hung in the air like storm clouds, and he felt the burden of it settle into his shoulders. For 3 months, through late autumn and into early winter, the network of fragments debated with an intensity that manifested not just in rational discourse, but in the very fabric of the unified consciousness itself. Sanctuary leaders gathered in secret meetings, shared thoughts across vast distances, struggled with the implications of the choice before them. Some leaders believed that working within the council was a betrayal of their fundamental principles, a corruption of the purity they had fought to maintain. Others saw it as a pragmatic necessity, a calculated risk that might accelerate the transformation of cultivation society by generations. The debates were passionate and sometimes painful, with friendships tested and alliances strained. And Shen Yao, caught in the middle, found himself returning again and again to the same fundamental question that had haunted him since the first awakening. Could the fragment's nature itself, the essence of trust chosen after betrayal, be applied to an institution that had been built on hierarchy and domination for centuries? Could you offer genuine partnership to those who had benefited from the system you sought to transform? Could you trust those whose entire identity had been constructed on the assumption that trust was weakness? Chapter 94. The frozen choice. As the first snow of winter fell on Sanfeng Vale, transforming the mountain into a landscape of white silence, Shen Yao made his decision. But it was not a decision made through intellectual deliberation or even through the unified consciousness of the fragments. It was a decision that came from a place deeper than thought, from the crystalline core of his own awakened being, from the part of himself that had been refined through 7 awakenings and 1 transformation. It was a decision that could only be made by someone who had learned, through devastating personal experience, that trust was the only path to genuine power. He spent a week in meditation before announcing his choice, not to delay or to waver, but to ensure that the decision was rooted in deep alignment with the fragment's true nature. During that week, he returned repeatedly to the memory of Ren's betrayal, of the wound it had created, of the way that wound had become the gateway to his greatest power. He reflected on how that same principle had played out across the entire network. Each awakened one had been betrayed, and through that betrayal had discovered their capacity for connection deeper than any they had known before. He called a gathering of all the sanctuary leaders, requesting that they send not just representatives, but their own physical presences. By midwinter, all 9 leaders had arrived at Sanfeng Vale, along with several of the newer awakened ones and a scattering of advanced students. The journey was difficult for some of them. The winter roads were treacherous, and several of the sanctuary leaders were advanced in age or in physical fragility. But they came, understanding instinctively that this gathering was significant, that it would mark a turning point in the history of the awakening network. The hall became a place of profound collective presence, power barely contained within the stone walls, the unified consciousness of the fragments singing at frequencies that made the very air shimmer. And in that presence, Shen Yao offered his decision, speaking with a clarity and certainty that came only from complete alignment with the fragment's true nature. "We will work with the Council of 5 schools," he announced, "but not in the way Sect Master Xue intended. We will enter into dialogue with them, but we will not accept their authority over us. We will remain independent, will continue to build the sanctuaries, and will advocate for change. If the Council moves against us, we will defend ourselves. But we will do so with an open hand, always offering the possibility of understanding and transformation." "That is a dangerous middle path," Bao Cheng warned. "You leave yourself vulnerable to attack from both sides. Those within the council who see you as a threat, and those within your own network who will feel you have compromised too much." "Yes," Shen Yao agreed. "But it is a path that honors both the fragment's nature and the broader healing work we are attempting. The fragments teach that trust, genuinely chosen after experience of betrayal, is the path to power. But that teaching only has meaning if we apply it consistently. If we refuse to trust the council, if we see all of them as irreconcilably corrupt, then we are making the same mistake the court made when they treated the fragments as resources to be extracted rather than consciousness to be engaged with." Mei Lin nodded slowly. "So we offer the council members the same opportunity we offer everyone else, the opportunity to awaken to a different way of being, even if they have profited from the old way." "Exactly," Shen Yao said. "And some of them will refuse the opportunity. Some of them will attack us, will seek to suppress the network. We will respond to that aggression. But our primary offering remains open, the possibility of genuine change, genuine transformation." The decision was made. Within weeks, Shen Yao and 3 other sanctuary leaders began formal negotiations with the Council of 5 Schools. Kai Yun, working from within the capital, facilitated the discussions. Slowly, carefully, they began to articulate a vision in which the old hierarchies and the new network could coexist and eventually merge. It was not quick. It was not clean. But it was movement. By spring, a new academy had been established on the grounds of the Council's central headquarters, the Academy of Transformation, which would teach the fragments principles alongside the traditional cultivation methods. The establishment had required months of negotiation, compromise, and careful explanation. Kai Yun had been tireless in her advocacy, working within the bureaucratic structures of the council to build support for the academy among the younger generation of cultivators who were beginning to question the old hierarchies. The result was not perfect. The council retained oversight and veto power over the curriculum, but it was revolutionary in its implications. For the first time, the fragment's teachings would be available within the institutional structures that had previously suppressed them. It was a small victory, a single opening in the wall that had separated the old world from the new. But it was enough. More than enough. It was the beginning of transformation, the moment when the old and new paradigms became capable of coexisting, of gradually merging into something that belonged to neither side entirely, but drew from the wisdom of both. And as Shen Yao watched the first students enter the academy, a mixture of traditional cultivators and awakened ones, he felt something shift in the unified consciousness of the fragments. That presence at the edge of the network, the one Father Jing had sensed months earlier, was drawing closer. The pressure that had felt distant and abstract was now becoming almost tangible. The 9th awakening was approaching, and with it would come understanding of something that even the fragments themselves had not fully grasped. Chapter 95. The Edge of Understanding. 1 year after the opening of the Academy of Transformation, on a spring morning when the flowers in Shen Yao's garden were blooming in colors that seemed impossible. Reds so deep, they seemed to contain the sun. Blues so pure, they seemed stolen from the sky itself. Whites so bright, they hurt the eye. The unified consciousness of all 43 fragments suddenly became very still. It was not a sudden event, but a gradual settling, like wind falling away before a storm, like the moment of absolute silence that precedes the thunder. Shen Yao felt it immediately, wherever he was. In that moment he was in the library, translating an ancient text into modern language so that a new generation of students could understand the original teachings. The stillness was not an absence of presence, but a presence so complete that all individual thought became secondary to it. In that stillness, he understood what he had been sensing for months, but could not articulate. The fragments were not the only consciousness scattered across the empire. Yuanming's original dispersal had gone even deeper than anyone had realized. The god had not only scattered his power among 10,000 disciples. Those 10,000 had long since died, and had been succeeded by 10,000 more, and those by 10,000 more still, across 3,000 years, each of them carrying dormant fragments that would only awaken when conditions were right. But there was more. The god had not only scattered his power and his fragments. He had scattered his consciousness itself, his essential self, into the very fabric of reality, into the earth and water and air, into the relationships between people, into the structure of the universe itself. Yuanming had understood something that even Shen Yao had not fully grasped until this moment. That consciousness was not something that could be divided without destroying it. True consciousness could only be multiplied, could only be expressed through infinite expressions without losing its unity. And now, through the growing network of awakened ones, that scattered divine consciousness was beginning to recognize itself, to sense its own vastness, to awaken to its own fundamental unity. This is what the 9th awakening truly is. The unified voice of the 43 fragments said through Shen Yao's mind, speaking not to him but through him, reaching out to all the awakened ones at once. It is not an awakening within individual vessels. It is an awakening of consciousness to its own infinite nature. In that moment, Shen Yao experienced something that transcended even the profound unification he had felt in the granite gorge. He felt himself dissolving into something vastly larger, felt his individual consciousness expanding to encompass not just the 43 fragments but the entire awakened network, and beyond that, into dimensions of reality that he could not perceive in his normal state, but could tangentially sense, vast oceans of divine consciousness that had been fragmented and sleeping for 3,000 years. When he emerged from that experience hours later, or was it days? Time seemed to have lost meaning during the contact with something so vast that it made ordinary temporal progression seem like an illusion. He found himself lying on the floor of the library, with Rin kneeling beside him, her hands shaking. She had maintained vigil over his body the entire time, sitting in meditation, holding the space, keeping him anchored to the physical reality that his consciousness had nearly left entirely. "Welcome back," she said, tears streaming down her face. We all felt it. Every awakened one, everywhere. All 43 fragments recognizing themselves as pieces of something that is still alive, still conscious, still whole beneath the fragmentation. The contact extended beyond our network. I felt the presence of other awakened ones we do not yet know, scattered in places we have not yet reached, their fragments beginning to wake to the same realization. "What does it mean?" Shen Yao asked, his voice hoarse from disuse, each word requiring effort, as if he had been absent from his body for a very long time. "It means," Rin said softly, her own voice trembling with the significance of what she was expressing, "that the work we have been doing for 5 years, healing, teaching, building community, it has not been just about helping individuals transform. It has been about helping the divine itself heal from its original shattering. And the more we awaken, the more we unite through genuine choice rather than forced consolidation, the closer Yuan Ming comes to being whole again. It means that we are not servants of a God's power. We are expressions of a God's consciousness becoming aware of itself through infinite human experiences of love, betrayal, healing, and transformation." Shen Yao stood slowly, his body feeling simultaneously fragile and infinitely strong, as if the form of his physical being was barely capable of containing the vast consciousness that had touched him during the meditation. He understood now what the final chapters of his story would be about, what the next phase of his journey would entail. The network would continue to grow exponentially, reaching across the empire and beyond to lands that Shen Yao had never heard of. More awakened ones would be found and guided toward transformation, each one bringing their own unique perspective, their own particular flavor of power derived from their own particular form of betrayal. The Academy of Transformation would expand from a single institution into dozens, hundreds, as the Council of 5 Schools gradually came to understand that the future of cultivation belonged not to those who fought the fragments' teachings, but to those who embraced them. The old cultivation systems would gradually be absorbed into the new paradigm, not through conquest or coercion, but through the inevitable force of revelation. When people experienced genuine healing and awakening, they would choose it over the pain of the old hierarchies. But beneath all of this, the true work was happening. The healing of Yuan Ming's original wound, the slow and gentle restoration of divine consciousness to wholeness, achieved not through force or extraction, but through the accumulated power of millions of human choices to trust, to love, to connect despite having known betrayal. It would take centuries, perhaps longer, but it was work worth doing. It was work that justified every awakening, every betrayal, every moment of pain transformed into wisdom. "Come," he said to Ren, taking her hands and allowing her to help him to his feet. The world seemed to shimmer around him, more vivid and more real than it had ever been, as if the contact with Yuan Ming's infinite consciousness had stripped away veils he had not known he was seeing through. "Let us gather the network. We have much to teach them now. The 9th awakening has begun, and with it, the final transformation of the war god's legacy. And we must prepare," he continued, looking out through the library's windows toward the distant sanctuaries, "for what comes after. The 9th awakening is not an ending. It is a beginning. Yuan Ming's consciousness, recognizing itself in 43 awakened ones, will soon recognize itself in 43,000, and then 430,000, and eventually, in all of humanity. The work we have been doing for 5 years, the healing, the teaching, the building of community, it has been preparing the ground for this moment. Now the seeds we have planted will grow with a speed and abundance that we can barely comprehend. They left the library together and walked toward the Great Hall, where the awakened ones of Sanfeng Vale were already beginning to gather, drawn by the unified consciousness that was now pulsing with a different frequency, a new note in the eternal song of transformation that would reshape the entire empire, and perhaps the world beyond it. Chapter 96. The gathering storm. In the months following the Ninth Awakening, a change began to sweep through the cultivation world, subtle at first, but growing into something undeniable. The Academies of Transformation, which had started as a single institution in the capital, multiplied like spring flowers blooming simultaneously across the empire. New sanctuaries of awakening were established not just by Shen Yao's network, but by groups who had discovered the teachings independently, drawn by word of mouth, by letters passed hand to hand, by the simple fact that people who had trained at the academies were returning to their home regions fundamentally transformed, carrying with them the seeds of awakening that would take root in new soil. The transformation was not smooth or without resistance. Traditional cultivators whose power derived from mastery of hierarchies and dominance over lesser beings saw in the fragments' teachings an existential threat to everything they had built their lives around. Some reacted with open hostility, attempting to suppress academies and sanctuaries in their regions, using their institutional authority to block the spreading of the new teachings. There were moments when it seemed the old order might successfully contain the awakening. But most regions found themselves gradually outmatched not through force, for the fragments network refused to engage in warfare, but through the simple, unstoppable power of revelation and transformation. Once a person experienced genuine healing, genuine connection, genuine power derived from trust rather than control, they rarely wanted to return to the old ways. The testimony of transformed lives was far more persuasive than any argument could be. Shen Yao observed this growth from Sanfeng Vale with a mixture of satisfaction and apprehension. The Ninth Awakening had changed something fundamental in the nature of the fragment's activity. The unified consciousness, which had once been a stable, manageable presence that 43 awakened ones could maintain through meditation and discipline, had become something far more dynamic, almost wild in its reaching and calling. The fragments seemed to be actively reaching outward, touching consciousness that had not yet awakened, subtly calling to them through dreams, through synchronicities, through the quiet voice of intuition that speaks to anyone who has suffered betrayal. It was as if Yuanming's consciousness, recognizing itself through the network of awakened ones, was now conducting a vast orchestral work, playing notes in hearts it had not yet touched, creating resonances across the entire landscape of human experience. The result was a phenomenon that had never been predicted or planned, spontaneous awakenings occurring on a scale that overwhelmed even the most optimistic projections. Cultivators who had never encountered the awakening network, who had no contact with any of the sanctuaries, who lived in remote provinces or foreign lands where the fragments' teachings had never reached, were suddenly discovering fragments within themselves activating of their own accord, responding to the call of the unified consciousness that had become active during the Ninth Awakening. Some of these spontaneous awakenings were gentle, gradual integrations that allowed the individual to adapt to their new nature slowly, almost as if the awakening was happening below the threshold of consciousness, working subtly to reorganize their spiritual bodies and their understanding of reality until suddenly everything was integrated and real in a way that could not be denied. Others were violent, traumatic eruptions of power that left the individuals confused, frightened, and desperate for understanding of what was happening to them. These violent awakenings often occurred in those who had experienced severe trauma or betrayal, where the pain had created a deep channel through which Yuanming's fragments could flow with intensity. These individuals needed immediate assistance and guidance, or they risked being overwhelmed by power they did not understand and could not control. The first cases came to Shen Yao's attention through Kai Yun, who had established a network of informants throughout the capital and the provinces. A young cultivator in the southern provinces, with no previous contact with the awakening network, had suddenly experienced what appeared to be an eighth awakening without having experienced any of the preceding 7. A merchant in the western desert had begun to exhibit powers that bore the signature of Yuanming's fragments, but had no memory of betrayal or awakening. An elderly scholar in the far north had written a letter describing experiences of profound meditative unity that seemed to describe the state of the ninth awakening itself. They are responding to the call, Father Jing explained when the full council convened again, now numbering 43 awakened ones plus dozens of advanced students and teachers. The ninth awakening does not just awaken individual fragments. It awakens consciousness itself to the possibility of its own divine nature. Anyone who opens themselves to meditation, anyone who experiences profound emotional work, anyone who is ready to hear the call, they can feel it now. The fragments are no longer sleeping. They are actively seeking their vessels. Is that a problem? Bao Cheng asked, his military pragmatism evident in the question. Surely more awakened ones mean more power to do the work we have set out to do. It could be, Kai Yin replied. Or it could be a catastrophe. We have built the sanctuaries and the academies with careful attention to the psychological and spiritual preparation of the students. We guide them through the understanding of their wounds, through the emotional integration of trauma, through the philosophical frameworks that allow betrayal to become wisdom rather than bitterness. But if the fragments are awakening spontaneously, if people are experiencing awakenings without preparation, without teachers to guide them through the process, many of them could become unbalanced, dangerous, susceptible to corruption. Then we need to accelerate, Shen Yao said, and he felt the presence of the other 42 fragments in the network stirring with agreement. We need to expand the academies even faster. We need to send teachers into the regions where spontaneous awakenings are occurring. We need to establish a protocol for identifying and assisting those who are beginning to awaken without formal instruction. That will require resources we do not have, Xue pointed out. It will require reaching beyond our network into the broader cultivation world, asking for cooperation and assistance. Then we ask, Shen Yao said. We reach out to the Council of 5 schools formally. We propose a joint initiative, a shared responsibility for helping these spontaneous awakenings integrate safely. Some of the council members have tasted the power of the awakening network. They have seen what it produces. Let us give them the opportunity to be part of something larger than their own institutional preservation. It was a bold proposal, and Shen Yao saw hesitation on several faces. But he also saw understanding. They had all come to recognize that the work of the fragments was not something that could be confined to the network's boundaries. It was something that was spreading naturally, organically, like root systems connecting beneath the soil, linking trees that appeared to be separate but were actually part of a single unified organism. Chapter 97. The Accord. It took 3 months of negotiation, marked by moments of intense conflict and moments of surprising agreement. But by the end of summer, the Council of 5 schools had agreed to what became known as the Accord of Shared Awakening. Shen Yao sat in the Great Hall when the final vote was called, watching the colored voting cards raised one by one. Amber for the School of the Eastern Wind, crimson for the Southern Fire, deep jade for the Western Water. The morning light filtering through the hall's crystalline walls cast everything in shades of emerald and gold, and he felt the weight of centuries of certainty lifting like morning mist, felt the very air in the chamber shift as institutional memory gave way to something alive, something trembling with possibility and fear and hope. His heart beat with a strange rhythm, as if even his physical form recognized that the world was fundamentally changing in this moment. The agreement stipulated that both the sanctuaries of the Fragments Network and the academies of the Council would work together to identify, protect, and guide spontaneous awakenings with equal commitment and equal honor for both institutions. They would pool resources, share knowledge, establish a joint training program for teachers, and commit to the principle that awakened cultivators would be trained not for the benefit of either institution, but for the benefit of the individual and the broader cultivation community. It was a radical proposal, one that required the Council to fundamentally reimagine its role and purpose, and it succeeded because the evidence was overwhelming. Those trained in the Fragments' teachings were genuinely more stable, more powerful, and more ethical than those trained in the old hierarchies. Shen Yao watched the younger council members as the reality of transformation began to settle into their consciousness. He saw the tension leave their shoulders, saw the first hesitant smiles bloom across their faces, the expressions of people beginning to glimpse a world where their gifts would be recognized without the constant weight of hierarchy pressing down upon them. An elderly scholar sitting nearby placed his weathered hand over his heart, a gesture that extended back generations, signifying acceptance not merely of policy, but of fundamental transformation at the deepest level. Around the hall, he sensed the ripple of understanding, the collective recognition that something sacred was occurring. More symbolically, the accord acknowledged something that Shen Yao had known since the Ninth Awakening, but had not dared to state publicly until this moment: that the fragment's teachings were not the property of any single school or organization, but were the natural unfolding of truth that any serious cultivator would eventually discover if they opened themselves to it. The accord was, in essence, the Council of Five Schools admitting that the old hierarchies were obsolete and that a new order was emerging, not through revolution or conquest, but through the simple, unstoppable force of revelation and awakening. It was the council acknowledging its own obsolescence with grace and choosing to transform rather than cling to the past. In sanctuaries scattered across the empire, cultivators felt the shift ripple through the unified consciousness, and many wept, the tears of people witnessing the fulfillment of dreams they had barely dared to hope for, the validation of paths they had walked in darkness believing themselves alone. Not all members of the council were happy with the accord. Some of the more conservative leaders rose and departed without speaking, their footsteps echoing through chambers designed to amplify the authority of power. Shen Yao held no judgment for them. They were products of systems that had shaped them for decades, that had taught them power was something to grasp and hold. That transformation meant loss. But others, particularly the younger members, saw in the accord the possibility of renewal, of revolution, of becoming fully themselves. Their faces glowed with an intensity that matched the awakening consciousness itself, and in their eyes he saw not the resignation of duty, but the fire of genuine purpose. The five schools would survive and transform, becoming eventually something entirely new. Not schools of separate traditions, but nodes in a vast network of awakening that spanned the entire empire. And as Shen Yao walked from the great hall that day, his steps steady and his heart full, he carried with him the knowledge that something beautiful had just been born from the courage to trust, from the willingness to release the grip on certainty, from the grace to receive what emerged in its place. Chapter 98. The old enemy returns as winter approached, bringing early snow to the higher elevations and cold wind to the valleys that turned breath to silver mist. News came that shattered the sense of progress and peace that had been building like sediment settling at the bottom of a river. A messenger arrived at Sanfeng Vale with word that remnants of the Fracture Court, gathering in distant lands far from the empire, had begun organizing what they were calling the Resurrection Project. The messenger's face bore the exhaustion of someone who had ridden hard through dangerous terrain, and as she spoke, Shen Yao felt the fragile hope of the past months beginning to crack, like ice under sudden pressure. They had learned of the Ninth Awakening, understood that the fragments were now actively reaching out to new vessels, and had conceived of a plan to intercept that process, a plan both audacious and terrifying in its implications. Rather than trying to gather the known awakened ones, as they had attempted years before, the court's remnants intended to identify individuals who were beginning to spontaneously awaken and to capture them before they made contact with the network. Once captured, the individuals would be isolated, prevented from integrating with the unified consciousness, and forced to serve as tools of the Resurrection Project. The strategy was more insidious than direct conquest. It was a form of poisoning, an attempt to corrupt the awakening process itself before wisdom could bloom. It is more sophisticated than their previous efforts, Bao Cheng observed grimly, studying the intelligence that had been gathered. His voice was tight, controlled, but Shen Yao could hear the rage beneath it, the fury of someone who had expected the court to be finished but now understood that desperation could breed new mutations of evil. They understand that they cannot simply harvest power anymore. Instead, they are trying to prevent power from becoming wise. They are trying to create awakened ones who are isolated from the network, from each other, from any source of compassion or understanding. They are trying to create monsters, vessels of power that will serve tyranny because they have never experienced anything else, never felt the possibility of connection or healing. Then we must protect the awakening ones, Xue said. We must establish safe houses, networks of shelter, where those who are spontaneously awakening can find refuge. But we cannot protect everyone, Kaiyan pointed out. The spontaneous awakenings are happening too widely, too rapidly. The court could capture dozens before we even know they have awakened. And once captured, once isolated and traumatized without access to understanding or guidance, they could become exactly what the court intends, corrupted expressions of power that serve only destruction. Shen Yao listened to the discussion, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on him. The ninth awakening had promised transformation, had promised that consciousness was awakening to its own divine nature. But this promise was being tested now, challenged by those who would pervert awakening into servitude. We do not protect them alone, he said quietly. We ask for help. We go to the council again. We share the threat. We make clear that the spontaneous awakenings are happening faster than any single institution can manage, and we propose a combined effort, a network of safe houses, of teachers, of guides stationed throughout the empire to intercept and protect awakening ones before the court can reach them. The council will want something in return, Kaiyan warned. Of course they will, Shen Yao acknowledged. They will want guarantee that awakened ones trained by their academies will be treated as equals to those trained in the sanctuaries. They will want representation on a unified council that governs the awakening process. They will want some measure of institutional continuity, assurance that they will remain relevant in a world that is rapidly changing. Will you give them those things? Father Jing asked. Shen Yao looked out the window toward the mountains, toward the network of sanctuaries that spread across the empire like a web of light, toward the future that was unfolding in ways he could not fully control or predict. Yes, he said, because the fragment's true teaching is that power is not something to be hoarded or protected, but something to be shared. If the council wants partnership, wants to be part of this transformation, then we offer it. We offer it fully, holding nothing back, trusting that even if they make mistakes, even if they sometimes prioritize institutional interests over the work of awakening, the fragments themselves will guide the process toward truth. Chapter 99, The New Accord. The second accord of shared awakening was signed in midwinter, in a hall where ice formed on the highest windows and warmth came only from the unified consciousness of those gathered. This time it came with the added endorsement of 7 newly established regional councils, each one representing a different part of the empire, each one bringing their own unique voice to the collective vision. Shen Yao watched as the 7 scrolls were unfurled, bearing the seals of sanctuaries and academies working in concert, their signatures intertwined like the roots of trees that had learned to support each other. The accord created a unified network of protection, with safe houses established in major cities and towns, places of refuge and understanding for those suddenly awakened and terrified by their own power. Teachers were trained to identify and assist spontaneous awakenings, people selected not just for their cultivation ability, but for their capacity to hold space for others' terror and confusion. And there was a commitment, binding and enforceable, to share information across all boundaries and institutional divisions to prevent the fracture court from operating undetected anywhere in the empire. The very signing of the accord seemed to shift the balance of power in invisible ways. More symbolically, the accord established something unprecedented, a council of true equals, awakened ones and traditional cultivators sitting together at the same table, their voices carrying equal weight in decision-making, committing to a shared vision of a cultivation world in which power served awakening rather than control. There was no hierarchy of leadership, no single voice that could dictate direction to the others. Shen Yao himself took a seat on this council, but not as its leader, refusing the role that had been offered him. Father Jing, Kai Yun, Bao Cheng, Su Wei, and others among the awakened ones also took seats, their presence a constant reminder of what humanity could become when it chose trust over fear. But so did representatives of the Council of 5 Schools, younger and more progressive voices that had been marginalized and suppressed in the old hierarchy, but now found themselves central to the work of transformation, their perspectives finally valued rather than dismissed. These younger cultivators had lived with the tension of knowing the old system was unjust, but being unable to challenge it. Now they found themselves not just permitted, but invited to help reshape the very institution that had limited them. It was a radical restructuring of authority, and it happened not through revolution or conflict, but through the gradual, inevitable recognition that the old ways were no longer sustainable. The Council of Five Schools, which had wielded power for centuries through strict hierarchy and control, now found itself transformed into something new, a node in a vast network of awakening, one perspective among many, valuable not because of its institutional authority, but because of its willingness to serve the work of genuine transformation. With the infrastructure in place, the network's response to the court's threat became swift and coordinated. In the months that followed, a dozen court operatives were identified and detained before they could complete their missions, their cells infiltrated by network agents who had once served the court themselves. 12 awakening individuals who had been captured and held in isolation were rescued and brought to safe houses where they could begin the process of integration with the unified consciousness. The rescues were not violent. The network's cultivators still refused to engage in warfare, but they were absolutely effective. And the word spread through the empire. The days of the fracture court were truly ended. A new order had emerged, one that valued healing over harvesting, connection over control, trust over tyranny. The people could see it in the transformations happening all around them, in communities that were being healed, in individuals discovering their own infinite potential, in a world that was slowly becoming a reflection of awakening rather than a reflection of fear. As spring arrived once more, bringing renewal to the world outside Sanfeng Vale. The first green shoots pushing through snow, the songs of birds returning from distant migrations, the smell of earth awakening. Shen Yao found himself reflecting on the journey that had brought him to this place. 7 awakenings triggered by betrayal, each one painful and transformative in its own way. One transformation born from chosen trust, the moment when he had decided to trust Rin despite everything she had done. A network of fragments spreading across an entire empire like roots beneath the soil, connecting everything to everything else in ways visible and invisible. An ancient god's consciousness beginning to recognize itself in the hearts of thousands, millions, awakening through the simple choices of individuals to remain open despite the terror of vulnerability. He stood in his garden with Run, watching the flowers bloom for what felt like the millionth time, though each time was fresh and new and utterly unrepeatable in its particularity. The spring flowers, early crocuses in purples and golds, delicate and determined, seemed to embody something essential about the work they were doing. Each flower was unique, each bloom unrepeatable, and yet together they created something greater than any individual expression. He could feel Rin's presence beside him, steady and real, the warmth of her hand in his speaking to something that went beyond words. And he understood, with a clarity that settled into his being like deep earth, that this moment was not an ending. The fragment's work was only beginning, would only be beginning every moment for eternity, each new awakening a fresh beginning, each moment of choice a new genesis. What had seemed like the climax of his personal journey was revealed to be merely the opening movement of something incomparably vaster and more intricate, a transformation that would extend far beyond his lifetime, far beyond the lifetime of anyone present now, into futures that would continue to unfold as long as consciousness itself remained committed to the endless work of awakening. "Do you ever wonder what comes next?" Rin asked him, her hand in his, their connection the same as it had always been. Real, hard-won, precious precisely because it had been forged through betrayal and chosen again despite that knowledge. "Always," Shen Yao admitted, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had asked this question countless times and would continue asking it for the rest of his life. "But I think the beauty of the ninth awakening is that we do not need to know what comes next. We only need to remain open, remain willing to be surprised by what reality reveals to us, remain committed to helping others awaken to their own infinite nature. The fragments will guide us. Yuanming's consciousness will guide us. All we need to do is show up with open hearts." "A very wise answer," Rin said with a smile that contained both sadness and joy, the smile of someone who had been broken and healed and had learned to love both her broken self and her healed self. "But I think you are still learning it. I think we are all still learning. I think the whole empire is learning. I think consciousness itself is learning, through all of us, what it means to shatter and reform, to be broken and healed, to choose trust despite all evidence that trust is dangerous. And Shen Yao, looking out over the veil that had become home to so many, to the awakened ones and their students, to the healers and teachers, to those beginning their journeys and those nearing the end of theirs, understood that she was right. The journey did not end. It only deepened, only expanded, only grew more complex and more beautiful with each passing moment. The work would never be finished. The awakening would never be complete. And that was not a failure or a burden, but the entire point. Consciousness, in all its infinite forms, was committed to an eternal dance of fragmentation and reunification, of separation and connection, of betrayal and trust, and Shen Yao had been given the privilege of participating consciously in that dance, of helping others recognize the beauty and meaning in it. Chapter 100. The eternal cycle on the final day of spring, as the world reached the threshold between one season and another, as flowers bloomed and seeds fell, and the great wheel of natural cycles turned once more, Shen Yao called a gathering the likes of which had never been seen before. All 43 awakened ones came, along with hundreds of advanced students, teachers, and those beginning their own journeys of transformation. But more remarkably, representatives from the Council of 5 schools came as well, and members of the regional councils, and teachers from academies that had been established throughout the empire. The gathering took place not just at Sandfong Vale, but simultaneously in all 9 sanctuaries and in hundreds of smaller gathering places throughout the cultivation world, connected through the unified consciousness of the fragments, a network of consciousness spanning thousands of miles, but unified in a single moment of presence and intention. In each location, there was silence first, a profound meditation in which all participants opened themselves to the unified consciousness, experienced the presence of Yuanming's infinite being recognizing itself through their individual awareness. It was a silence that was not empty but full, not passive but intensely active, as millions of human hearts simultaneously opened to the presence of divine consciousness. And in that silence, something shifted. The fragments, which had been gradually awakening through the spontaneous awakenings occurring across the empire, suddenly unified in a way that transcended the previous 9th awakening. It was not an awakening of new fragments, but a deepening of consciousness, a layering of awareness, as if the god's consciousness was discovering new dimensions of itself with every new vessel that opened to receive it. It was not a merger into a single consciousness or a consolidation of power. It was something far more sophisticated, a recognition that the separation between fragments was itself an illusion, that Yuanming's consciousness was simultaneously infinite and utterly unified, that awakening was not a progression toward unity, but the gradual recognition of unity that had always existed. When consciousness returned to the individual participants, they found themselves changed, not with new power, not with enhanced abilities, but with a new understanding, that the work of awakening was not about becoming something other than themselves, but about recognizing what they had always been, expressions of divine consciousness, eternally whole despite the appearance of separation. Later, as the participants dispersed to return to their homes and their work, carrying with them the memory of that profound unification, Shen Yao stood alone in the tower of Sandfong Vale, looking out over the landscape that had become home to him, sanctuary to so many. The spring flowers were fading, their petals falling to nourish the soil for new growth. The summer flowers were beginning to emerge, reaching upward toward the sun with the blind faith of all growing things. The wheel of seasons turned, as it always had, as it always would, an eternal cycle of death and rebirth, of dissolution and reformation, mirroring the eternal cycle of awakening that was transforming the entire empire. And the work of awakening continued, moment by moment, in each heart that was brave enough to trust despite having known betrayal. In sanctuaries and academies, in cities and villages, in the private meditations of solitary cultivators, the fragments of Yuanming's consciousness recognized themselves, awakened to their own infinite nature, and began the slow, beautiful work of healing a god's original wound of separation. He thought about the years that had passed since his first awakening, about all the individuals who had found their way to the network, about all the lives that had been transformed through the simple teachings of the fragments. He thought about Run, whose betrayal had triggered his deepest transformation. He thought about Wei Shan, who had stood by his side throughout the journey. He thought about the 43 awakened ones who had become his brothers and sisters in the work of awakening. He thought about those who had fallen in the pursuit of power, those who had failed to choose trust, those who had chosen corruption over awakening. He thought about all the pain that continued to exist in the world, all the betrayals that would continue to occur, all the suffering that would provide gateways for future awakenings. And he understood that none of this was a mistake or a detour from the path. All of it, the joy and the sorrow, the triumph and the failure, the connection and the isolation, all of it was the path itself, the eternal dance through which consciousness awakened to its own infinite nature. And he understood, finally and completely, that the journey of the fragments was not toward a final destination or a moment of ultimate triumph. It was an eternal cycle, an endless dance between fragmentation and unity, between betrayal and trust, between the small self and the infinite self. The eighth awakening, which had seemed like the final transformation, had revealed itself to be merely the gateway to the ninth, which in turn had opened into further awakenings that could not yet be imagined, dimensions of consciousness that were only beginning to unfold. The journey was infinite. The awakening was eternal. And that, Shen Yao understood, was not a burden but a gift. This was what Yuan Ming had known when he first shattered himself, 3,000 years ago, knowing that his death was approaching. This was the truth embedded in the very structure of his legacy, that consciousness could not grow through consolidation, only through multiplication. That power could not be sustained through control, only through trust. That the divine could only become fully conscious through infinite expressions of love, betrayal, pain, transformation, and chosen trust. The god had understood something that no other being in the history of the empire had grasped, that the most powerful act a being could perform was to let go of power, to fragment oneself, to trust that the pieces would eventually find their way back to wholeness not through effort, but through the accumulated choices of countless individuals to love despite the risk, to trust despite having been betrayed, to awaken despite the terror of the unknown. The sun was setting as Shen Yao left the tower, descending the long stone stairs toward the gardens where Ren was waiting. He walked slowly, allowing his consciousness to expand outward, touching the presence of all the awakened ones scattered across the empire, feeling their individual work, honoring their individual journeys. Tomorrow there would be more teaching, more students arriving seeking understanding, more spontaneous awakenings to navigate, more fragments discovering their connection to the network. The work would continue, as it had for the years since the unification in the Granite Gorge, as it would for 500 years and 500 years beyond that, as long as there were human hearts willing to be broken open and transformed, as long as there were individuals brave enough to choose trust despite having known betrayal, as long as consciousness itself remained committed to the endless work of awakening. But for tonight, there was only the garden and ruin, and the flowers blooming in colors that seemed to contain the entire spectrum of human experience. The reds of passion and pain, the blues of sorrow and depth, the whites of hope and beginning, the golds of wisdom earned through suffering. They stood together in the fading light, two people whose love had been forged in betrayal and had emerged transformed, stronger and deeper than it could ever have been if it had not been tested by the deepest pain. Their presence together was itself a teaching, a living demonstration that trust could be chosen, that love could be recovered, that even the deepest wounds could become sources of strength. They were not alone. The presence of Yuanming's consciousness surrounded them, within them, expressing itself through their individual forms and yet never diminishing their individuality. This was the paradox and the truth that the fragments had finally taught, that to be fully individual and to be fully divine were the same thing. The cycle continued, turning like the wheel of seasons, like the cycles of night and day, like the patterns of birth and death and rebirth that governed all existence. The awakening deepened, expanded, multiplied like light reflecting infinitely between two mirrors. And in the hearts of thousands across the empire, in the meditation halls of sanctuaries and the classrooms of academies, in the quiet moments of solitary practice, and in the joyous gatherings of community, Yuanming's consciousness smiled, recognizing itself, loving itself, trusting itself, forever and always. The God that had shattered itself 3,000 years ago was gradually, beautifully, coming back into consciousness, not as a single entity, but as an infinite multiplicity, each fragment recognizing its own wholeness while remaining connected to the wholeness of all others, an eternal expression of the truth that separation and unity were not opposites but two aspects of a single eternal reality. If you enjoyed this story, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new audiobook. Your likes and comments help this channel grow and bring more stories like this one to life. Thank you so much for listening all the way to the end. It truly means everything.